fuck is that? More off the gas.
Yo, what up, everybody? What up, Brat? Just want to give a big shout out. I reached Masters 360 this set, partially thanks to your content. Aw, shit. Shucks. Thank you, brother. Do you play PBE the old way? Yes, that's right. Install the League of Legends PBE client. You know what? Let me show that for you guys real quick. I'll show it to you guys in a sec here. While I was gone, my room, someone cleaned my room and they wiped things down. So I think my audio settings may have reset. So if it sounds weird or anything like that, please let me know. But essentially, when we go away for a long trip, we get some help, and those people who decided to help just also clean my room because they, I guess. Okay, my office is not messy. I promise. But they just want to help clean. Do I need to download client? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. How'd your holidays go? It was wonderful. It was wonderful. I have a lot of photos I could actually share. I need to actually show you guys on Discord, but can anyone else hear me? No one can hear me? Hello? Hello? How's your time in Paris? It was good. It was good. Actually, let me see if I can share with you guys some pictures. Give me a sec here. I'm just gonna go ahead and upload some stuff for you guys real quick. One sec. This is good. This is good. Actually, I should go chronologically, huh? Oh my god, there's actually so many pictures. It might be better if we just connect my phone and then show you guys. Okay, not that many pictures. Taylor took more pictures. All right, I'll just I'll share with you guys though in a sec. We can't see him. Oh yeah, sorry. Hello, hello, hello. What up? Morning, Wordy. What are you? Good morning, Yatsu. Hope smashing heart. What up, Zed? All right. So hope you guys have had a wonderful weekend. Today is PBE set 18 time. Excited. Download the PBE client. Download the PBE client. I'll show you guys real quick right here. League of Legends PBE. So I searched League PBE client. You download the PBE client right here. And then all you just is download PBE. I don't know if your account is you have to make a PBE account, but I don't know if they used to have like an honor requirement. Like you had to have played League or something like that. And then honors like if your teammate gave you a thumbs up after the match. I don't know if that's true though. No honor requirement anymore? Okay, cool. So download on Windows, download on Mac. For Mac people, this might be the last time you'll ever be able to play TFT. Ever. No, probably just for now. I heard that at the beginning of set 18, they're not going to have Mac on TFT. Ooh, and yet another complication from the Unreal Engine transition, which I think at this point, it is what it is. We're in too deep. I'm pretty sure the transition is going to be a little bit bumpy. But hey, maybe in like a year or two from now, we'll look back and laugh. I think it was tomorrow because I'm EU. It might be. It might be releasing. It might be releasing tomorrow for you, depending on where you are in the world. But this says PB tomorrow. I'll likely do my usual game lobbies at TFT. Oh, this is Sloan. Was Sloan the lead on this one? I don't think so. I think it's Whitrock. But yeah, we'll be playing some PB viewer games in my Discord. There's a channel called Viewer Lobby. Sign up, but it's not gonna be open until PB's actually up. So we'll probably be doing that in a bit. What time? We don't know. I think the general estimation's in like 5 to 6 hours. But we'll see. It's weird that Unreal is the reason for no Mac, since the Unreal native games like Fortnite have been on Mac for ages. Yeah. I think part of it is just general complications. Here, I'll show you guys some quick pictures. Air server. I'll show you guys some quick pictures of my trips, and some people are wondering how did it went. It went all right. It was good stuff. It was good stuff. I realized that most of the photos that I took were on Taylor's. Okay, when I say I took, I mean Taylor took them. But I'll show you guys in a quick few minutes some of the highlights. So, but yeah. Actually, give me 1 sec here. My phone's about to die as well, so I can't do the segment too long. But it's a lot of the pictures are just me taking like 50 photos of my wife. That's just what I do. Okay, so I was at the airport. We end up playing a lot of Riftbound at the airport, me and my wife. We end up just playing a lot of Riftbound while we waited for our flight, which was pretty nice. Oh, we spent time in Denmark. So in Denmark is a lot like Seattle, where it's kind of like slightly overcast and it's cooler. It's by the water. And they're very like nature conscious. And I really like Denmark in general. It was really, really nice. We spent a lot of time there. We were in Copenhagen. We were in Copenhagen. And one of the common things to do in Copenhagen, there's bikes everywhere, which I love. It's a very big bike culture. But one of the the big thing about Copenhagen is that everyone hangs out. Oh crap! There's actually there's actually a lot of topless people here. So I'm gonna just like pause. I just realized I probably shouldn't show topless people. But there's no beach. I'll show you. You can see the brief overview, but there's no beach. But everyone's kind of laying out as if they're on the beach, and it's very, very common practice. This is all wooden docks, right? You can see that like right here. Can I pause? I can't pause. Okay, but they're like kind of like sitting like on the dock, so it's like very common to just be around there. Also, look at this, by the way. They have like a hazard, like a safety hazard in the water to tell how safe it is to actually go in the water every single day, and they like measure it for you. Nice, man. Nice. Although I'm not exactly sure if I'm sitting in this green hot tub pool, but yeah. iPhone, yeah, that's just the name of my phone. And we had like really good food every day, just bread and meat and cheeses and lots of bread and meat and cheeses. What's this? Oh, it's just a train ride. The train ride is really nice. The public transportation. Every time I go to Europe, the public transportation service always makes me think America is just so bad. We are just so trash, man. The public transportation system is so godlike in Europe. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is us going to like the city center and just kind of walking around, enjoying. This is our tour guide. His name is Seb. He's one of Taylor's longtime friends. So just really big, nice open areas people can bike, and it's so walkable. I love it. I love it. What's this? Oh yeah, this. I thought this was just funny. They have mannequins doing like life walks. We did some fine dining. We eat oysters. Oh, this is the Soho House. Oysters for €2. Oh my god, we ate so many oysters. It was crazy. Oh yeah, we met some friends who have their new parents as well, so we hung out with them. Europe is better. I mean, Europe totally mogs us. It's true. Nice little park. We went outside. I touched a ton of grass. Took infinite pictures of my wife because we got need to get the good angles for her Instagram. Some cool ancient castles and cathedrals and statues. Did a lot of sightseeing. So this was like my Copenhagen trip. We just basically did this every day. A lot of food, a lot of pictures, a lot of walking. I said, oh, it's T. I started, people laughed at me because I said, this is like TFT. This is like BIS positioning. I said, like, oh my god, this looks so good. And this is BIS positioning because it looks like TFT hexes. The waiter didn't laugh. Danish people have no sense of humor. We order food, and we're like being cute. So like, oh, we'll have like the oysters, and we'll have like the tartar, and we'll have like this and that. And then we're like, oh, is that too much food? We don't want to like order too much and be swarmed with all your delicious food. And they just look you straight in the face and they say no, like nothing else. So it's like, okay, cool, and then we just move on. Yeah, they don't want to have. They're not having it, man. Us taking pictures randomly, just good lighting. What is this? Oh, we stopped by a card gaming store. They had Riftbound, Pokemon, and Magic. So as you know, wait, prices in Europe for card games. If you guys are into Riftbound at all, prices for Riftbound and Pokemon and Lorcana are way cheaper in Europe than they are in America's. America just overpays for everything, and we have bad transportation, and apparently our groceries are all suck right now. So yeah. Oh, dude, this is I met the most chill pigeon of all time. It just like did not move. Every other pigeon would like run away, but this pigeon, like people were literally stepping inches away from its beak, but it just wouldn't move at all. And then my wife says, or someone says, like, is it because he's too fat? But like it was basically the most chill pigeon of all time. Denmark is so chill, even their pigeons are chill. We went to like the cool urban district of it. It's like their hippie part of town. It's called Christiania. Big recommend. They also played some concert. There's like a band that was like covering Queen. Oh, okay. So if you're wondering what the fast food is in Denmark, this is like the iconic thing about fast food in Denmark, like a fast food stop. You know how like California in America has In-N-Out, or like there's Tim Hortons. Apparently, this is like the fast food experience in Denmark. It's the gasoline grill, where there's literally like a gas station, and then it's like a fast food grill that you can get, like burger and fries, which is just crazy to me. So the gasoline grill is like what you want to hit up. We didn't actually go there, but it's because we were like on our way to eat something else. The gas station food is so expensive. I didn't actually get to go there, but yeah. Did you go to Tivoli? I did not get a chance to go there though. How long? Probably about like 5 or 6 hours. Then we went to like a food mart. The food mart was kind of nice. A cool clock, because they have clocks. And then yeah, that was pretty much it. And then I went to EWC. I did a meet and greet with Vitality, Pestivan, Soju, Setsuko. A lot of fans actually stacked up. They had a Riftbound section, which is really cool at the EWC. General stage area. This is the venue at EWC. It was so empty. It's actually funny because there's nobody there, because this week's games were like EAFC, which is like the football game, and then TFT and PUBG. So there's like no. This is the arena for League of Legends and like Dota and Counter-Strike. But there's like no one here at all this week for any game, and so it was just dead. It was like this all day, all week, and it was so funny because the 2 weeks of EWC leading up to this, everyone said like was so crazy. Like, oh my god, you don't understand. It was so packed. It was so hot because it was during the heat wave. But this week no one was here. And it reminded me of like Riyadh of the past 2 years at EWC, because TFT was also empty. But yeah, this is the TFT stage. It looked really sick. They did a really good production of it, but like nobody was there. But apparently next week it's going to be really busy as well. This was the trophy room. Like they have an entire hall dedicated to each winner of each game of each for over the past couple of years, right? So you have like Teamfight Tactics, you see Weibo, League of Legends, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, Apex, right? But here's the thing. You're not allowed to go there. The security guards like stop you. So all you do is just stare from a distance. And these things, I'm not joking, man. These setups look expensive as hell. Like the plaques and the trophies and everything like that. Like like here's like the TFT section with all the you know how they crush the keys, right? There's the Vitality Crush key. It's so elaborate. This is the closest I was able to get, but like I had to zoom in to show you guys. But they have like each of the winners over the years. When does PB start? It starts in like 4 to 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours. So much space dedicated to the floor that you can't even like walk to. It was kind of weird, spooky. Yeah, that's about it. This is us walking around Paris on the bridge, getting some dessert. Going to the love bridge. This is where a lot of people propose. Oh, sorry, that's me and my wife being cute. But there's like locks where everyone dedicates their love to each other. Oh my god. Manny and Hema forever together. Boom. So apparently this is where someone's parents got proposed to. So we stopped by that bridge. Then we walked all the way to the Eiffel Tower. I got my wife's picture. So this is actually my new phone screen lock, I think. Boom. Wait, can I show you?
Man, I'm getting worked
off.
again.
Boom. See, this is my new phone lock screen. All right. And then my son comes home and my wife reads to him, and then yep, that's it. So boom, that's my trip. I actually ended up going a little bit longer than I thought I would. So, but I hope you guys enjoyed that some of the photos. Yeah, thank you for 23. Remember my fight? Thank you for 4 months. Hey, welcome back, bro. Couple good wins away from Emerald. My first set climbing and having a blast. New set feels like Christmas, dude. The new set. I'm ready for the new set. I'm ready for the new set. So it should be in like what 4 to 6 hours, sometime like that. I haven't actually watched this PB rundown that came out yesterday. So I figured we can watch that, and then we can go over other stuff. Apparently, there's some drama on Twitter. Again, I mean, I missed the Bebe thing, but there's drama. Articles, Setsuko flaming Horo X, Milk giving his thoughts on Bebe. We can do that all during while we watch, after we watch PB rundown, yeah, because this is the more important thing. All right, so PBE rundown. Yeah, check this news. I'm pretty sure everyone has cabin fever. Cabin fever, you know, when people spend too much time together and they're all just trapped and they just start going crazy. Well, not the horror film, but the psychological distress that occurs when someone's confined indoors for extended periods, leading to restlessness, irritability, anxiety. I feel like this past week or two has been banger story and drama. Well, some of the stuff is not very banger, like the El Hermano stuff. I feel like at the end of this offseason, well, Warren, thank you so much for the 12 months. Holy cow, happy 1 year. We should do like a tier list of the drama to recap everything that happened, because it's still not done. But once set 18 launches, I think we're gonna do like the set 17 off season tier list, drama tier list, because we don't know. It's still an ongoing development, man. We might actually still get some stories yet. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this tier list, or this rundown, excuse me. Oh, Mr. Boy, thank you for the prime. I actually missed a handful of people. Thank you for all the subs. Boom. All right, and Asha Uni, thank you, brother. Inu Lover, Limbo. I missed it while I was going through my pictures. Appreciate it. Not Ho Wit Lux and Quelo. All right, let's go ahead and get started.
Tim here with an early look at TFT's newest set, Enchanted Wilds. Now for this video, I'm going to go over the champions and traits, give you a brief summary about what each one does, and a little bit more dev insight on how we got there and some design trends in set 18.
What drama? Oh man, you missed out.
Obviously,
how's the volume? How's the volume?
For PBE. So I'm not going to go over the new augments.
Oh wait,
set mechanic, which is wisps, because there's a lot of stuff there, and those like tuning system changes we do between sets. That's going to hold off until we're closer to PBE or even closer to release. So for this video, just champions and traits. Now, another obvious precursor.
You know what the set is? Like, that's the whole point of why we're doing this. This whole rundown is so that way when PB loads later today, even if you've read them before, it's good to read them twice, right? Because sometimes you're like, wait, I read this before. I didn't know this what unit did. So it's good to just even go through it twice.
For the launch of
Plus,
PBE,
I haven't actually looked at
these
this.
numbers
So
are subject to change. And I wouldn't even be surprised if some of these small spells and designs change a little bit.
Yeah. Also, this is actually legitimately a genuine reaction to a lot of the set. Because the playtest wasn't even the preview. They usually invite the influencers to a preview, but the preview usually involves a playtest. But they didn't actually do a playtest this time. That's why there's no videos of gameplay of anyone saying like, oh my God, I got invited early and here's my playtest. So I said, well, I don't want to actually look at this content and spoil myself. So a lot of this will be like, oh my God, I didn't know there's units in the set. So this is going to be my genuine reaction to a lot of this.
So let's get into it. It's going to be a long video. Today, we're going to be using our internal tool because obviously we don't have everything published publicly yet.
Oh,
so you might see some weird
internal
numbers
tool,
and debug text, but generally this is what we use. It's a cool preview about what we use. Wow, as I said that multiple times. So we're going to start with origins. I'm going to ignore mostly the legendary origins, right? The 5 cost units that have their unique trait. I'll touch on them briefly, but we're probably going to cover that mostly when we get into champions. So Blossom. Blossom is a really good trait to start with. It's going to be a great preview of what the set is as a whole. So Blossom's main gist is that they empower your wisps. Now, if you haven't watched
the charms, right?
Haven't played previous sets, you're going to be like, what are wisps? What do I do with these?
Yeah.
Wisps are set 12's retrain of charms. And this means that this is something that's going to appear in your shop every 2 rounds. It's going to be like a
2x
I guess
speed.
A really broad way to do it is like a mini augment. So some of these last 1 combat, some of these grant resources, some of these last multiple combats, and you buy them from the shop and they empower your team.
Okay.
And they're going to appear every other round unless you're playing Blossom.
Every other round
is that they change these wisps. They empower them. They make them really cool and special. And that's going to be most of your combat power. Strat 3, your wisps are going to be upgraded. This is probably what most people are going to flex in and out of. You have to play it for a player combat, so you can't just toggle it and then roll your shop. Play it for combat. Every charm afterwards is going to be empowered until you take the trade out. At 5, as I said, wisps appear every other turn. When you have 5, they will happen every single turn. So you don't have to waste the gold rolling for them. You just have a combat. You have a wisp every single combat. And at 7,
that's nice.
You're going to gain 5 gold after buying a wisp. Wisps aren't always the cheapest, but this means you can make money on cheap wisps.
Whoa.
And you can play
wait, that's a lot of gold
without really hurting your econ.
5 gold?
So this kind of turns into more of an engine where you don't feel bad clicking all these wisps.
That's a lot.
And then 9, well, why is there a 9? There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 champions. That's going to be because of Lux and of obviously emblems.
Lux gives +2.
Makes a lot of comps very, very flexible and cool.
1, 2, 3,
Lux,
4, 5, 6, 7,
basically
8.
is a retrain of set 2 Lux.
9, 10.
Kind of plus even more, which is that
11.
she'll give +2 to any of her origins, and she can be almost any origin in the game. So if you have a Lux that's Blossom, you'll get +2. You can place 9 wisps. 9 Blossom.
It's like
so with 9 Blossom,
it's like
you
Chosen.
can buy 2 wisps around, which is a ton of power. And 11 is going to be one of our chase prismatic traits.
2 emblems plus Lux
become extremely love they're gonna love
where your wisps. It says
prismatic traits
where your
wisps become extremely good. So they're gonna level up even more and they're gonna do wild things.
Wisps.
This is gonna be your game winning power. The other part of Blossom is they have a bit of HP and combat stats. This is just to smooth out their scaling and tuning, so you don't feel like you have to buy a wisp to play the trait, which can be really, really hard early game.
Okay.
But overall, this is going to be one of our standard verticals with 2 4 costs and a trait pair. So this is going to be your easy to build, easy to get into, but like difficult to master trait. And I think a cool trend to point out here, which we're going to touch on for other origins, is the breakdown of what 5 and 7 give you, right? 3 is going to be the core part of your trait, right? You're going to get those upgraded wisps. But 5 and 7 are going to be much more flex options to think about. Obviously, you can just jam them in and you'll be pretty good on stage 3 and stage 4. But something we're really trying to emphasize here is that later stages of stage 4 and stage 5, you can play 7 Blossom, but some of your power is going to be in that econ generation, right? You're going to be getting a lot of gold. And so you're not going to exactly win the game on 7 Blossom all the time. Just like in set 16, you're going to have to be thinking about, hey, do I need to be dropping some of these lower cost units for legendaries? Do I want to keep greeting for some econ? And that's something you're going to see.
Like Meeple as well, right? You don't, sometimes you don't need 7 Meeple as well. He's finishing up Blossom. So thoughts on Blossom? I think this is going to be like a really good starting off. Like if your first game is on set 18 PB, you should probably try to play Blossom because they encourage you to interact with the set mechanic, which is really good. I feel like these numbers don't look right, but because 5 gold after buying this is a lot, but I don't. Maybe I'm not understanding it. But because like I guess you have to hit Ari and Set, who are both 4 cost, but that's like a ton of gold. That feels like emblem ensemble type scenarios where you get an emblem. Especially, I'm assuming that you can build a Blossom emblem since Origins are Oh yeah, it is right here, Spat. So that sounds like pretty wrong. But don't worry about numbers. The 80 and AP also might be incorrect as well because 45 AD and AP is kind of a lot of AP. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm sure these numbers aren't correct, but it does look like a really fun trait because I love the charms and wisps. You need Ash. Wait, where's Ash? Is this Ari in set? No. I was saying if you have a spatula. I'm thinking about spatula and high rolling 7 wisp and then getting 5 gold and then the game gets snowball out of control. But I'm talking about like if those kinds of games where like the gold generation can kind of get crazy. But I'm not sure.
Seeker, moving on, is going to be Draven's unique trait.
Overall thumbs up.
I'm
I think this
gonna
looks
touch on
good.
Later, it's almost entirely encapsulated within Draven. And then Kog'Maw.
I think I saw Draven in the video.
Caustic. So this Kog'Maw is going to be kind of a threat. So I'll go into more.
Oh, I like
later.
this. Yeah, this is
But
nice.
His unique origin, he doesn't have another origin, is that he provides shreds and sunder to the whole
Yes,
team.
I love those kinds of units.
It's going to be a good tech option if you need that.
Thank
3
God.
cost. He can also be rerolled as a carry. There's more to Kog'Maw to unpack.
Maybe it's just me, but like these utility champions feel so nice. It feels like they can legitimately support. It also feels like you have options if you get item screwed. The other side of this equation though is that certain item components are going to be worth less. Like this makes bow a lot less useful because you're not going to be able to. You don't really. You might not need Last Whisper and Voice Staff as badly. But I'm okay with that if that ends up being the case. We don't know. I'm just speculating. So, but I generally think options, because it just feels so bad to lose the game because you just missed on your components, right? Like you just don't have Last Whisper, so you just can't kill any tank and you lose the game. And that just feels bad. So I feel like this is just good. Dude is on every board. Maybe he will be.
Coven. Coven is going to be our high risk, high stakes trait.
Okay.
It is kind of,
Anima?
in the briefest term, similar to Underground from set 8, but we're trying something a little bit different. So in the past few sets, our high risk traits have been very, very loss streak dependent.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And then if you can't loss streak, you kind of can't play it, and then you kind of get locked out.
Yeah.
I think there's some value to that. It adds a lot of inherent risk into the trait, which means you can get a lot of rewards. But it also feels pretty bad as you're at the like behest of like matchmaking and RNG and people griefing you and stuff like that. So that's why I'm saying Coven is more like Underground. So the way Coven works is you gather essence by killing champions and you get more by losing combat. That's it.
Yep.
Right? There's no bonus.
Wait, what? Isn't that just Anima?
Lose streaking. There's no bonus.
There's no bonus for streaking.
So the core mechanic here is how many times can I lose and how many champions can I kill as I do it. And then beginning at 40 essence, you get to choose to convert that essence into a reward. So think about like Coven, think about Heartsteel. It's going to be the longer you have collected essence and the more essence you have, the bigger your rewards.
So win or lose, you can play it.
Breakpoints, and you'll see it in the armory that pops up.
Interesting.
These kind of exponentially go up. So the first few are going to be pretty easy to get.
Exponentially go up?
Oh,
for each Coven.
Okay. But to really get the high rewards, you're going to have to be risking 100, 200 essence breakpoints at a time. And so the risk here, and this is going to be something I'm going to be very fine-tuning throughout all of the set,
yeah,
is that since there's no loss streak gating this, you really want to see how many losses you can fit into a game. And so now you might say, okay, well, that's pretty easy, right? Like how many people like die before losing 10 times? The answer is no, not that many. And so this is going to be a big paradigm shift here of like players will initially think that, oh my gosh, I 10 lost and then I only cashed out 40, 50 gold, right? Which would be pretty low compared to our other cash out trades.
Interesting.
But
so they're not rewarding big loss streaks.
Very few players actually die when they 10 loss, right? You will be 2 lives on 4-1. So we're actually going to shift that a little bit further, is that the big cash out is going to be 11, 12, 13 losses because you don't have to do these losses in a row. And so the way you actually unlock these super high cash outs for a Coven is get 3, 4, 5 Coven in, and then try to kill as many units as possible while losing. So the more HP you conserve, the more times you can lose, and the more amount of raw losses you have is going to be how much, how big your cash out's going to be. Very interesting trait. I think it's a little bit, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah.
We haven't had a non-loss streak trait in a while. So if we're going through each champion here, there's 2 Elises here because Elise is kind of a form swap or an adapter. So it kind of shows up weird in our system. But there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Coven units plus Lux.
Is this kind of broken actually?
7 Coven is much more different. It's going to be just kind of a loot cascade where you can get a ton of essence very, very fast. Kind of a separate part of the trait.
Okay, so they're trying to mix it up, right? They don't want to. The problem with lose streaks in the past. Yo, what up, Phoenix? Legendary Garage, man. The 44 Tyrant Phoenix on chat. The problem with loose streak traits in the past couple iterations of them, Crystal Gambit, Anima. What was the one before that? Was it Golden Ox? No, it was something. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, Cypher. Was that it was very like binary of whether or not you lost and won. And so a lot of times, and there was no like cashing out. There's nothing that required you to cash out other than to lose. In the past, in the very beginning of TFT, what you would do was you would lose and then you would have to win to snap your loss streak, or you would have to like, risk and push, stuff like that. But now they're trying to change it up where like you can mix streak with this. You can like win, lose. I would say that the good players are going to actually try to maybe win more. And then when they start losing, they have more Covenant to like scale their losses per HP spent. I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to say is like, instead of like losing the entirety of stage 2 and 3 with 3 and 4, you could like play for 5, but with 100 HP going into whatever, and then like lose streak more and then stack up quicker. But it was an interesting idea. And then there's also the concept of like the good players who are good at killing units are able to get a lot of mileage out of this. So it'll be interesting. I'm not sure if 7 Coven just looks nutty in terms of the numbers. 7 per kill, 70 per loss. That probably won't be correct. And the thing is, on PBE, I'm pretty sure this is going to look really wonky because the skill gap in PBE is like massive. So it's one of those things that's going to be very hard to interpret where this actually is. But, I like that they're trying new stuff. If you Hyro Coven Lux, you can win streak. Oh, that's right. So I was wondering what champion this was, but this is Lux. I need to put that in my mind because the border, the shadow border, it kind of messed me up a little bit, but that's Lux. I don't know why this is really bad, but I thought this was like Swain for a second. Sorry, I wasn't really thinking. This is actually the color of. Okay, it's the color of each theme. I see. Okay, nice.
Eclipse, if you've watched the dev drop, is our secret trait that unlocks when you play 3 solar and 3 lunar. Obviously, we'll touch on those traits later.
I did not see that dev drop.
This is a very cool trait.
Wait, what? That's cool.
Both of these 3 pieces in.
Wait, what? After 10 seconds of combat, the Eclipse killed the lowest health enemy? Wait a second. Interesting. Solar and lunar. Ooh.
You will get this hidden Eclipse trait, which after 10 seconds kills the lowest. Like, it's very simple. Kills the lowest health enemy, repeating every 3 seconds.
So I can execute a tank.
So this might be like, oh my god, really, really powerful, super freaky, super scary. What this actually means is that you kind of are playing a timer comp, and it looks really cool when it happens in game. But since it targets the lowest health enemy, oftentimes this is just finishing off targets that you're killing.
Yeah, like execute
so I
a
wouldn't
tank.
be too worried that like, oh my god, I instantly lose the combat after 10 seconds. This is oftentimes going to kill fodder units, kill a tank that you're about to kill anyways, but leads to really, really cool tense moments at the end of the fight where, hey, like...
Yeah, they're on a timer.
I started getting through the front line. Maybe I can start picking at the back line.
Okay.
But you won't be like sniping their backline carrier with this.
I like it.
But definitely one of my favorite traits to play, one of my favorite traits to tech in. I think the trail web for this is really fun. But moving on,
that's
to our
promising.
next
That's
vertical,
promising.
which is going to be Outerwood.
Well, I'm already very excited
So
for this set.
Credits to the Witty, the set lead, and the whole team. This is a very, very unique take on a vertical.
Okay.
This, in a sense,
this is
is
a
our
summon trait, right?
But I wouldn't even call it a summon trait. It's a very, very cool variation of it, where you summon basically an entire forest. So rather than having one big dude be all of your power, like Shepherd or previous set summons like Otacon and Noxus, this is going to be spread out among a forest. So at the 3-piece,
so it's a counter to Eclipse.
2 summons, not 1. You'll get a tree and you'll get a flower.
Wow.
The tree is kind of a frontline tank. It has a bunch of HP. When it dies, it's going to stun some units around it. And the life bloom is going to be a backline or third row kind of summon, where the longer you keep it alive, it's going to give your team AD and AP.
Ooh.
So you have this nice forest. Obviously, on stage
scaling
2,
stats,
you can face boards with 5 or 6 units, which is pretty cool. Pretty unique,
that is
really,
intimidating.
Like, the game.
Yeah,
and really indicative of fighting a forest.
Okay.
Now at 5, you're going to get a second Stonebark.
That sounds really OP.
2 frontline trees and 1 backline tree. And then at 7, you're going to get another summon. This is going to be kind of a golem
So 5 summons?
Summon. It's not going to be all your power, right? I wouldn't
Four
expect
summons,
it to be as strong as like 7 Shepherd or 5 Shepherd, but it's a fighter that's going to add damage to your team, as well as those 2 tanks, tanky Stonebark trees, and 1
Deep
lifelink
wood.
backliner. That kind of ends
Yep.
the standard vertical progression.
Okay.
At 9, because we have a Lux, your plants will star up to 2-star. What this means is that they're going to get even more HP. And
Right,
their
goon
abilities are
beating
gonna upgrade
again.
a little bit. Just like when a normal champion stars up, they get a stronger ability, get more HP. So just like that. And 11 is going to be the prismatic, super cool. All these plants are going to go crazy. So how would you play this trait?
Yeah.
So this
You
trait
just-
is
you
a
just
little
stack
bit
'em, right?
more difficult to build
Really?
than Blossom.
Doesn't it just build
because you're
the
going to
thing?
be leaning more on those Elderwood summons. I think most people are going to play around the 3 and the 5 just because of the cost structure. But if you look at the cost structure, there is going to be one of every single tank class in this. Obviously, you don't know what these champions do yet, but there's a lot of different trait webs here. You have an AD unit, you have an AP unit, and you have every single tank. So you can flex around the 3 and 5
Theme of the stream. I don't goon bait.
The 7 is going to be a little bit more difficult to get to. This is kind of just an intentional design choice where it's going to be a little bit harder to get the 7. You will need a 5 cost or an emblem, which I have said before, it
Deep
tends
wood.
to be a little frustrating. But I think it's more exciting this set because you also have a Lux of every single thing. You have a 5 that's pretty stable.
Wait, why is there
You
2
have a lot of
Nars?
ways-
Is there a difference between these Nars?
So you don't feel like you're fishing for that 5 cost. But overall, Elderwood, I expect to see a lot of clips when people go, what the heck am I facing on stage 2 when they fight 5 units and 2 trees. But one of my favorite traits.
Oh, it's the adapter. Got it.
Now moving
Okay,
on to the
this
next.
looks really sick. Reroll Elderwood is going to be a thing for sure. I'm guessing these are 1 cost. The border's black. Yeah. So it's 2 1 cost, 2 2 cost. And there's gonna be like cool things you can do with like obviously prismatic ticket, the honor roll stuff. It's gonna make the trees better. There's gonna be synergy with things. Someone suggested hold the line. So yeah, anything that says allies in the front row, like boxing lessons, lineup, right? Those kinds of things are gonna be really good with it. And I don't know what these summons really do outside of add stats, but I'm sure there's going to be something. This just sounds really good. Like early game, it sounds like you're going to have so much tempo. So I like it. And it's cool that you're summoning like a full forest. I mean, that's thematically, that sounds really cool. And the plans level up to 2-star and 3-star. So I hope that it's like cooler than Meeple. Because the 10 Meeple. Because the 10 Meeple was like kind of cool. I mean, it was just adorable and cute, but I hope the forest and plants have like a really cool thing at 11. That sounds really sick. Good early game. Yeah, it sounds like it's good early game. Sounds like a good reroll comp. So yeah, it should be kind of cool.
Next one, Eldritch. This is probably a
Eldritch.
good break for me to say I really like the trait webs in this set because we have 3 major vertical origins, which are going to be pretty big, and you can just jam them all in and have a really good comp.
Champs
But
are
we've
adaptive
also
to
been pretty
okay, got it.
intentional on the design side. Like Witty and his team did a great job. Of the other origins are like pretty medium to small sized, which means that you can mix and match a lot of these things put together and have a lot of multi-origin traits or a big like
okay.
Earth Beast thing with a small splashes. There's a lot of cool things you can do with the trait web. And starting with that is Eldritch.
So Eldritch is like a
very,
flexible trait web.
very unique origin. So the way Eldritch works is that when you feel Eldritch, you'll have a special hex on your board.
And you sacrifice them?
And this hex, at the start of combat,
Kills
any
them?
unit in that hex will get sacrificed and give stats to your
These are
Eldritch
always really
units.
fun. Every single set.
that kinda
Legend in set 7 was really fun, but kind of wonky. It was like it had some crazy combos. And then Dark Flight, I think, also had another one. There's been some really fun ones for sure in the past.
Goes in 2 parts. So one, you might say, okay, why would I sacrifice this unit, especially on stage 2?
Experiment,
How can I ever
yeah.
win a combat? Well, there's a second part. Whenever you sacrifice a unit, your whole team will get HP.
Okay.
Right? So if you see that first number at 2
But
Eldritch,
everyone
you'll get
gets 225
HP.
regardless of
That's a lot of
Eldritch.
HP.
Yeah.
That kind of makes it worth to sacrifice a unit early game. That's going to be kind of our lever for that. Now, for the rest of the trait, the exciting part is that depending on the unit you sacrifice, what role it has, and its cost, you will get different stats to your team.
Wait, no, this is like
I'm not
Piltover.
going to go over each exact one.
Oh,
but
no, to your
basically, if you
team. Oh, to your
sacrifice a
team.
tank,
Okay,
you
okay,
will
wait,
get
hold on a
tank
second.
stats given to all your Eldritch
The
units.
T-Hex.
If you sacrifice anything that has the word attack in its role, you will give AD and attack speed to all your Eldritch units. And if you
Okay.
sacrifice something with magic in front of its role, it'll give you mana and damage amp.
Interesting.
Those will show up in the
Okay.
tooltip. This is what this little section here would say. But it's important to note that this sacrifices and gives it only to Eldritch units. So this kind of lets you customize your own trait. It is a little complex, but the main idea is that the higher cost unit you sacrifice, the more stats you give. And there's going to be a lot of discovery on what the best thing to sacrifice is, but generally the higher star, higher cost, the better it is. And you're going to customize
It
that
does
based
sound
off what your
complex.
carry or what your team needs.
It does
If you're
sound complex.
playing like Rek'Sai or Malphite, which are the 2 tanks here, you might want to sacrifice a tank to bolster your front line. If you're playing a 3-star carry, like Vhagar or Azir, which are the AP carries in this trait, you might want to sacrifice an AP unit to get something really big. And Rourke is going to be a melee 80 unit, so he's going to be the one where you sacrifice 80 units for.
Okay.
At 4-piece, the bonus is going to get 25% stronger. So there's more stats here, but you're also going to give those stats to more units. And at 6, the Eldritch do, they no longer sacrifice the unit in the Hex, and that unit in the Hex will gain a bunch of bonus stats. So it kind of flips the trait on its head. Rather than saying, I'm going to sack this unit and forget about it, that unit actually becomes really, really powerful. So there's a lot of cool things you can do here as well.
Interesting. Okay.
I think this one's going to take a lot of discovery to do. Obviously, there's a big fantasy here. If you can create a lot of super units with this. So I want to see people toy around, especially with Warwick and Malphite. You can do some really funny things. Emerald asks.
Okay, so Eldritch is... It seems like it's quite interesting because... And also, my prediction with this is that this trait is going to either have really obvious broken stuff, like let's say Warwick, there's like a really powerful OP Warwick build, and like everyone figures out day one because Warwick's overstated, and like they get like the build going. But then like maybe it's one of those things where there's actually like a secret Vhagar build that no one thinks about as well. It's also a craftable spat. That's actually true. So you could actually build a spat into Eldritch and have other units benefit from it, or sacrifice that unit as well, flexibly. Like, let's say you don't want to sacrifice Azir, but you can sacrifice something like Azir and then buff Azir and Vhagar based on that stuff. It's interesting, and I feel like there's going to be some unique... Hopefully, I would think that there's going to be some unique combos you can do with this, and we're going to have, like, on TFT Academy, you're going to have, like, 5 different versions of Eldritch, and I think that's a really cool thing if that exists. So hopefully that ends up being true. Eldritch Spat is just -1 board slot. Well, I mean, hopefully that it makes it good. Also, this, on 6, the sacrifice doesn't die. Does the sacrifice unit have to be Eldritch? No, it says the ally, at least it says on the words, the ally on the Eldritch Hex is sacrificed before combat. So it could be anything. So yeah. Sorry, this is not what he meant, but it's just funny how he froze it. He wrote how many more whores. He meant hours, but he asked how many more whores. Maybe he meant horas in a different language. Probably in like 5 or 6. Okay, let's go. Let's keep going. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Sorry that I'm taking my time, but we have so much time, so I feel like I can give commentary.
Taric, it's a little bit confusing when you don't know what Taric does. But our next origin is going to be...
Oh, wait, what's Emerald Aspect? Dragon Ally. Oh, I saw this. Dragon Ally on your Taric to pair them, and they get like extra shielding and stuff. So,
Faye is a 4-piece. There's only 4 champions in it. Rakan is going to be a tank. Xayah is going to be a carry. Tristan is a carry, and Lele is a tank. So what Faye does is it's kind of similar to
6 to 7 hours. Yeah, maybe 6 to 7 hours.
And then what is it? Sugarmancy.
Wait, did you guys see the new Aatrox skin? Pause. We need to do this while we have an opportunity. Do you guys see the new Aatrox skin by TFT? TFT. It's actually so funny. It's the office worker Aatrox. No, this is Penelope. Where is it? Where is it? It's actually top tier. Wait, is it not here? What? They have... Dude, they are so goon baiting. Like, what is this shit, man? Just a full 8-pack Aphelios naked in the pool. Is this one? Is this one? Is this one? Look at this one. Aatrox comes in. Bam! Slams the keyboard. It's so sick. However, dude, you just know Riot's having way too much fun at work. All the poros. Boom. You see this? GG, Alt F4, reroll level up F, and then it just has 6-7 right here. Oh, wait, no, you guys can't see it. Sorry. We're at top left. It just has 6-7 right here. These guys are just having way too much fun, man. They're just straight up memeing with their... They're just straight up memeing with their GBs. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Actually, I didn't see the rest of the animations. I'm too busy laughing and... Yeah.
Man,
Okay, minus $500. Great. Yeah, you're there for 16, brother. I just sent my tokens. We'll just buy more then, I guess. Take out a mortgage, second mortgage. Yeah, it's a wanted reference. A wanted reference. I can't believe I'm about to spend $100 on a 6-7 TFT skin. I know, man. And if in the next box bash, I'm gonna make our entire team buy that skin for our team.
Well, it's kind of a stacking trait, right? So for each breakpoint of this, there are going to be
Thank
7
God,
breakpoints.
I haven't used my
There's an amount of
medallions either. I
damage
have
you
like
to deal,
17.
or amount you have to heal. And after you're healing that much, you get that breakpoint, you get a pixie.
Is
And each
Sugarmancy?
pixie is going to grant Fade Champions 80.
I think he meant Sugarcraft.
And they're going to heal when they get to 50%. So let's just say the first breakpoint is 1,000.
Okay.
After Tristana deals 800 damage and Rakan heals 200, you'll get that one pixie, and you'll get 5% 80 AP and a 2% heal.
Okay.
This stacks up to 7, and it stops stacking at 7. This isn't meant to be
That
something you
sounds
have
a
to play
lot
on.
like Space
These
Groove.
stack up pretty quickly because they scale with damage in the game. So obviously on stage 4, you can probably stack this within 4 or 5
Actually,
combats.
not really.
But the real fun of the trait happens at 4. When you activate 4,
Space Groove
and
is
you
different.
have 7 pixies, you start attracting golden pixies. So this is going to unlock new breakpoints in the trait. And so when you reach these breakpoints, you're going to get more and more gold. And there's a lot of these. And I think at the very, very end, there's a big jackpot with a ton of gold. Very similar to 8-bits in that regard.
8-bit. Yeah. I like that.
And so a few special notes here.
High score.
You cannot stack golden pixies unless you have 4 in. So you can't just play 2 Fade the whole game, get a
okay.
bunch of damage stacked
And
up,
then
play 4,
tag it.
and
Yeah.
then get all your cash outs in. You have to be playing 4 Fey. That's kind of our mitigation for just committing to the
You
trait.
can spat it though. You can spat it.
Flora Fatalis is kind of a mini.
I kind of like this. I like this one. It's cute. Thematically, it also looks really good. Lilia, Tristana, Rakan. Is that Rakan and who's this? This green-haired girl. Why do you have subtitles on so I can hear? Oh, it's Zaya. So they have Zaya and Rakan at one cost. That's cute. Very cute. I think thematically, I'm vibing with it. I think I like the cute Fey forest magical thing. What's the loose streak trait? It's called Coven, but it's not exactly loose streaking. You get rewards for losing, but you don't have to be on a streak. So it's just a cash out trade. But yeah, overall, this seems like solid, and I think this would be a cool one to play.
Committing to the trait. Flora Fatalis is kind of a mini threat trait. Fiddlesticks is going to be an AP tank, and Soraka is going to be an AP backliner. So it's a 3 cost and a 4 cost, and it's only a 2-piece. There is an emblem to this, so you kind of play around with it.
He goes over champions.
What
Okay,
does this do?
cool.
Flora Fatalis is on takedown, you get a bonus. When you just play 1 Flora Fatalis, so any Fiddlesticks or any Soraka, they're going to get 10 mana on takedown.
Just to flip the
talking a
Fatalis
lot,
champions,
so
though.
Gotta catch my breath. Now, 2 Flora
Deep
Fatalis,
breath, Tim, you
they
got
grant
this.
out 8% max health heal to the lowest health ally. So there's kind of a mini loop back and forth between these 2 champions. But it also means that if you have an emblem, you can do something really cool, generating a ton of mana on takedown or chaining a heal to your front line. But basically, these are kind of just a small twist on a small origin or a unique trait given to lower cost units.
Okay.
Next one is probably going to be high-low players' favorite trait. It's Inferno.
Free anti-D-Papist.
Inferno has 5 units in it. 2 1-cost, a 2-cost
Oh my
tank,
God.
a 4-cost tank, and a 5-cost carry. And so what Inferno
Dude,
is,
D-Pay
is
must
that when
be
you have 2 in,
D-Pay must be
you get
so
free burn and wound,
happy.
right? Wow, oh my God, I got a 2-piece splash. I get to burn and wound for free. Like, why would I ever build any Sunfire or
Holy cow.
red buffs? Or
Yeah,
any
why would I
other
ever build
heroic
these items then?
Well, that's because it stacks.
Oh,
So you're not going to feel like you're penalized for doing this. Some would even say you actually want this so you can get that true damage burn, which really helps shred tanks.
Wait, Deepe's actually going to win. It stacks with the actual anti. That's crazy. Anti-heal and wounding or burning actually stacks. Oh my god. He's actually good. This Deepe missed the trait.
So it's a really, really powerful 2-piece utility.
Wait, that's actually so
This is something
funny.
you always keep an eye out when you're playing on your boards. But 3 is where the bulk of the trait comes in.
Dude, NA's winning worlds
What happens
again.
when you feel
Let's
3 in front of
go.
is after every combat, your first shop after each combat is going to be ignited. It's going to have a special slot in it that's going to have a higher cost unit.
Ooh.
So this means that you're just generally going to have
okay,
a
they're
powerful
cooking,
board.
man. They're
really,
cooking.
Really impactful.
A
in
lucky
early
shop
games.
slot.
Right. So say you level to 5 and
Okay.
Inferno. That means you can actually get a 4 cost in your shop that gets ignited and upgrades to a 5 cost.
Okay.
You could have a stage 2 legendary, right? We've had that in one of our playtests.
I mean, it sounds broken, but
this
that's what
also
makes it
doesn't
cool.
become useless later in the game. Obviously, fielding it at the 3-piece on stage 4 means you can get legendaries a lot more common on level 8 and level 7. So definitely a cool utility flex trait. And then the combat comes back on 5 and 7. 5, you obviously have to play every unit or hit a Lux or an emblem. But you get 2 shop slots, which is going to be a little bit more consistency there, but you get a 2% burn. And 2% burn is very, very powerful, as you've seen on any of our rating items.
Yes.
And at 7, you basically ignite your entire shop, and you get 3% burn, which I don't think we've printed in years.
Right, go thank you for the raid, brother.
So the whole fantasy of Inferno is you basically light up the
Appreciate
entire
you, man.
board and burn your whole enemies down. Most of these units are pretty single target, so burning and wounding isn't that going to be that widespread. But when you get to the Amumu, you get to the Lux, you get to the Cannon, these are very, very AoE units that are going to spread it really, really fast.
Okay, so wait, is he done explaining? Oh yeah, he's done explaining. This sounds really fun. It like does a cool effect that makes sense. It should be very intuitive. You burn everything down, and 2% burn when it. Tim is right. 2% burn was like really busted back then when it was like more accessible. And the fact that you can stack it sounds really powerful. I mean, they might have to change the numbers on it. But like if you stack Radiant Burn with this burn, you get 4% burn. That means you just like stall out and you just kill everything over time. And then everything just dies very easily. And then you get the Gamba aspect of it too. You always have a chance of like igniting your shops and hitting like the exact units. And it might even be one of those things where you can get 3-star 4 or 5 cost like a lot easier. I don't actually know how the rolling the 1 tier higher thing, but like you could if you like keep rolling higher tier stuff, there's not that many, maybe you can do it. But that's really interesting. I think this is I actually think they're really doing a lot of interesting things with this set, trait-wise. I just hope the execution follows through. But so far, I'm getting excited about what I'm reading. Any idea? We don't know. Someone said between 6 and 7 hours.
Next origin, Lunar. Lunar is kind of a splash aura trait, right? If you see the cost trait structure, it's a 3, 4, 5, 5. Obviously, Lux doesn't really count here, so it's a 3, 4, 5. Now, this is going to be the harder piece of Eclipse, which I mentioned earlier.
How many traits can Lux be?
So Solar is going to be kind of a reroll trait, and Lunar is going to be a high-end, like 3, 4, 5 trait.
Yeah.
If you field both together, you get Eclipse. So what does Lunar do? Basically, is kind of our take on Strategist and kind of our take on Voyager from the last set.
Ah, okay.
Which is when you
Front
place
line,
these
back
units
line?
on the board, they're
Oh,
gonna
no.
have
Rolls.
hexes around them, around the Lunar Champion. And if you put allies in the hex, they're going to get stats. Obviously, Lunar Champions will get 100% more. That's how they
Oh,
get
no.
their carry potential.
Oh, I misunderstood.
But this is
it's Voyager
Diana is
Emblem.
gonna-
It's Voyager Emblem.
Going to be a melee carry. Aphelios is going to be a ranged carry. And a Loon is going to be a mage in the back.
Okay.
So generally, pretty basic trait. Going to be an aura. The cool part about
Wait,
this is
Alun's
combining
back.
it with
shit.
Solar.
Well, no, that's he like he glossed over it, but I mean, this is one of the cool things about TFT, right? Is that you can play different characters and units that are like part of League of Legends universe that are not Alun. As far as I know, Alun's not a playable champion in Summoner's Rift. I haven't played in a really long time, so unless they released it recently. But that's just cool. So they're bringing back Alun, who's like Aphelios' sister, and yeah, that's cool.
Maokai, I'm going to briefly touch on it here because we can reference it when we get to the champion. Maokai, similarly to set
Lux is not a
14
Rift
Zac,
Beast? Yeah, hopefully not.
is a permanent HP stacking legendary. But he stacks not through the shop, he stacks through combat. So when he's on the board, whenever an
Dude,
enemy
high
dies,
rolling
he gets
this
35
early?
max health, and he gets bigger,
my
and he scales with
God.
HP. So keep that in mind when we get to Maokai.
Recombomb into Maokai is going to be so obnoxious.
All right.
Or like if you Inferno into Maokai, I just already see it, man. Or can you do like what are they? I guess luxury subscription, not that, but I think it's prismatic, so it's not that good of an impact. Maybe, I'm not sure, but that just sounds like high rolling it early is going to be nasty.
All right, Primal. Obviously, there's a lot of
It's like
debug
early Zac,
here,
yeah.
So what does this mean? So it's gonna be kind of hard. Primal is this set's Piltover from set 16 equivalent. It's a very small origin with a bunch of auras. So when you fail 2 Primal, you have an armory pop up that's going to give you one of 4 options. These 4 options are always going to be the same, similar to the Piltover inventions, except you get to see every single option. So
oh, I see.
One of them is a team-wide defensive boost. It's going to be team-wide healing. Another one is going to be Primal Champions execute enemies below a certain amount of HP.
So an
very,
offensive
very
and
selfish
defensive
for
one?
Primal Champions. Use that if you want to carry them, or you want, to get through the high HP targets. The third one is going to be team-wide attack speed, increased for Primal units. So this is going to be your generic offensive option.
Yeah.
You have a generic defensive option. And the last one is going to be a resource generating stance, which is every 20 takedowns, you're going to get an item component, and this has a limit of like 3, 4, or 5, whatever you want to set it at. So this is going to be, hey, I want to use this as a tech option and just get resources and then pivot out.
That's so good.
So a very, very flexible trait. Note that it's a 3-4-4. So you're not usually going to get this online early, but if you do get it online, it's going to be quite powerful, giving you a ton of team-wide benefits.
It prints you items, so it's like Prize Fighter in a way, except way better because you don't have to win fights. You can just kill units, so you can still cash it out. That sounds busted. But that's good because like everything sounds broken to me, which means that I'm wrong on a lot of this, and also it should be fun. What a prize! Everything for 11 months. When does it start? We don't know. Somewhere between 600 and 700 minutes.
If you remember, Piltover was just like that. And so you've already seen, we were halfway through the origins, basically. There's a lot of tech things you can do in. So you can mix and match a lot of different utility options depending on what you want, but you do still have your core verticals in Blossom and Elderwood. Right? So there's a lot of fun to do. It's like, when can I fit in Inferno? When can I fit in Primal? When can I fit in
Primal seems like a good splash. The boring thing is that I think most people are gonna like when a streamer plays Primal, people are gonna be like, oh my god, it's time to farm components, and then they're gonna click attack speed or something like that, and everyone's gonna type veg. But I think that's kind of what Primal is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like, you could do this generically, and then, or you can go for like a higher risk. Oh my god, I'm gonna go for the 20 takedowns for the component stuff.
Next big vertical is my favorite. It's Rift Beast. These are all the
Rift
jungle
Beast looks
monsters.
So fun.
So this is the set where you can have those memes.
They did a jungle theme.
Died to PBE, but PBE is actually a comp now. Right. So if you look at it,
dies
there
to
are
Krugs.
10 champions, one of our biggest origins ever.
Oh my
Every
god.
single jungle monster is here, right? We have
Oh my
Brambleback,
god.
we have the blue buff, we have Elder Dragon, we have Scuttle Crab even. So
that's so
we have
funny.
Krugs. You can die to Krugs for real. So the way this trait works is that each different breakpoint gives you something
Rift Beasts are too
brand
funny.
new. So it's not 1-to-1, but if you had to make me give you an analogy, it'd probably be set 16 Yordle, right? A really big
16 Yordle. If we have these as Rift Beasts, then who do we kill on the other side? Are we still going to slay a dragon, or are we still going to be slaying Krugs?
origin with a bunch of different breakpoints. All right, so 3 Rift Beast is going to be the alpha mark. So what this is it's a item that goes on your bench. It's a selector that you can use to pick a champion. And when you pick that champion, they unlock a different power.
Alpha so bottom right.
This is, if you think about it, kind of like Mecha, kind of like, what's another way we've done this? Like Nova, 5 Nova from set 17. They unlock a new part of their ability.
Selector.
And this is actually a pretty cool way we've done it. The carries obviously have ways to make them carry more, right? I think, for example, Raptor, when you alpha mark the Raptor, or Mama Beak, they're going to start armor shredding and increase their DPS a ton. So if you want to have them as a carry, you should alpha mark them. But the tanks,
there they go, goon baiting again.
Right. So this is a pretty interesting thing because we've kind of committed that, okay, like making a tank your alpha mark is not going to be super high fantasy compared to a carry. So why would we put all these like extra powers to make something like players wouldn't want to do? And so now you have the option of make the carry a super carry or make your team really, really like powerful with an aura. So for instance, Krug's is whenever your Krug dies, he gives a big team-wide shield.
Okay.
Scuttle gives your team-wide healing. And blue buff or Sentinel gives your team-wide.
Right, because they buff as jungle creatures. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense.
Right. At the 5,
okay.
5 is kind of the unique thing for Rift Beast. I would kind of liken it to 4 Yordle, but obviously a lot more powerful. Every 3 combats with 5 Rift Beast in, your shop gets completely overrun, right? There's going to be a whole new VFX, and it's going to be only Rift Beasts.
Oh, that's
right?
sick.
And the power of these Rift Beasts scale with your level, so they're going to be kind of equivalent to whatever level you're on, but you're going to help get a ton of upgrades. You're going to get a ton of Rift Beasts. It's going to really help you spike your board every single 3 rounds. This is going to be kind of a resource generating breakpoint. I wouldn't say it's the easiest to like immediately go level 6 and put 5 Rift Beasts in. I think you're going to be taking a temporary weakness because you're going to be getting so much power later and consistency. But honestly, if you level to 5 on say 2-5 and want to put 5 in to get this stacking up earlier, I think that's a really good play. But the main breakpoints people are going to want to play at are going to be 3 and 7. So 7 is going to be your basic vertical thing, right? It feels like, oh, this is just a bunch of boring stats that happen every 5 seconds. But if you look at your entire board, you're powering up a bunch of powerful units, right? There's going to be a few tanks and a bunch of carries. So this becomes a really, really menacing threat. And when we get into each champion, you kind of realize why the stats matter.
Appreciate you, man.
And the 10, this one is kind of something we're still experimenting on. So it could change, it could stay this. But 10 is for those people who really want to just play every single Rift Beast, right? It's not going to be a prismatic. It's almost barely not even like a mid-tier Emerald trade, if we would call it that.
Emerald?
It's just going to be another way to play the vertical, right? So if the people who really want to play all the units together, overwhelm people with the jungle, you can do this. I'd say it's like a little bit weaker than all 5 costs. But what this does is going to give you 2 team size. So you can play Elder Dragon, fit in a bunch of legends around him, and still have your entire jungle with him. Elder Dragon is a bit unique, so I'll touch on that later. All right.
Okay, that was like a really long explanation on Rift Beasts. And I think I caught like 40% of that. I'm just gonna be playing Rift Beast. It sounds like you can play Rift Beast. I'm not sure if you're gonna be rerolling Rift Beast. I think I'm just gonna be jams at Rift Beast and then vibing out, man. The one thing I did say is he did say, if you missed that, was 10 Rift Beast is not supposed to be like a prismatic trait and you win the game. It's just supposed to be like a way to reward. I mean, even though that sounds wrong, because 10 Rift Beasts sounds like a lot, but they want to build 10 Rift Beasts as like some trait you could play, and then you can play like 2 other things, so you can have your beast tamers or whatever you want. You want to role play as that, but it's not supposed to win the game immediately when you get there. So I think that it would be cool if there was a prismatic trait with Rift Beast. But there's no like emblem or anything like that, so I don't even know what they could really do. Because they can't make a spat for the Rift Beast, because then you get to put it onto a non-Rift Beast champion, and then you have to do a unique buff for them, and they don't really exist. So I guess they're just like not making it prismatic. I'm sure they debated it back and forth a lot. Oh, it's because Elder Dragon takes up 2 slots. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Right, because he's a dragon. Yeah.
Rival. What is this big tooltip that means nothing?
I'm the 10th beast. Okay,
Rival
Light.
is
Relax,
a unique origin, right? It's only going to be on Rengar and Kha'Zix, and they have no other traits.
The hell is this?
You can only field 1 rival at a time for the most part. There is an augment that lets you field 2, but rival kind of deactivates when you have Rengar and Kha'Zix, right? Because they're enemies.
I don't like this kind of trait.
So what rival does
I
at
don't
its
like
core
this kind of
is
trait
these
personally.
units stack on takedown. Very, very simple. But each champion gets something different from rival. So we're going to start with Rengar. He's probably the more simple one. Rengar gains 1 stack per takedown. What happens for Rengar is every 8 takedowns, he gets gold, right? He'll grant gold to you. Similar to Step 16 Draven. This is going to scale pretty hard with star level. And then there's a bonus.
I like that.
When Rengar kills
gold
50
farming.
units, or gets takedowns on 50 units, he grants your whole team AD that scales with number of takedowns, right? So Obviously, you can play him as a 3-star carry. He's going to be really powerful as a melee unit.
Okay.
But also, if you get him a ton of takedowns, your whole team's going to get a lot more AD that's
Yeah.
constantly scaling. So he's a pretty good
Interesting.
aura unit. 2, for
What up,
Kha'Zix.
diarrhea?
Kha'Zix does something completely different. He's the evolution guy. Whenever Kha'Zix gets, I think 25 takedowns is the number we have now, he will evolve and be able to add a new class. And you kind of get to see the classes here in the debug text. They're going to be
interesting.
Rapid Fire, they're going to be Slayer, they're going to be Spellweaver.
Yeah, Vacation was
I would
great.
probably
Vacation was
have to
great.
wait and get closer to PBE.
I
to
shared
show
some
the
pictures
full
at the
list,
beginning of the stream.
but he can get up to 4 new classes on him. And so this makes him a very, very powerful scaling carry. He can fit into a bunch of different team comps. He's an AP carry,
Okay.
while Rengar's an AD carry. And a really, really powerful unit at 3-star. Also, boosts your team a ton because all of his classes are basically team-wide auras. So not only is he getting more powerful, your team is getting a lot stronger.
Okay, interesting.
So that is the one piece.
So
it is generally a one piece. The 2 pieces here because it is a hidden unlock with the augment. If you have the augment,
I see.
which is called Unrivaled, you can field both of these guys together. And when you field them together, they kind of have a team up type synergy, which I probably won't get into much now. But basically, you can stack them together. You can finally play them together.
Yeah, One
and they
Piece
kind of
reference.
feed off each other, and
Yeah.
their abilities get a little bit better. But as I said,
Oh.
mostly One Piece.
Stop,
Not as
man. This
complicated as
guy.
it sounds. Stack, get kills, get more power with skills.
The One Piece. The One Piece. I was thinking a lot about the trades. I kind of missed the One Piece thing. But yeah, the One Piece is real, man. Tim's also a total weeb. Just look what's in his background. Anyways, I generally don't like these kind of traits where you can't like play units together because it feels bad for like hitting it. It's like, oh yeah, this is what I didn't like about set 7 dragons, where you high roll something but you can't even buy it, so it feels like a white dead shop. And then as you roll, you see more of the things you can't buy, which sucks. Like, let's say you want to go Kha'Zix 3 and then you're rolling and you just see a bunch of Rengars. Just feels bad. I feel like that kind of play experience is bad. But I think the units themselves sound interesting design-wise. Also, this is a reference to Riftbound. The latest expansion is Vendetta, which is they have 2 rival champions like face off, right? They have like they have Jace and Victor, and they have Vi and Jinx, and then they have also, you know, Rengar and Kha'Zix. So it's a direct reference there. Boom, I like it. Cross promotion. It sounds interesting. I like how much team support auras there are. I do worry that it might be too much. It might be one of those things where like the person that wins is the person that just has more like team auras. I have the attack speed from here. I have Kog'Maw Shred, and I have, you know, Kha'Zix is scaling, and I have all the stuff like that. And it becomes less about having an identity for the comp and more, but just like how many extra things I just throw on top of my comp. It doesn't really matter, you know. I hope that it doesn't go too far there, but I don't think we're there yet. Maybe, but we'll see.
All right, time for the
Rift Beast all types to unleash.
next origin, which is
Oh,
Solar.
you're right, for the jungle theme.
Solar is
Ah.
most akin to supers from the past sets, right? It is a pretty selfless origin. So if we
No,
want
I
to
get
have like a bunch of carries in it, the carries have to be pretty powerful, but it's going to be your 3-star reroll trait, right? So the way this works, it's only a 3-piece. And the 3-piece says your champions gain max health, a max health shield, and deal 7% bonus magic damage, and they gain more for each 3-star on your board. So not just 3-star solar units, 3-star units in general.
Okay.
So the pattern here is going to play a 1-cost Leona, 2-cost Kale, 2-cost Sejuani. You're going to 3-star as many units as you want, and you get more power based off that. So you don't have to just play Kale as your carry. The key thing here is that Solar affects your entire team, right? This says your champions, not just your
Oh,
Solar
okay.
units.
So this is the reroll
So
trait.
if you have 1 3-star, not much happens. You just increase the bonus by
okay.
2.5%. This is like flat. So if you have 1 3-star, this goes to be a 7.5% max HP shield and a 9% bonus magic damage.
That's a lot.
But if you have more and more, you start unlocking breakpoints. So if you have 3 3-star champions, your whole team gets 25% attack speed and 30 armor and magic resist. So this is pretty powerful because you're going to have a bunch of 3-star units already.
It's a
and
lot
they're
of
just going to get
stats.
more armor, more effective HP. Be really,
Then
really tanky.
Lux.
We expect most people to get to this breakpoint because it is part of the trait. 5, when you have 5 3-stars, this is where a lot of the power comes in. you convert 50% of this bonus magic damage into true damage. So a huge DPS increase for your entire team. This one spikes you a lot. So if you kind of end the game on 3 stars, I would expect it to be like a 4th or 5th, depending on when you hit. But when you get 5, that's when you start getting really, really competitive. And this is where most boards kind of end up, and I would expect them to stop, right? You pick probably like a couple 1 cost, a couple 2 cost, take a few econ augments, 3-star them, and then go and progress.
Does this not sound busted?
Maybe progress into lunar.
What?
So lunar and solar have a really good synergy, which is we're going to have a bunch of 3-star units. You can stall long enough for Eclipse to start picking off a lot of units. Again, you can also play Eclipse without rerolling. That one's a completely different line as well.
Okay.
And then we have a prismatic unlock here.
Yeah,
so
where's
it's not
the
gonna be
8
trait
from?
based? It's not going to be tier based. Is that if you 3-star 8 units, so you have to be level 8, and your whole board has to be 3-star. All your 3-star champions ascend to 4-star.
Oh,
This should be
wait, that's hype.
automatically win the game. Right, because this doesn't just have a cost limit. You can ascend your
that's actually kind of hype.
3-star 4
Wait
cost
a second.
into a
Okay.
4-star 4 cost, right? It's like automatically game winning. Obviously, even if you don't do that, you're probably going to win the game. A whole board of 4-star 1 and 2 cost is strong enough. Really fun trait for those people who love pressing D.
Me.
Excited to see
I
how
love
people
pressing
cook
D.
up the comps around this.
That's me.
All right,
I'm D pressers. This reminds me of another trait from the hero augment set Monsters Attack back in set 8, which was called Supers, where Supers for each 3-star is kind of like the medallion from Stargazers, where like each 3-star added more damage amp to your team. And so you would reroll Supers plus X, right? XYZ. You would go Supers plus Yumi. Oh my god. You'd play Supers plus that was the most prominent one. You could play Supers plus I think I want to say there was like a mech build with it. I don't remember. There's some Supers other stuff. Gangplank, yeah. Gangplank was the Supers. So I wonder, I think what I'm interpreting off of this is that there's going to be multiple solar reroll variants, and they're going to be broken. This actually sounds. I'm almost certain that these numbers are wrong. This is way too much true damage for a 5, and true damage is broken. But maybe I'm misunderstanding because it's like bonus magic damage. Maybe it's not that much. But this sounds crazy. So 5 needs Lux. Is it not? I mean, 5 needs Lux. Yeah, wait, but I thought it was like the 3 stars. No, like because they're counting how many 3 stars you have. It's a 3-piece trait. No, you're sorry, I was like looking at it wrong. It's a 3-piece trait. It's telling you how many 3 stars. So that just sounds like it's going to be crazy strong. If you get like Build-A-Bud, yeah. If you get Build-A-Bud, you have Leona, you can start going for it. It's like crew, yes. I'm curious what you need Lux for. Why is Lux even possible to get solar? Is it for like the solar lunar thing? The eclipse? I'm not sure. Maybe it's because like you can play, let's say you want to unlock eclipse and you play solar plus Kale and then 3 lunar and then you like unlock it. So okay, so Lux exists as a solar, so that way it doesn't feel like you have to reroll solar and just play dead units. That makes sense. Eclipse Fast 9. Ooh, okay. Yeah. That's good. Okay, design-wise, I can get behind that. Design-wise, I can see that. It's not 50% bonus true damage. It's first breakpoint damage buff by 50%. Okay, well, it just sounds really good. And if it's not good, you know Riot's going to buff reroll eventually to be way too good at one point. It's just an inevitable part of the cycle of life and death here in TFT. Yeah, I'm already convinced Solar's going to there's going to be a Solar meta. Oh, man. They're going to figure out one reroll line that's going to be way too good.
Final Origin. Spriken. This is, hope I don't give people PTSD. This is going to be our Dragon Mancer trait. So it's going to be a 1-1-2-3-3-5. So basically a pretty low cost.
Dragon Mancer is so broken.
You're not going to be using it
Oh
in transition.
my god.
Excuse me.
Oh god, Dragon Mancer Nunu's
So
in
what
the
this
set.
trait does is when you field it, you're going to get a friend. It's going to be a little Yeti that's on your board. He's really cute. He's really friendly. He's called the BFF. Big furry friend. And you can choose any of your Sprikins to
The
bind
throat
and
goat.
ride this BFF. So you hover it over the BFF and they drop it on it and you get them actually riding it. Now, if you have an emblem, any champion can ride this. You put the emblem on like a Krug and the Krug can be riding the BFF.
Yo, wait,
You
that's
even had Elder
actually
Dragon riding
so
the BFF.
funny.
That
Wait,
looks
what?
really, really funny and I don't think is safe for the BFF, but you know.
What?
But when they're on the BFF, they
No,
get
that's
stats.
actually
They get
too
pretty
funny,
basic
man.
Stats. It's gonna be HP and AS, blah blah blah, pretty boring. Who cares? But the real power is that the BFF
Saw an Elder Dragon ride it. That's
that
hilarious.
changes based on the role of the rider. If the rider is melee, he's gonna get a kind of a tanky spell, which is whenever he casts, the rider heals for % of his HP. So your Kobukos and your Ramesses are gonna be really, really tanky. If it's on a ranged unit, it gives ramping AD and AP. So these things, basically, these are the 3 range carries. Whenever the Sprite casts, you get basically free Archangels, free Kraken Slayer, Kraken's Fury is what it's called. Free stats.
Okay.
Basic for the 3-piece. For the 5-piece, that spell gets a little bit stronger, right? So you're going to heal more HP, get more AD and AP, and that's going to also spread to your whole Sprikins. This only affects Sprikins, to your other Sprikins. So you basically get a team-wide bonus as well as more stats. And at the 7-piece, this one needs an emblem.
Okay, these buffs don't sound that exciting.
So your whole
but I
team
like
gets
the
a lot
idea of
stronger
riding.
in that regard. Pretty fun trait. I think the cutest part of this trait is everybody gets to ride.
The buffs
BFF.
itself are just like gain some HP and attack speed, but like the riding part, I'm in. I'm down for the riding.
You get to do a lot of funny, wacky visuals with that.
Yeah,
And that's gonna be all the origins. Next,
everything else is just like whatever. It's like, yeah, all right. Well, now the rider gains some HP and attack speed. But yeah, I'm trying to think of some funny ass combos, but I can't think of anything right now. It'll be hilarious though. Someone's gonna. This is for the content, the true content creators. I'm thinking about like Leduc. I'm thinking about like the TikTok guys. You know, the people in China. They're gonna have a lot of fun with that one. The Elder, yeah, you put the Elder Dragon on the Sprite Kit, which just sounds absurd. I feel like TFT is just good when it has more fun and ridiculous stuff like that. Instead of just like, you know, this champion gains 20 AD and AP and attack speed. I feel like more ridiculous stuff like that is good. I like it. Penny Andrew, yeah. Can you sacrifice it? Oh, God. No, I don't think you can. Catowin? Wait, Catowin's going to be the EWC 2027 champion. Oh, my God. I'm stuck in 2024. All right, these are the classes. So origins are the top traits. Classes. So far, thumbs up. There's a couple I'm like, on, but overall, I think thumbs up on the origins for me. Looks good.
next is classes. I'm gonna go over these a little bit quicker so we have time.
There's a clip? Okay, cool. I'll check it out later.
Adapter. Adapter is probably the closest to set 13 Form Swapper
Thumbs
and
up.
set 16 Kaisa. Right, so all
Oh, yeah, I think classes, by the way, are going to be pretty straightforward. We know what Brawler is. I think we know what Executioner is, so we're not going to spend too much time on this.
champions, they have 2 spells. And you'll swap to each one depending on whether they have more AD or more AP.
Oh, okay.
This gets a little bit different for Nidalee, who is a lot closer to set 16 Kaisa, where she has a melee form and
APE,
a
that's so funny.
The range form is going to be AP, the melee form is going to be AD.
I like it. I'm a big fan of this type of trait.
These are the champions in it. There's 2 Nars here because he's mini and then he goes mega, so he counts in our database as 2 champions.
Okay.
So there's only 6 here. Defender is going to be your standard armor and MR trait.
Yep.
Again, 6 champions here.
Resistances, it's Bastion.
Executioner is going to be our crit trait. So, but instead of doing that standard ramping crit chance and crit damage, which has never really felt good as a vertical, we're just making it pretty simple, pretty small here. A lot of our classes here are meant to be small, just like in the past sets, so that you can focus more on mix and matching the champions you get, rather than being like, I have to max this out.
Yeah,
Here's
yeah,
another
that makes
two-piece.
sense.
This is going to be your precision, which is your ability for your spells to critically strike, and you get some small crit chance. At the 3-piece, you get a little bit more damage, but in a healthier way. You get a bleed for bonus true damage. This ends up to being damage amp over time. A lot of these units can hit backline at the higher cost, right? Ezreal and Kennen are like pretty big backline threats. The other 2 are like pretty single target focused, but it's really going to help you chew 3 units. And the 4-piece here, the bleed increases the more damage, so you're really going to shred people down. something as I mentioned in the champions, Kha'Zix can actually become an executioner as well. So you can basically think that there's 6 executioners.
Okay. Ken is an
Hunter
executioner,
is gonna be
5
your AD
cost.
caster
Okay.
trait. Hunters gain AD. And if they
And
have swap
Soraka, yeah,
targets for
Soraka's an
4 seconds, they
executioner.
gain 10% damage amp. This means that like any
This
spell
doesn't look like Soraka to me, by the way. I don't know who I thought of. I think if you asked me to guess, it looks like I would say Gwen, but it's kind of crazy.
all they do. So if
Crazy
they're
ass
AoE,
Soraka.
they're gonna have damage amp and hit other people as well, as long as
Oh,
their
it's
primary
Nami?
target does not
Oh,
change
it's
for 4
Nami? Oh,
seconds.
okay, okay. See, I don't even know, man.
Invoker is going to be your standard Invoker trait, just mana
Oh,
regen.
it said Soraka.
All these units. Something interesting here is that there's 2 4 costs here. One is a tank. Morgana is actually a melee AP fighter, so no backline 4 cost for AP for the first time, which makes the trait feel a little bit different. Juggernaut is going to be a durability trait. So if you see, we have 3 tank traits mentioned already.
Oh, it
There's
is
actually a 4th,
Soraka.
so
it looks like Nami.
excuse me.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Sorry,
Getting away from
I
that set
misunderstand.
16 or set 17 thing where we didn't have a lot of tank classes, we're back to 4 tank classes, which means there's tanks everywhere.
Yeah.
This is your durability.
It looks like
There's
there's a
5
ton
cost
of
here,
tanks.
and Maokai is actually a true tank here. So this one is going to be one of our stronger late game
Tank
ones.
fight tactics.
Rapid fire is going to be your backline attack speed trait. There are mostly AD people, AD champions here, with Kale being the 1 AP attack speed carrier. This is attack speed on attack, so kind of similar to Duelist. Ravager is our melee.
You already know there's probably some stupid double Rage Blade Kale build that everyone's gonna just gravitate towards immediately. I just know it, man. Oh, maybe even the Philios builds. We'll see.
Melee carry class. It's for both AP and AD here, right? So they're gonna get damage amp increased when they're hitting someone below 50% health. And so Akali is an adapter. So
This
AD
is
or AP.
Marauders.
Camille is AD. Merc Wolf
Kind of.
and Warwick, the 2 wolves inside of the trait,
Slayers.
are AD. Diana is AP.
Wait,
and Brambleback
2 wolves and. Okay, this guy's having too much fun, man.
the trait.
There's 2 wolves inside the
Are
trait.
AD. Diana is AP, and Brambleback is the 4 cost AD unit. Spellweaver is our AP trait. Similar to set 10 Spellweaver, they're going to get AP. Your team's going to get AP, and all the Spellweavers are going to get more AP whenever another Spellweaver casts.
Okay.
Most of these casters are about 50 to 80 mana.
That means there's going to be a good
Notably,
Spellweaver
there's
build.
Cassiopeia here, who's a spam dot caster.
Yeah.
So she can really get your Spellweavers up to
That's
a ton of AP
Cassio. Okay.
if needed. But 246, probably one of the most stable comps to play as a vertical class.
Dude, that's Fiddlesticks, right?
Summoner is a pretty unique one.
Creepy.
Summoners all summon something, duh. But this is not like the old summoner where everything has HP bars. Some of these don't have HP bars. Some of these are part of their spells. Some of these are like summons.
Wait, summoners are back?
Without knowing the champions, it's kind of hard. But basically, this is more tailored to each of the champions. At 2, all their
Yo,
spells get
okay.
better. And at 3, all their spells get even better. The numbers are right here. It'll make more sense when we actually go into the champions.
No, you guys don't understand. When was the last time summoners were back, like straight up as the trait, where they empower their summons? Because I think I remember it was in set 2, but I remember Riot saying that they thought summoners as like a general archetype was too problematic. Wait, no, it's because was it because of the previous engine that was like breaking? Because it was so buggy. The summon plans from Zyra were like so bugged. But maybe on the new engine, that's going to be good. Zyra's like the LeBlanc reskin. This one? This is the LeBlanc reskin? But I remember that they said that they were not trying to bring back summoners. So maybe with the Unreal Engine switch, they could do it. Like you guys don't know, the summoner plans used to be bugged. They messed targeting up a lot, and sometimes they were like they're not supposed to be interactable, but it created a lot of weird like pathing issues as well. So they're bringing it back. That's interesting. That could just be a direct benefit of the Unreal Engine. Dizzle, thank you for 19 months. No, thank you, brother.
And then Vanguard is our last tank trait. It is the shield trait.
Vanguard, we already know what Vanguard is. Same thing.
Before.
Same thing.
Again, this one also has a true tank at 5, which is Tarek. So again, 4 tank traits, 2 legendaries that are tanks. So there's a lot of flexible team building you can do here because you are always going to have a strong tank anchor. That
Dude,
doesn't-
they heard the feedback about not enough tanks, so they just jammed a set of just like only tanks. Matt, now we're gonna have a situation where like everyone's cop is like 7 frontliners and 1 carry.
classes, and we're gonna get
Oh
into
my
champions.
god. Everyone just
All right,
complained no
moving on to
tanks.
champions. We're gonna start with 1 costs.
Only
favorite class of
tanks.
champions.
I like it.
Alphabetically, 1 is Akali. She's an Inferno, Adapter, Ravager. So 3 traits. 1 very
Oh
good
my
trait in
God.
Inferno, and then 2 classes.
That would make
And
burn
she's
really
an adapter,
good.
so our system is going to show this in a little bit of a different way. I'll touch on what each ability does, but this is kind of what they're going to look like.
Because if everyone's a tank, then burn will be you can stall out fights, and then burn will kill everything over time. There are 8 tanks plus Inferno. Boom.
Give you a summary of the secondary spell, and if you have more AP in Akali, it'll swap. Then you'll get the full description of the AP spell with a summary of the AD spell. Akali is a 3 mana melee unit. Her AD spell is that she throws her kunais and does mostly single target damage. If the target is burning, which they usually will be because of Inferno, it deals more damage.
Okay.
Now, if you have the AP version is not tied to burning. If the ability kills in the AP version, it'll cast again with reduced effectiveness.
So she
kind of like a little bit of added complexity and interest for a 1 cost.
interesting.
Just your standard melee carry. Camille is an even less mana caster. She's 25 mana instead of 30. Honestly, I could see this going down to even 20. She's Coven Ravager, so similar to Akali, but is in the high risk cash out trait. Her spell is she just slices the target for AD damage, and she gains a shield that doesn't have scaling for 2 seconds. So the unique
We've
thing about
seen this Camille a handful of times. Oh wait, is he not done talking about it?
Camille is that she's not going to be mana locked, right? Obviously, she's a fighter.
Oh my
so
god.
she's not going to get mana from taking damage.
Wait,
But she's
is
kind
that
of that
crazy?
low cost Riven type unit that's just going to spam cast, keep getting a shield.
Dawn
and that's why it
Core.
doesn't scale, and then pump out a bunch of single target damage.
Okay, Dawn Core Camille, just have her just spam cast. She shield has no ratio. Oh yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So she can't like drain tank with like Titan's BT. So people are saying what happened with Akali. So Akali has 2 different types of abilities based on her adapter trait. This is actually very cool. I'm already a big fan of adapter just conceptually. But if you put attack damage on her, like Infinity Edge, for example, then she's going to deal her ability becomes extra damage if they're burning, which is likely because she has Inferno. But if you put like a death cap on her, she turns into AP damage, and then instead of having this bonus if the target's burning, deal damage, it's gonna say if the ability kills, cast it again. So she'll have a reset recast. And that'll be her AP feature. So she has different types of modes. So it might be one of those things where Akali might be better as a specific reroll AD carry or AP carry. I'm not exactly sure which one's better. What is this? Debug dummy debug Amit jam.
Cinderling is a attack caster. He's
Okay.
a Earth Beast and a hunter. And his spell is he's going to summon a bunch of leaves that convert on the target. So he's a single target caster. Since these leaves are like individual missiles, they will redirect. So if like the first leaf kills somebody,
Yeah,
the rest-
kind of like
the
Void
other 4
Kaisa.
will apply to someone else. And it's going to apply Ruin and Burn for 4 seconds. So like obviously there's a lot of sources for Akali, but it's mainly going to come from Inferno.
Scarlet buff.
And if you use the Rift Beast mark on Cinderling, he will gain 22% attack damage each cast. So your basic standard backline caster. Spell looks really cool. I think this guy is one of my favorite 1 costs. Karma.
One of my favorite things about like the League of Legends like come up is that they actually just called the buffs like red buff and blue buff. Everything else in the game has like this elaborate like mystical like magical themes around it, right? Like it's not it's like runes and powers and like very specific names about it. And then it's just like this kind of lazy, like, oh, I killed this thing, so I have a red buff and I have a blue buff. And then like fast forward 15 years later, and it's like different colors. So now we have scarlet buff, orange buff, whatever else. I just find that pretty funny. Because usually they would call the buff something. It's technically called Crest of Sinners. Yeah, exactly. But everyone's called it red buff, so then just everyone's called it as red buff. This sounds like another form of utility, by the way. The important thing to pay attention to this is that this actually provides like most of the way anti-heal, but it's not full anti-heal. 20% because the base is 33. So if you don't have Inferno and if you don't have red buff or Morello, you can just play this to get a little bit of utility. That's nice. There's a lot of utility. There's Kog'Maw and then there's this as well. Everyone still says Ninja Tavis. Yeah.
Karma is a backline magic caster. She's Blossom and Spellweaver. Her spell is that she's going to tether the current target and then deal magic damage to that target over a duration. And at the end of it, going to pop for a little bit of AoE damage. And that AoE also is 30% slows for 2 seconds. So now we're seeing this trend. There's a small amount of utility on each champion. I think they're not going to like be huge draws and change all of your decisions, but something to think about when you're like, oh, what low cost unit do I want to play beyond just the traits? I could think about the utility on them as well, which is going to be kind of your staple transition unit into AP lines.
Okay.
She has a trait twin in Ari that's also in Blossom. Generally just a pretty stable.
So she's going to be the
backline
AP carry at the beginning of the game.
Kobako is a frontline tank. He's a Spriken and a brawler. He restores HP over 2 seconds. He does his little dance. And he has a Nest attack replaced with a bash. Boom, does single target damage. Pretty basic tank. He is very, very tanky because he's meant to hold up the 1-cost Spriken lines. And also think about it, for every single Spriken, there are mini Dragon Mancers. So when he's riding the BFF, he's going to get a lot more HP, become really, really tanky.
Any traits that stand out? I think Spriken is going to be one of the most unique looking traits for sure. I mean, a lot of other stuff has like elements of the past, but Spriken is like kind of hilarious. I think that's going to be the one that stands out the most.
Back as a frontline tank, so people who didn't have enough.
What cost Leona?
She's back, same spot.
Oh man,
similar spell, but no shield. So not going to be this infinite tank as before. She's just going to be very, very tanky, no shield.
One cost Leona.
When you start combat, you get a bunch of bonus armor and MR, and that's going to last 10 seconds. Right, so very similar to like Bastion from old classes. She's just going to be tanky. Our active is she's going to deal a small amount of damage. This is not going to be a lot of damage, right? A big shift here is that this is not Arbiter Leona. She doesn't need to be a pseudo carry. She's just a tank, right? She's going to lose a little bit damage.
Yeah.
Armor. And it's going to stun them for 2 seconds. So pretty big debilitating stun.
Oh wait, the
she
stun's
is solar,
nice.
so she's going to be rerolled a lot, and then standard defender.
The thing about it is like, yeah, it's kind of boring to bring back another champion or bring back a champ that we've seen previously, but it's like kind of important to make sure that some people can look at it and immediately understand what it does. Just for like some players who are like newer-ish to TFT, but like, you know, they're still on their 3rd or 4th set.
Ornn, my favorite tank in the Warcraft space. Elderwood and defender.
Oh, that's Ornn? What the heck?
And armor resist, trait twin.
Did they just put him in paint and then just paint him green? I did not recognize that Ornn at first.
Magic damage in a cone. Okay, pretty simple. Who cares? Why is this guy my favorite?
Wait, what is this guy?
He has a quest.
He has a quest?
Which is for each player combat, Ornn stores damage as forge power. So when he takes damage, he's going to store it. This is doubled at 3-star. When you get enough forge power, you get an artifact anvil. So this is a very, very cool thing that the set's team added, which is like a little bit of chases in a bunch of different parts of the set.
Okay.
So the more you play the set, there's more things to discover.
Ornn's a cash out mechanic.
And Ornn's is really fun. It's pretty simple. You 3-star Ornn, you're going to get an
artifact.
artifact.
For the 1 year,
you might even get a second artifact, right?
So you want to reroll Ornn? Do you have to reroll Ornn? Well, I should just listen to what he said.
Game lasts like 3 times as long as normal in the stage 7. You might get a 3rd artifact. But most players who
3rd artifact?
Get 1 artifact anvil.
Wait, Build-A-Bud. Isn't Build-A-Bud crazy then?
4-2, 4-3, 4-5. Obviously, if you get them later, this is going to happen later. We don't expect 2-star Ornn with no items to get this. There are some games, if you're like really, really healthy and you have an Ornn that's like done super well, a 2-star Ornn could get an artifact, but we don't expect that to happen till like the end of stage 5 or the beginning of stage 6.
So Ornn could at 2 stars.
Really fun quest. I basically see every Ornn. I'm like, could I just reroll this guy and get a free artifact and then pivot out?
Vegan Ornn. Dude, Pebbles. This Ornn is like the guy that pops out as a PSA and tell you to eat your veggies. It's Popeye Ornn. He powers up with spinach. But it's actually cool, man. That's what I'm talking about. I feel like they're cooking a little bit. They have some cool flexibility to add some interesting stuff. That is a really fun idea. Well, whether you actually are ever able to proc it. I mean, Elderwood sounds like a good early game trade as well. So like, why not, man? And then you could also, if it's one of those things where maybe even if Ornn itself is not good, you can cash out with like a Build-A-Bud, then just sell them later. Okay, that probably doesn't sound like a good game plan. But I like where we're going. I like where we're heading out. This is good stuff. All right, we got Pebbles. Holy cow. What is this?
PTSD moment. He's a Rift Beast and an Invoker. He's going to be T-Hex. Boom. From set 16. Not really. Just
no.
but he has a very similar spell.
Okay, he's just kidding.
Where when he casts, he's going to start consuming 35% of his max mana. So this is not a flat amount. And each second he's casting, he's going to deal damage. So it's basically just a laser beam with decreasing mana. Now, this is a spell shape that we're very, very worried about in previous sets because it was very, very inconsistent, very, very tied
so he's like
to items.
TX
but
beam.
It's also very, very high fantasy. So we're trying it again in a 1-cost space. Pebbles has a very, very high ceiling, but also needs kind of the itemization to support it. That
Teal
means
buff.
He's an Invoker, but also means his alpha mark for Rift Beast means that he gains 2 mana regen every 3 seconds he channels. So there's a huge, really cool fantasy here.
Teal
buff? Enough mana regen, and the fight goes long enough, Pebbles will actually be infinite. Pebbles will sit there and channel this laser forever. It'll take some time, right? We don't expect it to happen every fight. And when it does, it's going to be 20-25 seconds into the fight. But a very, very cool fantasy that the sets team created for Pebbles.
I feel like every set for a while, we had been looking at 1-cost and thinking like, okay, it's like a 1-cost. Like this one might have like permanent scaling. Every takedown or kill gets you like permanent AD or something like that. Or maybe some cool like 1-cost reroll comps only if you unlocked everything, part of the trade. I feel like it feels like to me they're putting some love into the 1-cost design space. And I almost felt like Riot was giving up on 1-cost of just being like, yeah, we can't really make them really interesting outside of hero augments. This is really cool. And I'm pretty sure there's probably going to be some hero augments this set that probably unlock other things. So we'll see. We're not even halfway through. We might be halfway through. I find teal buff is hilarious. They're just fusing a bunch of random colors and like, I don't know, it feels like they're just picking like random things out of a Crayola box. But I'm looking for like yellow lime buff coming up next.
Rakan, triple traded, Faye, Juggernaut, and Vanguard. So this guy is the centerpiece of a lot of early game comps, right? Branches in the Faye, branches in the Juggernaut, branches in the Vanguard, which means he has a lot of trait connections. And all 3 of these traits give tanky. Right? Faye has healing, and then these 2 are tank classes. So expect this guy to be very, very tanky. So that's why his shield is so small. All this guy does is he shields, and then kind of like Singed from set 13, will toss a little missile and give a bunch of AX that's decaying to an ally. Pretty fun.
Oh, that sounds good.
I see this guy on a lot of boards.
E buffs Rakan, I guess, or Xayah.
Back from set 17, but slightly different. Still is Eldritch and a Brawler, which means that Eldritch means she's going to get a lot of bonus HP early on and can be very, very exciting when 3 stars because you can give them a bunch of bonus stats.
Oh god, the Callista Rakan.
Passively restore 16 health every single 16. Restore health every second. So passive healing. After she casts, this is tripled. So you get this burst of healing, kind of like a dot healing tank. The active is this spell from set 17. She pops out, does damage in a circle, and stuns people. Pretty cool unit. I think we've done a pretty good job of making sure a lot of these 1-costs have a pretty unique fantasy. We've had this problem where 1-costs kind of just become an afterthought and they're not that exciting. But if we look through the roster so far, there's like mini fantasies for a lot of these.
Yeah. I see it. I see it.
Has the whole Spriken thing, which can make him a super unit. Orin has the artifact fantasy. Pebbles has this infinite casting fantasy. Rakan has 3 traits. So, haha. And then
I feel like we could use a different word than fantasy because they keep like using like, oh, this champion's in my fantasy. Like, yes, Ari's in my fantasy. It's like, okay. I understand what they're trying to go for though. So some really cool ideas.
Again, a super unit fantasy with Eldritch. Ferris, Inferno, Rapid Fire.
My fantasy with the fairies.
Caster. Ferris winds up, fires a huge arrow, and deals a ton of damage to the first target with a lot of follow-up.
God, Pebbles
so this is probably most akin to set 9 Jin. Or like your Caitlyn units that has been a 1-cost. They just do single target, do a ton of damage. This arrow is not only single target, but it has a lot of fall off. So his main role is he's going to nuke a frontliner.
So it's like 4-cost Varus.
The backliner, he's going to need a lot of.
Oh, it's like the Pyro Varus, yeah.
But notably, he is an early Inferno unit, so he means he can spread burn to the backline, which is also really valuable.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Bigger. Triple
He's
trade.
right.
Eldritch, Spriken, Spellweaver. So a lot of potential here. He's going to be one of our most rerollable 1-cost. He's a backline caster. He's going to just fire blast that does single target damage. Pretty boring. Well, not really. This is increased to 265 or whatever number is if they're below 30%.
So he's like he has like an
a mini
executioner aspect.
And if they die, he permanently gains AP. So we're back to permanently scaling AP
Yeah.
Vhagar. Really, really fun. This is 1.5 right now. Who knows what this number will end up with, but usually we expect him to be 100, 150 AP by the end of the game.
Yep.
And again, look at his traits. Sprykin is a super unit trait. Eldritch is a super unit trait. He's really, really cool. He has a bunch of cool outputs to get to and a lot of different comps to play around. You can have Rek'Sai as your main carry. You can have Koboko as your main carry. Very fun.
Yeah, I mean, this just makes sense. I mean, Vhagar is very forest themed, and he's like a kind of iconic skill. So this is how they used to just make one costs. So it's like actually like a very common form of it. But they have this, and they have all the new ideas, which is good
as well. So you have Xayah and Rakan triple traded.
The heck's so many triple traits?
Well, Rakan is Fae. Oh, sorry, she's Elderwood, where Rakan has the other tank classes. They're both Fae. She's a rapid fire. So there is a one cost reroll Rakan Xayah comp. So all the fans out there, you can play them together. Her spell's pretty simple. She gains a bunch of attack speed and shreds armor and deals bonus damage from attacks. Just your standard attacker. Xayah always looks good attacking fast.
Thank you, Chucky. What up, man?
So pretty basic.
26.
York is one of the more complex tanks for the one cost base. He's Blossom, Juggernaut, and Summoner. Right, so standard tank with the Summoner tag, and Summoner increases their spell power. So York, on death, he spawns a little ghoul that's going to have a % of his HP. And his active is just restore health. So all his power is when he dies, he's going to spawn a second body. So if you remember like set 16 Wukong.
That sounds really good.
Clone, very similar. He's going to spawn a little ghoul. Doesn't share his items, but it's a bunch of HP. And we've made this ghoul have a lot of AD, so low-key can finish off fights if he needs to. And Summoner will make that ghoul have a lot more HP. So that's one cost. Let's move on to two costs.
Man, these one costs look great. I'm actually excited to play around these one costs. Hopefully they keep it up across every cost though.
Starting off, the two costs is Alistar. He's the Elderwood Brawler. So already we have an Elderwood Defender, Elderwood Brawler.
It's been a while since we've been Alistar.
A lot of tanks for Elderwood. Very, very tanky board. His spell, pretty simple. Restores health, cleanses disables. So
always a good effect.
Kind of not that valuable, but looks cool. And then he heals 2 allies for 100. And then stuns the main target. So a lot of text, but heals, stuns.
Tim says it's not good, but cleansing has always been good.
Good bread and butter tank. A lot of connections for Elderwood that he reaches into. He also has a 2-cost pair with LeBlanc, so you could see Alistar LeBlanc reroll. Caitlyn, so the Coven 2-cost, also a hunter. Manaless is a backline marksman. Every third attack deals bonus physical damage. So pretty simple spell. Looks a lot cooler.
It's her Fate Weaver ability.
Right? Every third shot is going to be a big headshot, do a ton of damage.
Rage Blade carry.
Pretty stable carry. Elise, as I mentioned, is here twice because she form swaps. She has a human form and a spider form. So that counts as 2 characters in the game. She's just 1 champion. Her spell, she transforms into the spider, gains more HP. And while in the spider form, she does a token amount of magic damage and then heals for every single attack.
Oh, wait, never mind.
And then she gets 100%, 75% attack speed after casting for every other cast. So that was a lot of words. Basically boils down to, it's kind of our old shapeshifter
Yeah. We've seen this Elise before.
She gains HP. It turns into a spider.
We've seen this Elise before.
Gains a bunch of attack speed. Every time she attacks, she's going to heal. So the idea is that when she casts her spell, she gets a burst of healing. Nice, cool visual differentiation for a tank. Gromp, 2-cost adapter, Rift Piece adapter. Default is going to be AP. The AP
what time is that launch? Probably in like 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours.
Slow-moving missile that does a ton of damage and then explode. It's going to deal kind of a dot for all enemies in 1 hex radius over 3 seconds. And that's going to differentiate from the AD version. The AD version is going to be a big single target burst with a big burst at the end. So the AP version is a dot. The AD version is a big burst. It also slows the target around it.
Purple buff.
And then the buff, when it's alpha marked, is Gromp's going to gain AP or AD, depending on its form, every 5 seconds. So you get a built-in Archangels, you get a built-in AD scaler.
All right, here we go. Kale
is the solar 2-cost rapid fire. So standard attacking really, really fast Kale. This is going to be the 2-cost version of the other Kales we printed that has scale with star level. So as you see, passive, Kale ascends based on her star level. The first ascension, which is going to be the 1-star, is she's going to deal magic damage. So she has like very, very low AD, does magic damage on hit. Okay, pretty standard. At 2-star, she starts shredding. Again, pretty standard. She has the built-in shred, built-in utility. You can always throw in this unit to splash. But since she is solar, she gets that big 3-star and 4-star bonus. 3-star, the attacks fire waves, dealing magic damage to other units hit. We've seen this spell a lot. Again,
Yeah,
the cool
this
unique
is
thing to Kale this
we've
time
seen
is
this
that
Kale
she's
like a
in
couple
solar,
times, right?
which is a big 3-star trait. So all the stuff around her is going to be really cool.
Yeah, this is like
The fourth extension of 4-star, since we can now
set
get 4
10
stars
Kale?
more commonly, she gets infinite range. Every third wave is really, really big, right? This is still going to be on the same power as other 4 stars, but she gets something special because she is KO and her passive says
4-star
she
Kale is like
gets
pretty
different
sick though.
bonuses at each star
Man,
level.
I'm getting
Underground
bored
Kale,
of
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. Underground Kale is
Two
kind of like
cost.
this as well.
My favorite 2 cost of the set is LeBlanc.
Carly, thank
Elderwood
you.
Spellweaver. So her passive is the most important part, so I'm going to get on that later. But the active is she just launches a spell that does single target damage and a 1-hex AoE burst. Very, very standard. But the passive is the cool one. After each player combat, similar to Bard, LeBlanc has a chance to print a unit. So this prints a unit on your board. Chance is only 10%. Pretty low. But this increases by 6% per takedown, and that base chance also increases based off star level. So your 1 and 2 cost.
So she prints?
Sorry, your 1 and 2-star LeBlancs don't print that often, but your 3-star LeBlancs or your 2-star LeBlancs with a lot of items will print out a lot. So this increased by 6% per takedown. This isn't permanent, right? It's until you print again. So let's say your LeBlanc.
So LeBlanc's an
kills for some reason
engine
10
unit.
units in one combat. She'll increase her percent by 60%. Will probably print, and then that'll go back down to 10%. So it's a very, very good enabler for both econ and reroll comps. So if you look at these 2 units right together, you have Kale and LeBlanc together. There is definitely a Kale LeBlanc reroll comp that's really fun to play.
Kale LeBlanc?
Merkwolf is a melee AD fighter, as you can tell by Riftbeast Ravager. Spell is kind of an assassin spell, but it's only 3 hexes. So Merkwolf will leap to the lowest health enemy within 3 hexes and then deal bonus damage.
No, I already
hexes.
know because you guys don't know, but at the very beginning of Dota Auto Chess, and that also poured over to TFT, but people used to lose to wolves because at the end of stage 3, they would jump as assassins and kill your carries in the back line because people were just AFK playing the game. And so losing to wolves is a really common thing. And so now it's just I'm just having PTSD flashbacks when we lost to wolves. Oh my god. You have to position for wolves. You have to position for the wolves, otherwise you would lose to it. So like you would think PV is chill, but sometimes you would forget. And then people would type in chat. By the way, it's like wolves. By the way, like as the round would start, you would type that to remind people, and then they would die.
It means that they'll get to the back line early game when they wrap around
so
your tank,
obnoxious.
but most coming like
Great
stage
buff.
going to be a lot more difficult for them to get the back line unless you're like a solo.
Okay.
When alpha marked,
Robin Song's got that great buff.
25% critical strike chance, increased up to 50% based on mything health. So just a big DPS boost. You don't need to build IE on this guy. The next Rift Beast 2 cost is
green buff. Okay, man.
Scuttlecrab's a juggernaut.
Here we go.
Passive is Scuttlecrab doesn't attack. Attacks are replaced by a dance. So we have a dancing crab that deals damage to all adjacent enemies.
Can you
This
dig
just
it?
looks really funny, looks really cool. I'm glad we got a dancing crab. But there's a hidden synergy here that people will soon find out. Since their attacks are replaced, that means that Silvermere Dawn will stun in an AoE. And spoiler, Horizon Focus is coming back. So if you have Horizon Focus Silvermere Dawn Scuttlecrab, it's going to be AoE stuns, AoE damage, lightning crab, as we call it. Very, very funny.
Horizon Focus is coming back.
Pretty standard as well. 50% durability and heals over time.
I mean, that's probably going to be totally fine and
heal
balanced
when they fall below 50% health. So a bunch of effective team HP. As I've noted before in the Rift Beast section, the tanks all have an aura.
I see no problem with
the
that.
carries all have a selfish buff. Sejuani is
lightning
the main
crab
tank of solar because there's Kale, so you can be rolling 2 costs a lot. She's a solar juggernaut. Her spell is gain a shield that scales with HP, so build a lot of HP on her. Then cleave in a clone, dealing damage.
Someone
Again,
from
Riot
tweeted about today's PBE section.
How you play around the trait and what unit you 3-star, so their spells are pretty basic. Shen, Inferno Defender, which are very, very good traits. This guy's going to be on a lot of boards.
I'll read this after.
He's a selfless tank, right? He gains a shield for himself and an ally, so kind of like set 16 Shen, the 1 cost, and then empowers their attacks to do more damage and gives them a bit of attack speed as well.
Basic Shen, buff an ally.
The Spriken Invoker, the 2 cost. So this guy's also going to be rerolled a lot. He's very fun to play. His spell is called Fungus Among Us. I just wanted to say that out loud so everyone knows that this is the spell name.
Okay.
He throws 2 clusters of mushrooms that deal damage at 3 nearest enemies. So basically hits 3 targets at a time. And then at the very end, he throws one big phony looking mushroom at his primary target.
Among Us.
So this is kind of an improvement on set 17 Lulu. The 3 cost, that Lulu hit the 3 closest targets, but would never have the ability to actually kill her main target, which made her really, really feast or famine, right? She either killed your backline or didn't kill anything. Teemo has this bonus for the single target. And then kind of like set 10 Bard, he has this hidden mechanic where every single cast he has a 10% chance or 8% chance to throw a special mushroom, right? This is going to be like the Doots that Bard has. Each one, depending on their color, has a different effect. Red one gives you a reroll, green gives you tactician health, yellow gives you XP. I wouldn't count this as like actually an econ generating mechanic.
Wow.
It's more of like a fun thing to be like, oh my god, I got a little bonus. You can play around it if you want.
This sounds like there's gonna be some egregious Teemo high rolling. You're just gonna like play Teemo and just like somehow get infinite econ value off of it. And then snowball out of control. I can already tell, man. And then you play Teemo and you get nothing. Each cast gives you 10% chance, but you just get nothing. Sounds like a K3 soldier. Yeah, it'd be like Teemo. Teemo hits 1 yellow mushroom, and then he has like a giant arrow pointing. Fast 11 XD question mark. I don't know. He's just gonna do something like that.
Work is the other 2 cost Ravager. He's an Eldritch unit, so he's going to get a lot of stats from his trait. So Merkwolf is probably going to be in Rift Beast rerolls, and Work is going to be more of his own comp. But he's a ramping melee carry. He bites the current target, dealing amount of physical damage, heals for amount of the damage dealt, so fake Omnivamp. And then each cast, he gains attack speed, right? So it's going to ramp.
Scaling attack speed
by the end of the fight, and kind of be mostly an auto attacker.
Yeah, so like a Titans guy, Quicksilver guy.
Executioner. She's a ranged caster. She's kind of like the Kindreds of lower cost we've had in the past. She shoots a missile that does a lot of damage, and then she dashes a short distance. Has a bit of AoE as well. Pretty good item holder for Ezreal.
I realize I'm covering part of this.
Caster as well.
You guys can read it.
Also branches into a bunch of other executioners as well. So pretty cool unit there.
So Yunar's kind of basic, Ward kind of basic. A lot of these 2 costs are like a lot less interesting than 1 cost. But they don't need to be too complicated because in the end they need to carry. The 1 costs have a lot of interesting like power fantasy stuff that you can do. Sorry, now I'm using the word fantasy. But the 2 costs seem a lot more basic because they want them to be carries. A couple of them are cool though. I think the Scuttle Crab idea is interesting. And there's one more. Forgot. Not Gromp. Is it Gromp? I mean, they're all kind of basic. I guess Teemo's kind of fun. I begrudgingly accept Teemo could be fun. Here's a post, by the way, that Riot put out not too long ago just now. Saying, yo, as most of you probably know, TFT is going to be up for PB Set 18 with our new Unreal Engine build today. This is by Riot Blue Velvet, who is... Wait, is this real? 39 followers? Did this guy restart his account? I think he started a new Twitter account. Joined December. No, wait. It's his first tweet. What the heck? This guy's been on Twitter for 2 years and it's his first tweet. Director of Product and Head of Game. Okay. I'm assuming this is real. Since it's going to feel different a bit creative than a normal PB cycle, I want to jump in before it all opens up to set some expectations. The core gameplay loop of Set 18 is all there, and we're excited for y'all to get your hands on it to start cooking up comps, playing with Wisps, and telling us what works and what doesn't. The language here tells me that I'm already expecting him to say that there's going to be a lot of bugs, but we'll continue. But I want to be clear that there will also be a ton of weird and pretty janky bug interactions that we'll need to iron out over the next month, such as button responsiveness, spam clicking XP and reroll won't feel smooth and seamless yet. Okay. UI delays, trade icons or augment panels, tool assist might take a split second to load information. Rubber banding, units might visually jump back from one before moving to position. Audio and some audio hiccups that play too often or lingering effects that don't clear up after fight. So it's going to be a lot of messy lack of polish. And with TFT's endless combination, there's tons more that we know about, but also a ton that you'll help us discover in the coming days. All of that is why we're on PB for a full month instead of the usual 2 weeks. This isn't a typical cycle for balanced and normal bug bashing. We're going to need time to knock out the stuff I mentioned and more, and also test a lot of under the hood stuff. A good example of that would be quite obvious when we turn on our ranked queue on PBE. What? We actually have ranked on PBE. Wait a second. Oh, God. Watanabe Kai. Dude, Kai is so mad right now. This guy's running Project Mentor for ranked. Wait, you could be Challenger on PBE. Dude, Kai actually got so screwed by this. Unlucky, man. Oh, my God. He already got screwed by a delay. He also got screwed by the 1 month. And he also got screwed by the 1 No, poor Kai, man. Oh. If you guys have a Twitch Prime, don't use it on me this month. Use it on Kai. Oh, my God. That's actually rough. Try harding on PB. I will be happy. Right. That's actually crazy because usually you're supposed to actually go into PBE and play with like custom groups with viewers and stuff like that. I still might do that, but I feel like it's good to hop into rank queue so you can like get into more equal matches. That's so big. Wait, I'm actually excited to play it now. There's gonna be a rank queue for PB. That's nice. Which I'm pretty sure we have never done. To make sure all our ranked matchmaking systems are live for launch. We expect to break up your bug reports and will get back to us the most successful launch day possible in a month. So quick details for today. Expect PB to open late in the day, likely late afternoon. Oh, that's rough. I actually might not be able to, I literally might be in the waiting room. It launches and I end my stream. Rough. Yeah, you know what? 24-hour stream. It's a massive deployment with all the new engine assets. There'll probably be delays. Just expect it. Sag. Downtime. Expect more instability and intermittent downtime throughout the month as we push necessary fixes, fix crashes, etc. Bug reporting. As you run into issues, please drop in our competitive Reddit PB mega thread or the bug channels in the TFT Discord. Okay, so the competitive TFT, not the regular Reddit PB. What? Why not? Why not the regular TFT subreddit? Like anything for 15 months, man. Why not the regular TFT? Whatever. Please include the full screenshot if you have them. Don't crop it. Instead, show all the players in full game screen. Or if better, if you have video include. The more information the easier track, the easier it is to track down. Listen, guys, I know you guys want to play for free, but how about you work for free for riots? It's a little give and take, you know? They give you the whole game for free. You got to work for them for free. You are the product. Thanks a ton for bearing us with the initial days. They're going to be messy, but helping us break things now is super valuable. So we can get it crisper live. It's a big and TBH kind of scary first step, but we're excited to have you games part of us. Bell, thank you for the gifted subs, brother. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for supporting all last week, this week as well. Subathon Kickstarter. Dude, okay. So PB is going to be late. Oh my God. It actually might be like 7 hours before PB comes out. Oh, man. So what are you supposed to do until then, though? But ranked PB is hype. Wait, I'm actually excited for that. I'm excited for that. You can post it here or on the TFT Discord server. Okay. Well, good to know. Should we pin that as well? Maybe we should pin that as well. Okay, Guild Run. I've never played Guild Run. So the thing is, I'll look stupid. I never watched anybody play it, and I've only seen that people were playing it. So you're missing out. All right, maybe I'll try it later. Shout out the Ravager icon. Where's the Ravager icon? Oh yeah, it's a little munchy guy. I like that.
Faster as well.
We're already 1 hour in. Oh my God, I'm gonna run out of
content.
content.
So pretty cool unit there. We're gonna move on to 3 costs now. For 3 costs, now we get kind of into the more deep, complex units with a bunch of stuff to get into. Azir, Eldritch Executioner Summoner. 3 traits means he has a really, really high ceiling. Eldritch means he has a higher ceiling. His spell is he gains a bunch of attack speed and summons 2 soldiers. These don't have HP bars. These are just like damage dealers for the next 6 attacks, and they attack with them. So kind of similar to like the set 2 Azir.
Okay.
His summoner effect is that these soldiers, I think, do more damage or last longer. One of those.
Set 2 Azir, but Set 2 Azir was actually so annoying because it randomly summoned next to a different enemy. So it could summon next to a tank in the front line. Let's say you're playing this set, you're playing Ornn, right? It could summon right next to that Ornn, or it can summon right next to your Nami in the back. It was random. So that Azir was crazy strong. This looks like it's going to just be whoever he's targeting.
Basically, just does more damage with Summoner.
And that was the crux of Summoner Assassins
mix
back
between
then.
a caster and an attacker. He gets so much attack speed in his spell, you don't always have to build attack speed on him. So you can get away with building some casting items, but his best build will be some attack speed items and a lot of AP. Cassiopeia.
Rageblade Deathcap boy.
As I mentioned before, she is a dot champion. She is 30 mana for Spellweavers. So remember, Spellweavers get ability power every time they cast. So she's going to be a big engine.
What time? We don't know, man. We don't know.
Basically, her spell is pretty
I wish we knew.
Standard for a dot spell. Poisons the target, poisons a non-poison enemy. So 2 enemies at a time, dealing damage over 15 seconds. Diana.
Okay, basic Cassiopeia build.
Carry aura unit. She has 3 traits. Lunar, Ravager, Vanguard. So she's a carry with a tank trait. She has an aura, but then she has her normal class. Similar to Camille, but kind of taken up to like the 3-cost level. She gains a shield and then fires a big missile at 3 nearest enemies. So her fantasy here is that you build a bunch of items on her. She basically just keeps shooting out missiles and dealing AoE damage.
Okay, so another like basic thing for Diana. She's just gonna be a melee carry, probably the same. It sounds like she's the same build as she always is, like Titans, BT, and Rageblade. Apparently, rank will only last 3rd to 5th of August. Oh, what? Wait, really? Hold on, I didn't actually look. Is it under Pet Panda? That mean they'll be functioning rank queue with proper matchmaking the entirety of PBE. They'll only be ranked for a few days, but otherwise we'll have normal queue. Oh, man. First tweet. Did he say when it is? I think they said they're just gonna enable ranked. Well, I'm not now. I'm less excited though. Kai is saying, yeah, I guess we're supposed to sign up for Project PB then. PB comes out in 45 minutes. Well, I don't know how you got that information. That is not true. I'm kind of bracing myself for it to feel clunky and kind of awkward because it feels like there's a lot of rough edges right now, and it sounds like it's a lot of quality of life stuff. Like the visual effects are not going to be snappy. There's going to be a lot of sluggish UI stuff. Rubber banding is going to be disruptive to the visual experience. 45 hours. Yeah, maybe 45 hours versus 45 minutes. Look at his other tweet. No, I think that was his only tweet. This guy has no other tweets. 69 followers. Boom. 70. Director of product and head of TFTK. I've met Alex a few times. He's a good guy. All right, here we go. Is PB going to be a new engine? Yes. Yes, it will be.
Fiddlesticks.
Fiddlesticks.
3-cost like super tank for Spellweavers because we've always had the AP class need a good mid-cost tank.
So turning Fiddlesticks into a tank.
Flora Fatalis, Defender and Spellweaver. His spell is that he shreds the enemies for 10 magic resist.
Interesting.
He heals for a little bit and then deals magic damage over the duration. So overall, the spell isn't that exciting, but Flora Fatalis and Spellweaver are kind of what make him visually exciting. Flora Fatalis again, he'll get a lot of mana on takedown, so he's going to keep doing this.
Wait, you have to start queuing right now?
Long. And also at the 2-piece before.
Are you sure?
He's going to be healing a lot. So there is a 3-star like Fiddlesticks Soraka comp. And
oh, well, thank you for 27.
Occasionally in random fights, he'll have a ton of AP and he'll actually like start draining the backline for some damage. But overall, kind of like a staple for a lot of AP comps. Hecarim, Alderwood Vanguard. So again, Alderwood has like a bunch
of
tanks in the
Someone
trait,
timed that guy out.
A bunch of tanks in the trait.
Come on, Dob.
So really going to feel like you're fighting an endless forest. His spell, he gains magic resist for a duration, heals for a little bit, and then stuns the 3 closest units. Honestly, a very powerful unit. And kind of the linchpin of Elderwood for a while because he is the last tank in the trait. Right, the 4-cost Elderwood unit is a carry. The 5-cost is a fighter. So you're gonna really rely on that early game.
No hype baiting, okay?
And the trait.
We're currently in the goon baiting meta. No hype baiting. We're past rage baiting. We're past sad baiting. We're on goon baiting only. No hype baiting, please.
to get you through stage 4. Kha'Zix, the first rival.
Sorry, I even missed the explanation on Hecarim. Gain armor, magic resistance, and restore health. Dude, so many tanks. Launch spectral riders to the 3 nearest enemies and stun. Okay, so it's a 3-unit stun.
To get you through stage 4.
What is goon baiting?
Kha'Zix, the first rival. I kind of went over this trait a lot in the
If you don't know, you'll find out very soon.
His actual spell is pretty basic. He just leaps to the farthest enemy within 3 hexes and then deals damage. If they have no adjacent allies, so if they're isolated, he gains mana back and deals a little bit more damage. And so he's only 25 mana, so he's going to be jumping around a lot like a fly. So if you think about like set 16,
so Kha'Zix an assassin.
Moving a lot, dealing a lot of
set
damage.
16 Fizz. Oh god, I already hate him.
Takedowns, but he's not going to be like first dash, kill your backline, and then the fight is over. That might happen when he's 3-star, right? Obviously, he's going to be a 3-star with potentially 4 classes on him, so he's going to scale very well. But for the first part of the game, he's not a huge threat to your backline until.
Correct. So that's the thing for 11 months.
Kog'Maw, Caustic, which is going to be the innate Shred and Sunder, Invoker Adapter, so he has 2 forms. Default going to be AD. He launches acid at the 2 nearest enemies, dealing damage.
Okay.
Enemies below 50% max health take more damage. This is like very akin to set 16 Zoe.
So he only shreds and sunders 2 units.
That just shreds, but can still be a carry. The AD version does more health the lower health they are. More damage the lower health they are. My gosh, I've been talking for so long now. And then the AP version is very similar, has the same thing. They launch acid at the closest 2 enemies, but also after dealing damage, they'll take a bleed that does true damage equal to the damage over time. Basically just more damage. I think the adapter part of Kog'Maw here is not the most important. He's just a very flexible unit to hold your items. And then if you really want to 3-star him, you can as well.
It sounds like the AP version of Kog'Maw is going to be better than AD for his utility because he damages enemies over time, which sticks the shred on them a little bit better as opposed to, but I'm not sure. Either way, the point of Kog'Maw is just to shred and sunder anyways for free.
Krug is the funny unit. The summoner that's not a summoner. He's going to be
Where's the bait timer? I don't know, man. I feel bad about this one.
He's a Rift Beast Brawler. He has the cool passive that on death, he splits into 2 mini Kruglets, which you can see here. They have, a fair amount of AD. They have no spell. But basically, when he dies, he summons 2 bodies based on his HP.
Okay.
But the hook here is that 1, he's a brawler. He's going to get a lot of HP. And 2, his spell is gaining max health for that combat. So the more he casts, the more HP he gets, multiplied by brawler, which then when he splits, he gets a ton of different Krugs. And then his alpha mark is actually what I think is really powerful, is that on death, the Krug and Kruglet shield allies for 10% of their max health. And since he splits into 2 Kruglets, this happens 3 times, right? Once on his death, and then once for each Kruglet. Very, very cool unit. Very, very high ceilings. Very fun to reroll, right? Because Rift Beast 7 also gives you HP every single second during the combat. So he can get to a ton of HP and basically is just a huge wall himself.
Okay. Slate buff. Wait, what happened to the colors, man? We went with slate buff? Now you can lose the Krugs. Reroll Krugs. That does sound like... So these kinds of effects are really powerful against units that don't have efficient lethality. Meaning like if against like a unit like Lysandra this set where like she shoots a shard and she does like 2k damage or whatever when she crits. This is a really effective tank mechanic against it. I wonder if this ends up being a really bad unit against like Veigar. If Veigar like kills and scales with each different unit. Also, that works with like different takedowns on stuff. I'm not sure if it does, but if that is the case, then takedown scaling is going to be very good for if this ends up counting for that kind of stuff. But we'll see. Just keep that in mind. Slate buff.
Mama Beak is a Rift Beast.
Mama Beak.
So we have 2 3-cost Rift Beasts.
Orange buff.
They are attackers, or she is an attacker. AD attacker. Her spell is when she casts, she summons 4 tiny beaks. They're actually called tiny beaks for 5 seconds. Whenever the Mama Beak attacks, the tiny beaks attack at the same time, and they deal physical damage. So you have a whole swarm of raptors just attacking you. And when you alpha mark them, they also get a very powerful effect, which is that dealing physical damage reduces enemy armor by 2. Armor Shred is extremely powerful, gives you a bunch of damage amp. And again, she summons 4 tiny beaks. So each attack in her spell is going to do 5. I think Rapid Fire Summoner makes them last longer.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess it's just like a basic summon attack then. Whenever you attack, a tiny beak attacks the enemy. So Mama Beak wants to be, it's a 4 range. You want to give it like Rage Blade. It's like the Rage Blade attack speed type carry. It looks like it's also a Kraken holder. So it's probably its best is also going to be like Rage Blade Kraken and +1. Like maybe double Kraken. Set looking good. I think the set's looking very interesting. I feel like they cooked up a lot of ideas. I hope the execution goes well. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I do feel like there's a good chance this set, if it the big weak point of the set might be literally whether or not it works well. Like if it just feels good as a TFT set. And when it feels good, it's more about like the game. Like there might be a lot of bugs like that make it not work, or there's the RAM is pissing VFX. We might have Ramus pissing come back. Ramus is back. Ramus is right here. If it's max mage chain, I don't know. Like you mean like ranked queues? I don't think there was a problem with that. I like the trait web. I haven't actually tried to play around with the builder, so I can't comment on the trait web yet, but it seems like it's good.
Master Yi is a Blossom Adapter. He is a melee attacker, and his passive obviously matters between different forms, but his passive is every 3rd attack is a double strike, so similar to the set 17 Yi.
Yep.
Every 3 attacks he'll hit twice, and on takedown he gets a little bit of move speed. He's default going to be AD, and he is manaless, and whenever he attacks, double strikes grant 12% stacking attack speed. So he's the rapid attacker in AD form. In AP form,
he's like a sustain guy.
So he has a big AP number in his AP form. So he's kind of more slow attacking, but each attack is going to do a ton of damage and he's going to get some innate healing.
Okay.
Ramus is the 3-cost Sprite Defender. So he's their 3-cost tank. He's the highest.
Ramus riding the Sprite.
His spell, he taunts. So everybody who's in attack range,
it's going to be ridiculous.
Him. And then for 4 seconds, he gets a shield and armor and magic resist. When the shield breaks, he deals some damage to enemies in 2 hexes.
Okay.
Your standard tank, gonna have a ton of HP because of Spriken. And he's a turtle.
Rengar, and he's a turtle. Of course, this is the set they're adding Ramus. Yeah. All I'm going to say is Mortdog is not on TFT anymore. I also saw his tweet. Sag. Mortdog. Squidward. He's the Squidward meme watching everyone else talk about set 18. Oh, man. Sag. Ramus is here. So you're telling me Mortdog is gone for set 18 onwards, and now we have Ramus? He can still play. I mean, yeah, but I think Mortdog is a game dev. I think he wants to work on games, not necessarily just play. I mean, he is a player, but he's also he's also a dev. All right. Wait, but Mortdog can now be a TFT streamer. That's right. That's right. Now Mortdog and I can play double up together more often. We can actually, Mort and I can enter double up tournaments. Think about that.
Counterpart to Kha'Zix. He's an AD fighter. He is 50 mana, so twice as much mana as Kha'Zix. So Kha'Zix is meant to be this really flighty.
He can win worlds now. True.
Rengar's supposed to have meatier, chunkier casts. He's going to jump to the lowest
Rengar
enemy within 3 hexes.
Oh,
so
another
most of the
assassin.
Time, this is going to be his main target. So he's going to move a lot less. He's going to stab them, dealing a bunch of physical damage, and he's going to heal for based off their missing health.
Ooh, man.
So he's going to be a lot more front to back and chunky, whereas Kha'Zix is going to be jumping all around the map. So they do look very, very different. The comp looks really cool if you ever get the augment. Very fun augment. Tristana, triple traded, kind of like the counterpart to Verkan. Faye, Spriken, and Hunter has 3 offensive traits. Very, very high ceiling. Another attack speed marksman. Her spell is whenever she casts, she attacks an explosive charge to the target. And then for each attack on that charge, it's going to do more damage, right? So you want to build like a bunch of Rage Blade, Kraken, get as many attacks in that time frame as possible and blow up and deal a ton of damage. Bai is the Primal Juggernaut. She's a melee tank. And on attack, she restores HP. And her spell is when she casts, she gets a big primal roar, as I read this tooltip. She restores health and then gains a bunch of attack speed and durability. So her spell shape is pretty similar to Release. On cast, get a bunch of attack speed and heal up. But
Okay.
honestly, this unit is a staple on a lot of boards because Primal is kind of an aura trait, and Juggernaut 4 cost traits, which we're about to get into.
Okay, so Vi is more of a glue character. She might have like a reroll comp, but she might be one of those things where it's hard to hit Vi 3 because her traits are good. So you're not going to be able to get her very often. Tristana looks just like another. I guess we never really had 3-cost Tristana, so it just sounds like a slightly stronger version of her previous cases. Like Tristana for forever had always been like a 2-cost AD range carry, very similar to Leona. Is always like a 1-cost tank. So there's like always like that kind of vibe. So I feel like this is the same type of Trist. Honestly, the 3-costs don't look that crazy outside of it. They either went in 2 directions. They have like Mama Beak, which is like kind of a completely new, and the Krugs, and they have like some returning stuff that's pretty simple. But I mean, I think some of these are kind of cool. Rengar looks more basic than I thought he was going to be. He's just basically an assassin that jumps backwards, and same thing with Kha'Zix. They're transforming Fiddlesticks to be more of a tank now. But the 3-cost seem kind of basic to me. Nothing too exciting from the 3-cost land. Yeah, they're just glue champions. Man, Bungo Brown, thank you for 3 months. Hi, Frodan. Story's been asked, but do you know how we will access PB if it's on a new client? I think it's just the same type of thing, though. I think it's just the same same process as before. PB is 8 hours from now. We don't know when it is. Some people are saying PB is dropping soon. Some people are saying PB is dropping in 8 hours. No clue, man. That's why I'm taking my sweet time going through this.
Attack speed and durability. So her spell shape is pretty similar to Release. On cast, get a bunch of attack speed and heal up.
Oh, Schwindrick, how you doing, man?
This unit is a staple on a lot of boards because Primal is kind of an aura trait.
Doing good. I feel mentally refreshed.
Is a pretty flexible.
Oh, sorry. We already went through this.
A few more 4-costs here, which really opens up the team building on stage 4, especially with how they're tied to the classes and traits. They're really flexible to bounce between, especially on the AP side. So one of those is Ahri, Blossom Spellweaver. This is the Spirit Bomb Ahri. This is the one that channels for a long time.
Yes, I love this Ahri. She's so cool.
Hit, what is it, 3 hex radius? So not the whole board. She's a Spellweaver, so she's going to get a ton of AP. Cassiopeia can charge.
This is set 4 Ahri. Spirit Bomb Ahri.
Boom caster in the 4-cost space, and we haven't done in a while. Amumu
Boom.
is the Inferno Juggernaut. So this is the 4-cost Inferno. So going to be your kind of like way into a lot of these splash traits and very powerful burn. His passive is he just restores health passively and deals small magic damage. So he's going to be that weeping circle around him. And his active is going to be a stun in a 2-hex radius. Not that big. He is not the CC unit of the set, but he does a lot of melee CC. If you think about the spell, it's pretty similar to like Swain from set 16, where he just heals passively and it has a mini CC spell. And the spell will stun more if the target is burning.
There was nothing mini about Swain's set 16 spell. That thing was was fight winning a lot of times. Increase to 1.8 seconds if the target is burning. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. I mean, we'll see, though. Mini CC spell.
Aphelios is the ranged marksman. He is lunar, which again is a pretty small origin. So he's pretty flexible to add everywhere, which also means that he's going to have a lot more innate power because his origin doesn't power him up that much. His spell is 2 parts. First thing is he switches guns to Severum. He's going to rapidly attack over 2 seconds, dealing flat damage and then max health physical damage. Now, we don't do this often, and this is something we're trying in set 18. But max health physical damage means that he's going to kill tanks at a like equivalent rate to backliners. The way this works is because backliners have a lot less resist, right? So they die a lot faster to damage. So if you just have normal damage, they're going to die instantly. But since Aphelios is very front to back, we wanted to give him a little bit of tank killing power. And some percent max health is not more effective on tanks per se, but they're going to do more damage. That's going to get mitigated by more resist. So overall, if you do the math, it's kind of like pretty similar. The effect here is that he's going to be a little bit better at 1-star, right? Because some of his damage isn't reliant on his own stats, but on the enemy stats. But we think the trade-off is something cool to try. And then after he does his barrage of attacks, he fires a big blast. It's going to be AoE that deals physical damage split among people in a 2x radius. So he has a single target portion.
And he has an AoE
portion.
Okay. I'm not sure I understood the explanation. We don't do this often. Sounds imbalanced. It could be, yeah. I think he's right. They don't often do max HP % physical damage. That might not actually stay, because I think that has the reason why that's really powerful is because it's that scales really aggressively, and like he said, it makes him really strong at 1-star because it scales off his opponent's HP, which means that 1-star Aphelios might actually be too strong and kill tanks. So you could have 1-star Aphelios and you're still like doing way too much. That being said, it sounds like it's just like another regular Aphelios type of setup. Like it's a combination of 2 abilities where he does a swipe and then he does like a giant burst thing, similar to 16 when he like did his swipes, I think, and shredded or sundered, and then the blast from set 9, I want to say. It feels has been 4 cost on a lot of sets. I think set 8? Maybe it was set 8. Where he's a 5 cost, but he's been like a high cost range champion a lot. Set 5, set 8, set 9, set 14, and now 17. Frodan, you should do the timer when it resets every time someone asks. That's my favorite Frodan bit. You want to do the 1-hour timer? The thing is, I kind of feel bad because I feel like Riot's actually kind of stressing about this PB. I feel like they keep saying like, we want to temper expectations. It's going to be crazier than normal. It's not going to be as good. So it feels like they almost don't want to draw too much attention to that. Saying thank you for the 24 months. Another 24 months. I love that. Are you streaming to YouTube? Yeah, I have on Twitch and YouTube as well. Do a timer, but put 24 hours. Oh my god. All right. We might do. I'll do like a. I'll do like a
single target person and then
a joke timer. Here we go.
Brambleback is the 4-cost Rift Beast. He's a melee fighter and a Ravager. He is 40 mana, and he has kind of the same passive as like Volibear from set 15 or Olaf from set 12. When the target dies, he leaps at the next
PB
target,
opens up.
Physical damage. So this is a little bit different than Olaf and Volibear. Those 2 champions jumped whenever they switched targets, so they would get a lot of these chain resets. We switched this to when the target dies because those mechanics in the past
actually is probably correct. I don't even think this is a joke timer.
Where if
I
the
think
enemy
it's
built
correct.
Edge of Night, you were kind of griefing yourself because building a defensive item would cause their Olaf or Volibear to jump again and do more damage and then jump back. So you got a ton of these really spiky moments that were not really intuitive. So you're just basically going to jump like 1 time per enemy. His active is he gains a bunch of attack damage, and during this time he ignores 30% armor. So if you look at this guy, his special thing is that he is very, very low attack speed. He's meant to be a slow, heavy attacker. Each of his like big paws are going to hit you for a ton of damage.
7 hours sounds entirely reasonable, doesn't it?
I feel like
I feel like if Riot can't get it to open in 7 hours, then they shouldn't even say late afternoon PST. That's actually just nighttime. What is the timer? I mean, maybe I should make it even bigger for you guys. Set 18 PB opens. Probably.
Pretty cool. His alpha mark is a lot of durability. His attacks burn.
Red buff.
So
it's a
kind of
Brambleback.
leans into Inferno, kind of leans into a bunch of other hooks. But a lot of free sources of burn here. And heal Brambleback for 4% of his max health. So at 1-star, this is not going to be that good. But at 2-star, you can almost like completely forego a healing item with Ravager and this healing. Ezreal is the Elderwood Executioner. He's the Elderwood carry. He's an attack caster. And
I can't help you with that, buddy. You might have to rewind time and finish elementary school again. All right. So red buff looks like melee carry of some sort. He's a Rift Beast Ravager. He also can provide some burn. That's interesting. Okay.
the Elderwood Executioner. He's the
Elderwood
carry.
Executioner
He's an attack
Ezreal.
caster, and in brief, he's similar to set 10 Ezreal. He's gonna every single cast. He's only 30 mana. Dash a short distance and then fire a single target missile that deals physical damage. And then each time he casts that, he's going to gain 25% attack speed. So he's kind of like akin to his Summoner's Rift passive, gain a bunch of attack speed. Then every 5th cast, he consumes all that attack speed and is going to fire the big ultimate missile, the big wave that deals a ton of damage. First target, again, this has pass through now. In set 10, we didn't have pass through, which meant that fall off damage, which meant that he would occasionally snipe your backliner from full health. This time he won't. He's an executioner, so he has a pretty high ceiling here. Yeah, I think it's a pretty fun alteration of the 4-cost spell. Very visually exciting to watch.
It's like the same thing as like set 10. When PB, okay, Adana, I'm not gonna lie, man. We just literally spent 3 minutes discussing, do we want to take this as a joke or like put a serious timer up? And then you ask, when is PBE? It's right there, right above me. Do you see that? The timer right here. It's like a timer counting down. So that's I don't know. Should I make it even bigger? How about this? And then we can just listen to Tim's voice, and then we can just imagine what this says on the screen. Here we go. Let's keep going.
Lilia, she is a AP tank. She's a Fey defender. This is one of our
just guess what her ability does.
Units of the set. We actually have 2, but she is the core output. Her core output is CC. She restores health. This number might look really low, but her trait gives her a ton of ability power, which ramps us up pretty fast. And she sends 4 butterflies out that stun enemies when they hit them. And so this is a weird stun. It is a sleep for 1.5 seconds, which is essentially a stun. But if you take a ton of damage, they wake up and take an additional amount of damage. So the reason we did this is that we just wanted to see what we can do with the stun mechanic, and also have versions where like, hey, can we have tanks do a cool fantasy? And so occasionally you have this nice visual of like, she stuns you for a little bit, but there's a big pop when enemies hit them. Uniquely here from our past CC units, this isn't a circle that stuns. She targets 4 enemies and stuns them. So sometimes this is weaker, right? Sometimes this is only going to hit frontline on first cast, but with certain positionings, right? If you put Lily near the edge of the board,
kind
the
of
nearest units might be your
strange.
corner
Yeah,
units.
this is a strange
so she might
ability.
stun on first cast, but this actually becomes a lot more powerful later into the fight when units die. She's more consistently.
Where is the timer?
When like other frontliners die, and then she can consistently do that rather than like old units would only stun 1/2 of the board. So cool take on that. Malphite is another tank. He is Eldritch Monolith.
Another tank.
Eldritch, again, we've talked about before, is kind of a super unit trait, so he can be very tanky. He is our threat tank, right? Monolith is a unique trait for him, only he has it. What Monolith says is that for each unit targeting Malphite, he gains bonus armor and magic.
Oh, it's like stone
so
plate.
He gets his own stone plate. So he's set up to be a kind of traitless super tank himself. He can be really, really tanky with Eldritch, but honestly, like just like Taric, just like Morgana, if you don't have a lot of connections, you can put him in and he'll be tanky. His spell, simple on the same axis, gains a shield. When it breaks, he does a little bit of damage. But a lot of this is going to come from 2-piece Eldritch and Monolith stabilizing him.
Okay. They have a lot of tanks. How many 4-costs do they have in the set? I think they said there's more 4-costs than usual as well. Is Lilia goon baiting? Yes. That is also why she is a tag on my stream, to attract the goon to attract the gooners. Can you tell me the time that is shown on the clock for the countdown to set 18 so I know how long it is till set 18 comes out? Thanks. 7 hours and 15 minutes and 30 seconds. And that's the last time I'm going to address the timer. If you ask another question about timer, I'm just going to ignore it. Even if it's literally the entirety of chat.
Morgana is a melee AP carry. She's Coven Invoker, so obviously Coven is going to be her cash out trait. Doesn't offer a lot to her, but Invoker is a mana trait. So her passive is that she just innately gains 25%.
So
the goal here is that she like doesn't need debuff healing. She's
melee
kind of a drain carry. She is
drain
2 range, so she'll be near the front line taking some chip damage, getting CC.
They just love making Morgana 2 range.
On vamp to keep her healthy. Her spell is basically the pool. So when she casts, she deals a little bit of chip damage to 3 nearby enemies. This is kind of just to give her a consistent way to deal damage, because the spell is a big 2-hex pool that deals dot damage to everyone in it. She's going to curse those enemies with those initial blasts, and if they're cursed, they take more dot damage.
When it's PBE over in Europe,
the
it's the
fantasy
same
here is
thing.
that she kind of dots the full
Europe
front
and
line,
NA
occasionally
is all
splashing
one
back
server.
line, but since she dots the front, curses the front line is going to take a lot more damage than the back line, so she's not going to be this backline assassin. But again, like kind of the design trade-offs here is that since it's a ground dot on the floor, ground dot on the floor, people can rarely move out of it. We have a few dashes, so that's what that initial like damage is supposed to mitigate. Is like, hey, if they do dash out at some point, you got some of the damage in.
Okay. Well, that's actually awkward.
Going to be
you have to be
like,
in the pool.
Visual on fives where her HP bar goes up and down a lot. Very interesting invoker carry. She notably.
So you have to be in Morgana's puddle in order to deal damage. That makes it feel like it's possible she's not very good. Because units in TFT are constantly moving around and whatnot. And so, like, the tank might just move up and all of a sudden he's out of the damage zone. This makes me think she's going to be kind of awkward and clunky. It's a pretty big circle. How do you know? Did you see it already? I'm not entirely sure.
She's 60 mana and not mana locked because she's an invoker. So if you build a ton of mana regen on her, she can get multiple pools out.
The pool is bigger.
Nidalee is the 4-cost adapter.
Yeah, okay.
She's primal, so she can pair with like a lot of other like vibe boards to get a bunch of auras for your team. And she's default ranged, and she's default AP.
I wish I was in Morgana's puddle.
Two very, very different spells that change her range.
Go back to talking about the
timer,
timer,
a ranged unit, she has 5 range, and she's a ranged attacker. So you want to build Rageblade, Archangel, stuff like that. She gains a ton of attack speed.
7-hour, 10-minute timeout,
please. For the next 3 attack, she deals empowered damage. Right, so these javelins do extra damage, and the 3rd attack is a big lunge that throws it at the furthest enemy with the least items.
Oh, okay.
So this is gonna get this really cool visual. Where you have this javelin flying across the board. A lot of times it's gonna do like
she's gonna be a corner cheese
of your backliners
carry.
But this is kind of like our cool design here, which is we're trying to
make
it so she doesn't just assassinate your backline. She's gonna target the enemy with the least items. So she is kind of like front to back in like the timing, right? She's gonna get through all of your backliners in like multiple casts, right? It's gonna
14
take like
4 costs
before she actually starts chipping your backliner down. And so in a sense, like she's not skipping the front line, she's just killing the fodder units around it. And once she actually does that, which is akin to killing like your fodder tanks, she will then start hitting your backline. So she is definitely not an assassin. Her melee form though might actually be an assassin.
Okay, so she has like assassin elements of her kit. She also can adapt. She also can like be just a straight up melee fighter. She can also snipe the enemy backline. It really sounds like she's gonna be really good. She's also primal, so she has like ability to support the team with her traits. I feel like she's gonna be good. I'm actually thinking about it. They said this is the most amount of 4 costs they ever printed. 14 is as many 1 costs. If you look at like the team builder, right? And let's just pull up TFT Academy, for example. Pull up TFT Academy. And you go to the builder, you can see visually how many more 1 costs and there are 4 costs. Because it shows you like the rows, right? Is it? Or is it on Academy? Oh, it's not. Maybe on Tactics.tools. Maybe Tactics has it. Team builder. Oh, wait. Oh, this is set 18. Set 17? Oh, wait, what? Oh, there's 14 4 costs in set 17? Oh, I thought there was like 12. Oh, I must be blind then. Oh, they move Morgana down. Okay, still. You get what I'm trying to say, though. That's as many 1 costs as there are 4. That actually manipulates the odds of which you roll. But so maybe theoretically you can play less contested, but also the odds are worse. I guess it feels like a bigger champion pool in general. Not quite 100 champions, but you know, more champions. Also, I like this face from Tim. Is this a bait timer? Yes.
When you put AD items
Next
on her,
question.
she becomes melee, she becomes more in range. We've done some behind the scenes stuff. So if you build like a Bloodthirster or an Edge of Night or a Hand of Justice, these actually default her to AD. So even though she has equivalent AD and AP, if you put the melee items on her, she'll become melee. The melee form
I see.
has
Wait, that's actually really interesting.
That ignores armor. And whenever she kills the target, she'll leap to the farthest enemy in 4 hexes. And so she doesn't start jumping to the backline, but once she starts killing units, then she starts jumping to the backline. So that one is a much more flighty. She turns into a cat, all that stuff.
Man, I'm getting more.
She sounds really
Sentinel
complicated.
is the 4-cost Rift Beast tank.
He's
He's a
thank you, man.
Vanguard and an Invoker. He is the other CC unit with Lilia. He is essentially Tom Kench from set 12. On his spellcast, 140 mana, he gains a big shield, slams the ground, which is going to be like kind of a rupture of rocks at the direction of the most enemies, and then he's going to stun them. It's a very brief stun, but the big thing is here's their mana reef, so they have 15 increased mana until their next cast.
Wow,
So
that's a
for,
big
like,
deal. That's a
casters,
very big deal.
This is a pretty big CC. For attackers, not as much so.
Wow.
When he alpha marks, when he gets alpha marked, every time he casts, his whole team gains 2 mana regen. This is like a pretty interesting effect. I think like
that
the
sounds
Scuttle
good.
Crab and the Krug ones are better tank ones, but Sentinel gives you a nice offensive bonus for your entire team. So really, really valuable for casters. So you can pair him with like not just Morgana, but like say you wanted to put it with an Ahri, say you wanted to put it with any other of your casters, he's a really, really strong bonus to have. Again, he does have a trait twin with the Pebbles, the 1-cost Invoker. So it's pretty easy to get this alpha mark active. You just have Sentinel, you have Pebbles, and you just find one other Rift
There,
Beast.
right? It goes again. Goon baiting.
A lot of cool team
Pebbles.
building there for 3 Rift Beast.
Yeah,
Set
adaptive vows
is
going
the
to be
Blossom
good.
Brawler, so he's the tank for Blossom. His spell is basically he heals and deals damage in a cone. And he has a very interesting passive where the first time he falls below 40% max health, he gains 100 mana. And so he's 150 mana, so he basically just gets a free cast.
Whoa.
He gets basically a second life. I've said basically like 3 times on this guy.
What?
But he is big and he just heals a ton. So he scales with HP. Expect him to get
Yo,
like a second
Seth's
win.
kind
If
of
you
Seth's
have
kind of
a Val on
nice.
him,
What is
he
this?
heals the full twice, and that's really interesting.
What the heck?
Sivir is the other
guaranteed to
4-cost primal,
cast, guaranteed
we
to
have
heal,
2 4-cost primal
multiple
units, but
lives.
She is an AD caster. Her spell is she throws a big crossblade that deals physical damage and then bounces between enemies. So you have big primary target with some secondary damage. And for each kill, it'll bounce an additional time. This usually doesn't proc early in the fight. But at the end of the fight, you get this interesting visual where she will kill a target on the backline and it'll bounce a few times. And she'll
What?
spread
That's
damage.
Sivir? What? You know what she looks like? She reminds me of the cat lady from the Hunter x Hunter anime. I think her name was like Neferpitu. That's Sivir? That looks like Set's sister, kind of.
Since she's the one that uses a lot of the primal benefits the
Dewa?
most, right? Primal, again, as I mentioned before, has an execute, has a bunch of attack speed, and mainly for making Sivir a very, very like stable carry. She's pretty flexible on most AD boards, right? Because Primal is only like a 2-piece or a 4-piece, and Hunter is a 2, 3, 4.
No, not
Fits on a lot of secondary
Netanyahu.
AD
What are you
boards.
talking about, man?
Her counterpart is Soraka.
I don't have YouTube
Soraka's
mobs.
Flora Fatalis Executioner.
Time him out anyways.
Flora Fatalis is a 1-2. Executioner, again, is just a class. So Soraka fits secondarily on a lot of boards as well, especially
Oh, let me go top
because
left.
Fiddlesticks is her twin that also has Defender.
Fiddlesticks
Spell
is her
Weaver, so
twin.
every single AP board, you can always think about putting these 2 on the board. She is like set 10 Ahri. She's 30 mana. And so her first cast, she's going to do like a very
Set
small
10
amount of
Ahri?
magic damage. But if she's cast on them before, she will do additional bonus damage. So she'll call 3 additional stars down that deal a lot of damage.
Oh, okay.
So set 10 Ahri. And now you're saying, why would we print set 10 Ahri again? Well, if you look at actually how the spell is worded, she doesn't have this big overkill issue. Right? If
Yeah.
a star has fallen on them, she calls down 3 additional stars. And so if that unit actually dies to one of the first 2, the last one will redirect. So she doesn't have that big fatal flaw of like, my Ahri spent 2 casts on a 1 HP unit and she lost all of her damage. These will all redirect. So she's a lot more consistent. Very fun flex unit. Zyra is the other flex
unit.
Right? There's a lot of things you can do with the AP trait web. She's a Thorn Maiden and Summoner. Thorn Maiden is her unique origin, right? So she doesn't have an origin. She's just her own encapsulated
she's
unit.
originless.
Thorn Maiden says when you have 6 plants out, 6 or more plants out, you gain 10% durability. Otherwise, your whole team gains 5. So kind of the
so
4-cost
she's
version of, like,
Morgana.
Morgana's
Yeah,
passive,
yeah.
or like Senna and Lucian's passive from set
Wow,
16.
so many
She
auras.
just gives your
this
team
set.
durability. But you won't get that 10% durability unless you itemize her with mana. Because her spell is 45 mana, spawn 2 plants on the battlefield that attack 10 times, and each attack deals more damage. Or each attack deals damage. So she's essentially a dot champion, which kind of leans into that Thorn Maiden passive, right? So her comps are either going to be a secondary carry, or if you want to play like 6 Defender, 6 Juggernaut, and let her dot like ramp up and get all of her plant scaling, that's when she's really going to shine. And that plays in the Summoner, and her Summoner thing is her spells, her plants last longer, which means you have higher uptime on that durability. And that's it for 4 costs. And now for the big thing, the cool 5 costs of the set.
Okay, so Zyra sounds like a backline support champion that can also potentially carry. So her and Soraka are the flex champions. They have a lot of tanks. They have Set, they have Sivir, or sorry, they have Set, they have Sentinel, they have Malphite. Is Brambleback a tank? Amumu, a lot of tanks, a lot of AP carries. Ari, Lilia, Zyra, Soraka. Nidalee is like technically adaptable. So a lot of tanks, a lot of carries. When is PB live? I literally have a timer on the screen, man. Look. Brambleback's a carry. Passive, when the target dies, leap to the next target, dealing physical damage. Attack damage for 8 seconds during this time, ignores 30 armor. Yeah, he's more of a carry. Look at the screen. Oh, what? Look at the screen, man. I have a timer right there. Come on now. My bad. I changed things. All right. Next one. Let's go to the next one. 5 costs. We're almost done, actually. So 4 cost thoughts on the 4 costs. I think they're like kind of interesting. I'm interested by the Rift Beast one. I think those have some of the more unique takes. Some of them are like kind of like reprinted elements of it, and then you have some unique ones. I think the Spirit Bomber is always going to be good though. When it's set 19 PB in like 4 months, 3 months, 3 to 4 months. You know what would actually be a shame? You know, now that I think about it, you know what would be a really big shame? If this set ended up being a really good set, but because of like the delays and everything like that, they had to cut down the set length by like a month. And so now we just get 1 month less of like what could be the GOAT set. 7 hours? Maybe. Yeah, 7 hours. You know what? Yes, 7 hours, Kwame. What about it, man? Everyone knows that good things are worth waiting for. So yeah, 7 hours. 7 hours. You could think about it this way. You have 7 hours of freedom left. You have 7 hours before you say, so you better say goodbye to your loved ones, all your friends and family, say goodbye to your career and your job or the future of education. You have 7 hours left before you're going to be having so much fun playing the new sets that you won't have time or desire for anything else. 7 hours remaining before the peak of your existence. So yeah, go out and enjoy the last hours of freedom before Riot, the parole officer, comes to drag you back in. How about that? Perspective. Do we need to download a client? Yeah, you need to download the PBE client.
Champion, I cannot do justice by just giving a rundown. You will really have to see the previews, see PBE, and just get out and play her to really be wowed by her. But she is a spam caster with 1 big boom cast. So if you need like a reference,
out of context, that sounds kind of bad.
Ari, or set even 16 Seraphine, right? I think she has 4 or 5 phases of the moon. So she has 35 mana, and so after she casts 4 or 5 times, her next cast will drop the moon down onto the board, right? So
whoa, she drops the moon onto the board?
That covers your entire screen. It'll drop on the board and deal a ton of damage.
What?
So what a 2?
Okay, wait. So she casts and she like summons the moon, and then she drops the moon on the board, dealing 2100 damage. What? Okay, I feel like they might have cooked hard on this one. They're like, what if we just drop, what if you're like a loon and you just drop the moon? I just think about the story about how the Riot dev that made Aphelios wanted to originally design Aphelios so that the wax and wane of the moon that night would impact him in game. So that way, if you like were outside and you looked at the moon, you would be like, oh shit, now it's time to queue up Aphelios because now like his abilities will have like a specific property or trait. This reminds me of that, where they're just like, what if we just drop the moon? It's Aphelios, yes, it's a loon. And actually it's related because that's his sister. Oh my god. That was a funny. I think if I remember correctly, they wanted to take a patent on the moon or something like that. They wanted to like submit for a patent on moon-based gameplay. Yeah. Classic Riot dev story.
Does is that depending on how many phases of the moon she's cast, your team will either get damage amp or durability.
Certainly, yeah, it's out. I think that's the guy.
Ash is a Blossom Hunter, so pretty basic traits. Her spell,
I mean, that sounds
very
funny.
Unique for a 5 cost. I don't think we've done this before. She is a big dot champion in a sense. She fires her arrow through the longest line of enemies. So
wait, is it a loon or is it a lune?
But she's got to fire through the front line. And the arrow opens up a big dot, like rectangle, right? And this field is where it's going to do most of her damage.
Okay.
She can do flat damage plus % max health damage.
Opens a
She's
rift.
Gonna be really good at spreading a ton of damage and melting her front
slows.
line. And when she hits her back line, she's going to slow them by 20%.
Ooh.
So her kind of role in a team comp is to soften up the front line and debilitate the back line. This arrow damage is meant to kind of chip down front line and then like help her finish off one.
A loon like Luna.
She's primarily going to be front to back.
Yeah, but is it a Lune? A Luna?
Damage, but she's not meant to be assassinating your back
a loon
before your front line. Draven is the backline attacker. His unique trait is Bounty Seeker, and this is kind of the most important part of him, but he also has a very, very weird spell.
Wait, so he just has fish bones.
It's basically Ishtal minimized into one champion. So when you put Draven on your board, you'll get 3 potential quests.
It's just a loon.
Each one's going to have a different reward.
A loony?
These can be things
no,
like
it's
get
not a
kills, get takedowns, cast 5 times, keep Draven alive. And depending on the difficulty of those quests, you'll get a reward. And these can be simple things like 6 gold, or they can be something like a component. Or if you're really like challenging yourself.
Wait, no, this is the high roll one.
Items. Right, so
what? If you high roll Draven early, it sounds really good.
But he's a different form of resource generation depending on how much you want to invest in him. Right, if you have no items on Draven, you're probably just going to be doing the easy quests that give him you like 3 to 4 gold every couple rounds. But if he's your main carry, he's going to be spitting out loot in a pretty like engaging and interactive way. Now, what is his actual spell? Hats off to the sets team. Like, I didn't think this spell was like possible, but overall it ends up like working really well. It's pretty cool. He has fish bones innately. Right?
Yeah,
so
this fish bones. This sounds like it's going to be a very frustrating champion.
Applies a bleed. So
both to play against and play as.
Damage, but he just puts an infinite stacking bleed, 12 seconds, but basically infinitely stacking bleed. And then he has a unique AP scaler, which is every attack has a chance to like deal bonus damage and apply 2 bleeds. So he's just gonna spray his bleeds all around. And then you would ask like, well, how does he ever finish a fight? How does he do anything useful if he's just bleeding random units? So what's active is after 140 mana, so he's only gonna cast like 2 or 3 times a fight. He throws 2 huge axes, and it's gonna pop all the bleeds. And so it does a token amount of
it consumes the bleeds.
But it consumes the bleed and deals all the remaining damage.
Oh.
This is a 12-second bleed. So before he casts, he's going to be stacking up like 5 to 6 bleeds on a target, and he's going to pop all that with a spell, and they're all going to die. Very, very interesting, cool spell to watch. Probably one of the most fun 5 costs.
He sounds like he is either going to be garbage or kind of broken. I can't tell which one. I'm assuming it's going to be very broken if you get him early, but later, it might be one of those things where like he's useless after a certain period of time. Actually, maybe not. Maybe there's going to be quick quests that you can cash out on, but it feels like his ability is like not consistent, but like his scaling could be really good. Goonbait character, Draven? Is Draven goonbaity? I feel like not really compared to some of the others here. A lot of powers in the trait. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how good it is. I have to look at the. I need to wait for like the little buddy bot to go farm all the bounty seeker stuff, then I can like know. But WTF is goon baiting. You might want to Google it, but only look at the AI definition and not look at the images section. Or maybe you do. Who knows? It's a free country.
Elder Dragon. So we go from Draven to Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon is a Apex Predator and a Rift Beast. So Apex Predator is his unique origin.
Yeah.
He takes up 2 team slots, like Baron Nashor from set 16.
Like Baron, yeah.
Also, like Baron Nashor, he also gives +2 to his origin. So he will count as 2 Rift Beasts. Takes up 2 slots, deals 2 Rift Beasts.
Ooh,
so he's not
okay.
a 7-cost unit like Baron. He's much more akin to a 5-cost that takes up 2 slots. So you can kind of think of the dragons
Elder
of
Dragon.
7, but those were
Dude, Elder Dragon's so broken in Riftbound. Oh my god.
His spell is that he passively cleaves enemies in a cone, just like the normal Elder Dragon.
I mean, purple is
PBE
more broken
from long
though.
ago, attacks in a cone. And with 40 mana, his first cast, he will become untargetable, disappear from the board, gain 15% Omnivamp, and then crash back down, and then stun the entire board for 1.25 seconds.
That's
so he's kind of like
sick.
a 2-part spell. His first cast is a big AoE stun. When he comes back, he changes it, and he gets a new spell. Every other cast, he kind of fires a big fireball through his line of enemies. And that fireball is kind of like, if we go back to Ash, it deals physical damage and does a big max health burn per second. So he's basically spreading a bunch of burns across the whole board really, really fast because he's 40 mana. And if you alpha mark him, he's kind of a split between like a solo carry and like a bruiser. His buff is that anybody, it says whenever he damages them, but he spreads the whole board. Whenever he damages somebody, they'll get executed. So you have that signature that executes people. He's 2 range, has a bunch of big base stats. Basically a very, very tanky melee fighter.
Okay. I think Riot is trying very, very hard to make 5-cost look unique, and I think now we've entered new territory. We are now at 4 paragraphs for a 5-cost. Before, I think we've been kind of good. We've been at 3 paragraphs, right? Maybe 2 really blocky ones. But now we actually are entering new territory. We have a 4th paragraph. Holy cow, man. Is that what's going on? Like, I'm just reading and reading and reading and reading. It's like, and he also has this. He has a passive. He has active. He has like a descent state. He has like follow-up cast. And also he has like another buff that you can select of. And also he's an Apex Predator taking up 2 slots. I'm just thinking like these are just straight up Yu-Gi-Oh cards now. Like long Yu-Gi-Oh card text. Like what is going on here, man? Longest is Endymion with how many cards? Or how many words? 181 words. Is this a real card? Oh my god. Oh my god. But that's like Elder Dragon, man. I'm looking at this right now. How many words is this?
AP scalar.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. Oh my god. 964 characters. Are we going to... How long until we get the 80-word text box for a TFT champion? It's crazy. I mean, that's not to also... I mean, you could... It's technically 80 if you count like the ability names and things like that. Oh, man. Simple equals boring. People complain. Long equals cool mechanics. I'm just saying these are getting really elaborate. But I guess that's just the design space that they're playing with now because they want to make them interesting. Surely Rise was longer. Oh, yeah, but I mean, each ability itself was like relatively self-contained. It's just like one giant box. That's not. I think this one actually Gnar might even be more words. Look at Gnar coming
which
up.
is every attack has a chance to like deal bonus damage and apply
yeah,
two.
sorry.
So it's kind of like a two-part spell. His first cat,
Two-part spell. A two-part spell, a passive and active, and a follow-up selector buff. Okay.
very, very tanky melee fighter. Gnar. There's two Gnars here because there's a melee Gnar and a
There's two Gnars here.
range Gnar. They're one unit. They have one spell. He just has two different forms in his spell. So we're just gonna look at the first one. He's Outerworld Sprike Brawler. He is the like 5-cost capstone to Spriken, but you don't really need to have him. He's just a cool extension. He's mainly gonna be like a 5-cost disruptor and a brawler splash. So he is a fighter. He's not a tank.
Rage
He is also like manaless. He uses rage as his mechanic. So it says 0 out of 70.
Okay,
but
so
he
there's no
uses rage,
mana?
not mana. Don't put mana on his mana. On
Oh,
this guy.
0 out of
You will have a
70
bunch.
on
But his passive,
on his
he gains
rage.
5 rage per second and 5 rage per attack. So this is like a fake roll in a sense. He's not always tied to attacking. And the first time he casts, he's going to transform. Okay, let me preface. He starts as Mini Gnar. He's 2 range, pretty squishy, low HP.
Wait, was that
First time
me
he
or?
casts, he transforms into Mega Gnar. He's going to jump, gain a ton of HP, and jump into the backline of the board and stun a bunch of people in a 2-hex radius, reducing their armor and MR, gaining health, and changing his ability.
Okay.
So complicated 5 costs. Let's go over that again. Starts Mini Gnar, is ranged.
Okay.
After 70 rage, he will turn into Mega Gnar, jump into the backline, the enemy backline, and stun all enemies within 2 hexes.
Okay.
Then he gets a new ability. So now he's big, Mega Gnar, he's tanky, he's angry, he's not cute anymore. Grab and throw is he will pick up his target and he will throw it at the farthest enemy. So he's kind of like a CC disruptor. But unlike, say, set 17 Blitzcrank, this comes out much, much later in the fight. And oftentimes he's going to be hitting like secondary units, not always your main tank.
Oh, he has a 1v1 execute as well.
Pick you up, wallop you around, throw you around.
Oh.
Throws everyone around the backline. So if you ever wonder why your tank is in the backline, it's probably because of Gnar. He also has a cool thing where if there's one enemy left, he throws them off the battlefield.
He wins every 1v1.
So I kind of like likened to him. He's not like a full carry. He's
That's
very,
actually
very
funny,
bruisery.
throwing
He
them off the
can
battlefield.
end fights, but he's going to need like a secondary carry to help chip people down. But another big benefit of him is like if you don't have a lot of like resources and items, you can throw whatever you want at him, and he kind of works as like an off-tank CC unit as your real carry takes people down. Ivern, probably my favorite unit of the set. Very, very unique. We've never
Put
had
top left here.
a 5-cost Ivern. So I think the sets team did a great job on him now. No origin, no class. He is Green Father. So
Green
again,
Father.
This is something I can't really do justice
Trigger
for with just
Seed.
words. Definitely check out PBE, check out the previews, play it
Interesting
on live. Green Father
ability news.
essentially is a hex trait for Ivern. When you put Ivern in, he will light up 2 hexes. These hexes give your team bonuses. Now, the interesting thing about these hexes is that they are biomes or different environments. So he has, I don't know the exact number, 4 or 5 different biomes. So these are things like mountain, swamp, brush, things like that. And they all have different VFX. They all look really cool. And each one gives your team different bonuses for the unit in the hex. And so his whole mechanic for Greenfather is he generates seeds. He will generate 1 seed for each combat and more seeds every time he casts in combat. And every 5 seeds you have, you will plant a new hex
So you
on
spread
board.
your seeds.
So summarizing that again, because it was a lot of information. When you put
Some
Ivern
things
in,
were stupid,
he's going to
man.
light up some hexes. When you play more combats with Ivern and he casts more, you're going to light up even more and more hexes. So eventually you can have your whole board covered in like powerful hexes that boost your team. That's his aura.
Yeah.
There is a super special thing that happens when you light up the entire board. You get a very, very special hex. I want to see you guys do it and send me your screenshots of that.
Oh, okay.
But
So you have to try
you
to
need, like,
make
a bunch of
every
mana,
hex light
a
up.
bunch of rage blades, and a bunch of time to get that.
Okay.
So anyways, his base spell, he is a support carry. Like he's meant to be a support, and we're really like leaning in on that in the 5-cost space. I think it's a very
Support
cool
carry.
experiment, and I think the 5-cost space is a way to do it, especially with Ivern, who's so clearly communicated as like a supporty champion. But how does he actually support your team? Well, one, for the first time in TFT,
Shields can crit.
right? So his best build is going to be any mana item and a bunch of AP. But we don't want damage amp and precision to go to waste. So if you do build it on him, say you have like a giant
so weird.
Rabadons on him, that damage amp is going to increase his shield by the same amount of damage amp. His spell is he grants 2 allies a shield.
Wait.
and
No,
10%
no.
damage
Not, I need him
for
to
6
say that
seconds.
again.
And at the end, those shields pop.
Sorry.
He'll increase his shield by having like a giant or a and precision to go to waste. So if you do build it on him, say you have like a giant or a Rabadon's on him, that damage amp is going to increase his shield by the same amount of damage amp.
So damage amp also affects shields on Ivern. So if you have 15% damage amp, it's going to give him 15% more shield power. Interesting.
His spell is he grants 2 allies.
That certainly
shield,
sounds like there's
10%
potential for
6
really
seconds.
big abuse
And at
there.
the end, those shields pop and deal damage around them. Damage is like acceptable. He's not a huge AP carry. And if you cast 6 times, those shields grant stacking attack speed for the rest of combat.
Oh,
And that sounds scary, right? But the whole dream
What?
of Ivern is one, he's
Oh,
a
6
stalling
times,
support
6
champ. He's like a
times.
super Drana. He's going to keep shielding your team, keeping them alive.
wow.
And this is kind of his way that if he keeps your team alive and he's like your only carry and it's like 25 seconds into the fight, he's going to start giving you a ton of damage. He's got ramping up. Very, very unique way to end fights. I think his best in slot build is like Rageblade, Shojin, Rageblade, and getting him spamming out these shields.
Rageblade
Let's definitely try him
Shojin.
out. And
I
wanna see
never even
somebody
thought-
hit that
okay.
super cool like finisher.
That's not what
with,
came to
the
my
low
mind, but that makes sense.
All right, Kennen.
Oh, Ivern's also 3 range. That's another weird space. They're like really trying out new ideas, right? Like 3 range is not something you play for very often. Shields also can actually strike. Green Father. Okay, this is the unit. I just feel like this is the unit that I can hear Soju complain about. And he's not going to call it Ivern. He's going to say Green Father. This is the unit that I feel like he's going to complain about, but I don't know why. I can just hear it. Green Father. He's going to complain about Lux. I mean, he's going to complain about a lot of things. I just feel like Green Father is just going to be a meme. I don't know why. And then when you beat someone with Ivern, you know how the saying is you father them? You can Green Father them. Ooh. Oh man, the memes will be fire. Green Father, GG. Yeah, exactly. All right, Kennen.
Kennen is probably my second favorite 5 cost. He's a Furno Executioner.
I like that they're trying out
which means
support
that
champions.
He has the power to burn your entire team. Why does that matter? Well, his spell is very
Dude, that
a
notification's
very
faking me out.
new take on how we do Kennen ult.
Okay.
When he casts, he's going to immediately check every unit enemy on the board and gain AP based off every burning enemy. So in the first cast, since he's only 40 mana, that's not going to be that much. But since he's an Inferno and since people are building burn and there's a lot of other burn hooks in the set, that second cast is probably going to store up a bunch of enemies.
Yeah.
The third cast is probably going to get even more enemies. Fourth cast, people are probably dying. He's getting less. So he's kind of a ramping caster. But after charging up, he's going to dash into the enemy backline, dash into the best hex, and create his like ultimate ability. So the 2 hex firestorm that deals damage over all enemies, split among them. So this damage
that sounds
looks pretty
cool.
low at first, right? But since he's getting so much AP from ramping, that first cast is not going to one-shot your backline, which I think is pretty important for pacing. It's mainly just there to spread the burn from Inferno.
So
like, just
he needs to
ramp up
cast
and
like a
slowly
lot of
burn them down.
times.
But that third and fourth cast are really going to be the ones that nuke your backline. And to like help him get to those casts, he gets a big shield each time he casts. It only lasts 2.5 seconds, so he doesn't mana lock himself. So you can just like cast, stay alive, get to generating mana again, keep spam casting, keep ramping. So he's a very, very flighty assassin in a sense that he's just going to be bouncing around the board, lighting up your entire board before he gets to that final cast where he's going to nuke your backline.
Yeah. He rushes.
Very cool take on a like backline
AoEs.
fighter.
Okay.
Lux.
So
is-
like Kennen's is gonna basically be giant AoE. He's gonna run all over the board, burn everything down, keep scaling AP. He does sound slow to me. He sounds interesting, but he sounds slow. So I'm wondering how the combat pacing is gonna go. It might take a while before you can get value off of him. But because like I can also see a world where Kennen takes too long to ramp and then he just dies and everything's like barely taking a little bit of AoE damage. 212 days sober. Excellent. Congratulations, Rockman. Timer in front of text. Okay, so you now you don't want to see the timer. All right, here you go. Can you see the text now? I've made extra sure that it's not covering anything.
The 50 million Luxes here.
There you go.
So this is my good chance to talk about what this champion does. She is Avatar. And Avatar is basically the set 2 Lux, but with a modern twist on it. Lux can appear in your shop as one of like 8, 9, I'm not going to go over the exact number, certain number of origins. And if she appears as that origin, she gives your team +2 of that origin. So this is why so many of the origins.
Yeah, this is the predecessor to Chosen.
And then she also has a kind of like double passive, right? Whenever Lux casts, all allies that share a trait with Lux, so only the origin, will gain mana. This scales with AP, so you can do funny like Archangel's things where you give your team a bunch of mana. So if you're playing a vertical, she's really, really good. But she's also very good at like activating other secondary traits. And she has a third passive, which is depending on the origin, she will get a different bonus, right? So this is a way for us to like not only say, hey, just play the Lux. If I'm playing vertical Elderwood, only take that Lux. Every single Lux has a team-wide effect that is really, really useful.
You only can get one Lux though, right? You can't get like multiple Luxes.
I'll go over each one as I get to the Lux.
I think you can only get one Lux.
Her main spell is just the big laser beam, right? There's so much going on with the champion that the spell is pretty basic. It's your satisfying big laser beam that does a ton of damage. And she's 60 mana, so this comes out a lot. But the cool part of the trade is going to be how you fit her in all the comps. Which
Avatar.
You can only have one type of Lux. So once you buy the Inferno Lux, all the other Luxes you see will be Inferno. So keep that in mind. You can't have like a whole comp of Luxes yet. So the Inferno one, whenever she gets a kill, she'll get 8 mana per takedown. So she
sounds kind of cool.
Caster.
Oh, are they going to make an augment so you can do that?
The Inferno one is more of a carry because Inferno is already such a splash origin trait. Lunar, since it's already a splash trait, she gets even more splash. Her spell applies 12% vulnerable to enemies' hits. I think this one is very, very powerful because Lunar is so small. Those 4 and 5 breakpoints that Lux gives for Lunar are very, very strong. Fae. So Fae Lux is interesting in that it lets you unlock 4 Fae very fast without having to play 4 units.
Yeah, the Fae Lux sounds potentially really good, so you can get the stacking stuff going.
Her ability just heals the lowest percent health ally for 18%, so she gets her own hidden gunblade. But a lot of that utility is going to be from stacking up those golden pixies from Fae.
Okay, so she's not that strong.
Lux,
Fae Lux
this
is not
one
that
has
strong.
the ability to give you 9 and 11 Elderwood. So that's the huge draw here.
That does sound good.
Whenever she casts though, she gives all of her team more HP. So again, feeding into that Elderwood theme of like, you're fighting a bunch of stuff and they're all really tanky.
All allies?
Primal Lux is probably the most funny looking Lux. She gives you 4 Primal. 4 Primal lets you pick 2 different aspects. So doubling that aura. And when she casts, she gains 60% attack speed. That's a lot. So she just chain casts.
So she's just basically going to cast again.
Mana through your whole team.
Yeah.
But mainly the power here is you unlock 4 Primal very easily.
Okay.
Blossom, just like Elderwood, unlocks the 9, unlocks the 11. Just does more damage.
This has a lot of
Eldritch Lux
damage.
Is the heavy utility one. She stuns the target for 1.25 seconds.
That's nasty.
She does hit backline, so she can actually be a very good debilitating tool.
No,
also 6 Eldritch
that's crazy.
Like
that's very strong.
So keep an eye out for this one, even if you're not always playing into
Eldritch Lux is good. I think you're supposed to buy it.
The weirdest one to fit on your board. Right, Solar is only a 3-piece, and you're 3-starring a lot of the units on the board. So oftentimes this one is kind of awkward to fit in, but it is a Lux.
Quicksilver again, yeah,
a couple units if you need to, or you can just play more. But her bonus is she weakens enemies hit, which means they reduce the damage dealt. And Coven Lux, obviously very exciting because it lets you accelerate really, really fast. And 7 Coven is nuts.
7
this
Coven.
One has a pretty basic effect. It just shreds.
Oh,
so
that's really good too.
Coven, this effect is pretty strong. Like 20 is really big.
That is really, really big.
Just because you see a Coven Lux doesn't mean you have to skip it. You might want to put it on your board.
Can you put a Solar Lux on a board that burns without Solar? I think so. I think the bonus, I think when they say Coven bonus, Solar bonus, it means that this type of Lux is bonus. I don't think you actually have to have the trait active. Although maybe you do. But like most of the traits seem like they're generally pretty easy to activate, like 2, 4. I don't know how many 3, 5, 7s there are. But just by playing Lux, you should be able to activate it. So this makes it look like Lux is quite. Some of these Luxes are pretty good. Coven looks good. Eldritch looks insane. Some of these are like really nice, and then some of them are like, eh. Like I don't know how good Solar is, for example. Hard to say. It could be good though. Minus 12 damage amp on the enemy team's a lot.
Maokai is like a fan favorite of the dev teams. He is basically set 14 Zac. He is a tank that permanently scales forever.
Permanent
He scales
scaling.
whenever enemies die around him. So if you put him on your board, he's going to be small. He's going to be a puny little tree. And the more kills around him that happen, he gets bigger. He gets a bunch of HP. And he's a Juggernaut, which is durability. So he is very, very tanky with that HP. When you get a lot of HP on him, what does he do with it? Well, he has a passive that says for every 650 damage blocked, he pops out this little sapling. And that's going to be most of his damage. The sapling jumps toward nearby enemies, runs at them, and deals damage based off his max health. So his best build is like Warmogs, get a bunch of HP on him from his passive, and then watch these saplings actually do a ton of damage. His active is a pretty basic
So
spell.
triple
He
Warmogs,
just hits them.
belt
heals, and does
overflow.
a little bit of damage. Then when he dies, he pops into a
More
bunch of more
seeds.
saplings.
Sow
They're
the
gonna be, like, his
seeds.
last breath and take out a
Green
few
Father
enemies.
sowed the seeds.
So very, very cool tank. Tarek, on the other hand,
This guy's
Maokai
Elon
is our,
Musk out here.
Stealing tank. Tarek is a true 5-cost tank, and we haven't done this in a while because oftentimes it leads into very stale endgame comps. I think there's a lot of variation we can do in this set as well that won't lead to that, and if it does happen, we will adjust it obviously. But Tarek
When
is
does
a true
PB come out? What do you
Remote
mean? It's right
aspect-
on screen, man.
aspect is a bonding trait. So you hover a unit over Tarek, and he will bond with them. And whenever he casts, he will give that bonded ally a buff. That's pretty simple. Not that
Yeah.
crazy.
Tarek looks
He's a
like a
Vanguard,
simple buff.
Is a true tank.
However,
65
yes, it's a true tank 5 cost, which is something that Riot said was not good. I mean, putting it out there, these are a lot of the things that I remember Mortdog explaining shouldn't happen. And it's interesting. I'm pretty sure he has helped work on this set in some capacity before he left. But it's fascinating because Mort was talking about that 5-cost tanks were problematic for like the way the lobbies play around it, and now here a 5-cost tank, he's not here, and Mortdog's not here anymore. Wait, maybe it's a metaphor. The true 5-cost tank was Mortdog, and now he is remembered in game. Sage.
Mana, and he's not mana.
They
locked, so
killed
he's
more
a
for the
spam
5-cost
casting
tank agenda.
Anyways, his passive. It's the first time Tarek or his ally that's paired with drops.
Before he
below
left,
50%
Mort's not
health.
at Riot anymore.
He shields all enemy allies within 3
Mort
hits.
dog
This
is
is a pretty
gone.
big shield that scales up his HP. So if you itemize Tarek, he's basically shielding your team for a ton, kind of a pseudo invulnerability for those 3 seconds. Again, it's a short shield because it affects so many units. So usually you want to pair a frontliner and a backliner, so you shield your frontline and you shield your backline. His active, he just heals a small.
He might have
amount
been
of
wrong.
health,
It's true.
and his
It's
paired
true.
ally will deal 100 bonus magic damage on their next 2 attacks. Pretty small amount of damage, but he is 65 mana. So when he's your main tank, he's like
That's
chain casting,
pretty
and he's
fast.
bumping up that
Casting,
damage.
especially with adaptive.
So those are the 5 costs. Overall, I'm really excited for the set. This is going to be the end of the content for this video, right? Just champions and traits. This has already been a really long video. My voice is dead. Really excited to keep doing stuff like this. So I think closer to PBE, and even during PBE, expect more videos going more in depth once people are more familiar
Dude, this
with
is
the
an
content.
hour and
Especially
46
want to
minutes.
talk about the set mechanic, which is wisps, new augments, and we are doing some key system changes and just the future of the set I'm going to talk about. So super excited as always. Thank you for listening in. Thanks for playing. And until next time.
Dude, 1 hour and 46 minutes of yapping about the set, the PB rundown. I mean, we walked through all the champions and traits. I mean, W-Tim, yeah, he really put a lot of effort in. Obviously, again, these are the things that are going above and beyond of what he needs to get done. Like, he doesn't have to do this, but it's really important that he keeps doing it. And it's reassuring, right? Wasn't expecting Mort to shave his beard and dye out his gray hairs. The amount of flavor put in this set is actually insane. I've never seen a set with so many side quest specific unit boosts, hidden powers, and splash. Yes. I feel like a lot of the extra flavor and love put into champions and ideas are out there. I was told by Riot that they knew about the set. Like Riot's been planning out this Unreal transition for years, right? Like they knew that they were going to be trying to move to Unreal. It's been a multi-year endeavor, which is why it's like such a big project, and also potentially why it explains a lot of things. My main theory as to why set 17 felt the way it did, the previous set, was because it feels like they've invested a ton of resources around Unreal, and it feels like that takes away like devs and resources to do other things. However, that being said, it looks like it feels like they're packing so much into this, and someone at Riot told me that they knew that set 18 was going to be the set that transitioned from Hex Tech, is the name of their platform, to Unreal. And so they've actually been working on this set for a long time, which is all this to say, essentially, that people have the impression that maybe like Riot doesn't put a lot of effort in the sets. That's not the end of the year sets, the land sets, right? I think everyone knows the end of the year set's going to usually be pretty good. That the set 19 is going to be like a music set. But a lot of people are like wondering, is set 18 and like the one after the land set's going to be good? But I know that I got told very recently that they've been working on this set for a long time. So this is like the product of a long time coming, and you can kind of tell a lot of designs and things that went into it. That also explains why Whitrock has not really worked on a lot of sets since. I haven't really, like, this is Whitrock here. He's the guy doing this. But Whitrock is this guy, and the last set that he worked on.
Welcome to the
Was set
Enchanted Wilds.
12, I think.
Whether you
Was
ride
set
in on a
12 or-
Sasquatch,
no.
grow with a tree.
Whitrock hasn't worked on that many sets, but he's worked on some of the best sets in TFT, and he's probably been working on this one for a long time. Oh yeah, set 10. Yeah, set 10. He worked on set 10, the remix Rumble one. So he's been working on like
with the old gods.
this for like
No
a
path
while.
through the forest is the same. But don't
And
worry,
usually when you
TFT
do
hasn't
sets, it
forgotten
takes
its
a lot
roots.
out of you. So I
They've
think
just
he
grown
probably
substantially
deserves a good break.
with a
at this one
diverse
as well.
biome of comps, an updated fan favorite mechanic, and
He also worked on set 6
oh,
and
yeah,
7.
Carousel's back.
Dude, Whitrock's is a
Let's
beast.
get lost in the Enchanted Wilds.
Ah, the Enchanted Wilds.
My name is Whitrock, but you can call me Witty, and I'm the set design lead
Okay,
for
so
Enchanted.
the thing is, though, people said that there's like 5 hours of gameplay. How much you should play your own game? Walk the Dog Season 3. Dude, there's more dog laying on a couch. I think, yeah, so one thing to know, by the way, for the people asking before, is that they said that it's going to be launching and likely late afternoon. And quite frankly, I know that it says on the screen 6 hours, but I don't actually know if it's going to launch in 6 hours. It's possible that they're just going to delay it again. It's possible that it doesn't even arrive today. I think ever since then, though, a lot of people have been posting, so I'm just going to read some additional comments before I go into some of the other stuff. Tim says, yo. There's only going to be ranked for a few days, August 3 to 5, but otherwise we'll have normal queue as always. We'll try to keep both to keep an eye on queue health, especially as folks climb may not be possible. At this point, we'll have the data we need. So just to confirm, does this mean rank will be up the entirety of PBE cycle? It depends on how it goes. My guess is no. And normals will be once we prioritize all the information we need for ranked. But we do want to be thorough, though, because ranked on live is critical work. So is ranked? So is it like PB is going to go down on August? Or sorry, ranked is going to go down on August 3rd to 5th? Or is it like ranked is only going to be from August 3rd to 5th? I'm guessing it's the latter. That's only going to be August 3rd to 5th where you get PB ranked. Is PB going to be today on mobile? Yes. As long as it all goes well, yes. Okay. W. Follow up about Mac support and PB. Can Mac players test PB? Oh, no response. Uh-oh. Is TFT getting some type of overhaul? Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. No other replies? Okay, they're probably working. The thing is, the more he replies, the less they're working on it, right? It starts on August 3rd. Wait, this is 17.8. Morgana is also a conduit. What the? PB when? Dude, we're doing 17. There's a 17.8? What the heck? I guess we could watch the patch with 17.8 for set 17. Set 18 comms, huh? Set 18. I don't even know where to begin. Dude, this builder's hilarious. Look at all the Luxes. Oh my god. Imagine just playing a comp of just Luxes. 9/1 avatar. Oh man. No one cares. Some people care. Some people actually like this set. Speaking of caring, do you guys see this? Milk has replied to the Bebe tweet or the Bebe post. My thoughts on Bebe. I don't think he understands that almost nobody is in TFT for the money and just here because they like the game and try to make friends. He's right. It's true. TFT is one of the least lucrative competitive games that you could try to go pro in unless you're in the top 0.0001%. Like, it's not even enough to be in the 0.01%. I think you have to be like in the 0.01% of the 0.01%. Because you have to, it's very few people get to do this for like their main career. Except Soju. Yeah, exactly. Like Soju, Setsuko, Dish Soap, Robin, Emily Wang. And that's 5 people. Speaking of, Emily, IDK, I always thought you were of average intelligence compared to other TFT players. And there is nothing wrong with that. I also thought you took care of your health. And I also thought you took care of you health more than other people. So IDK, what Bebe is LARPing about when Setsuko and Soju are actually unhealthy. It's true, man. When I was hanging out with Milk, this dude was rambling for hours about how Soju is getting fat. Setsuko is unhealthy as hell. And probably he's going to die. No, probably not. He wasn't saying that. He was just saying like, Setsuko is unhealthy and Soju's gaining mega weight. And he's like, Soju, you have to change your lifestyle because you're going to die in your 30s. And Soju said, yeah, I know. Soju's, bro, fuck the uncontrollable divorce port. Just propose tomorrow. You hire someone who has been with you since set 1 that deals with you. Also, don't be frugal and spend your money while you're still young and take Bellum to Japan. Wow. W advice. Take Bellum to Japan. It's so funny. Very specific advice. Don't be frugal. Spend your money. Oh, he's not being frugal. He's spending his money. But I don't think he's spending money on trips to Japan. But he should. He's also right. Setsuko, okay, you actually need to take care of your health and wash your hands and go get everything checked because there's 100% something wrong with you. But I honestly do think you are the best 4v4 player who plays all lines and style. And there's also just Setsi magic where you just win games out of nowhere often. Damn, mic drop. No further comments. I actually agree, though. I think that Setsuko was in kind of amazing form for EWC. Just like, I know how hard it is to like play 4v4 in the way Setsuko approaches. I actually think if Setsuko cloned himself 3 times, they would be the best 4v4 team. Like, he's basically like the ideal 4v4 player because he's willing to do everything and he has no ego. The thing that stood out to me the most about Setsuko is that in 4v4, when I was coaching him, you would expect someone of his caliber to kind of have ego about 4v4 in some way, but he has no ego and he's like willing to do everything, which is the most powerful thing. Like, you need players who are willing to play obviously the high risk, high reward cash out lines, the win out spots, and you also need somebody to play like the boring, like play for a good 6th and actually deliver it. A lot of times people play for the good 6 lines and they just go 8th, but he actually like does his spot. He's usually really good about like he rarely like miss executes when according to the game plan. And I feel like every time he like Vitality needed him to do something, he's always like very reliable in there. So the thing is, I don't know if that's actually true though, because someone from like Setsuko probably needs someone like Soju to work well with him because Soju's also very communicative and like very good about maintaining comms and like maintaining macro. But okay, it's basically like if Soju and Setsuko clone each other one time, that'd be really good. But anyways, I thought this was a funny post by Milk. Who asked? What the heck? I asked. Another tweet by Tim. Here we go. We're just on Twitter right now. Ahead of today's PB deploy for set 18, here are some system changes to keep an eye on. Keep in mind we're 1 month from launch. Oh my god, 1 month. That's so long. For XP changes, wisps generally deflate the game's economy. With so many new wisps do generate gold or rerolls. We want players to feel like they can engage with the set mechanic without taxing the accessibility of higher levels. So they're going to introduce more gold into the game. That's the cool thing about wisps or like charms, is that so many set mechanics are like, here's a lot of extra stuff. Here's extra items. Here's extra gold. Here's extra whatever, rerolls. But this one is like, you spend your gold to get other things, but it's generally deflationary. The other large shift before PB is artifact reshaping. Since set 15, artifacts at the time deservedly have shifted to be more generic statistics, losing a lot of their novelty and magic. Artifacts should be a memorable twist on how you play the game, and when they become more stats, TFT doesn't feel the same. We're reintroducing some older artifacts while making some existing artifacts a bit sharper to their original fantasy. We'll be keeping a close eye on these items' power levels of PB and how often artifacts appear when just quickly. So they're making more artifacts be win the game type of scenarios. Is that a good thing? Ooh. Yippee. You know, I feel like everyone says yippee, but also at the same time, you have to make sure the novelty isn't worn out, because you don't want it to just be like, okay, well, they just got this, so they win the game. 2-1 Forge Gamble is back. It always was here, though. 2-1 Forge is really good. System. Carousels. Carousels have returned. Boo. I'm generally not a fan of carousels, as you guys know. Carousels now have a chance to contain more champions and or champions with a higher cost than normal. They always have a chance to contain more champions. And okay. Wait. So like the set mechanic where they had like 30 champions on a carousel or something like that. There's always a chance for that. So is there like a carousel of like all 5 costs or something? Level 8 is cheaper. Oh my god, TFT is saved. They finally have reduced it down. Oh my god. Level 9 is cheaper. Units will no longer retarget after returning from crowd control. Oh. That makes melee carries potentially really good. And also because part of the reason why there was some retargeting stuff is like after they would stun, some melee carries were closer than others. So, Fast 9 slot. Yeah, you have to remember one important thing about level 9. This makes level 9 cheaper by 8 gold because it's cheaper to get to 8 and also cheaper to get to 9. It's not just like, well, 9 is 4 gold, it's just 4 gold. No, now you can go to 8 on cheaper amount of gold and then make some interest more off easier, right? And like stabilize easier. And then 9 is 4 cheaper as well. So that might be, I could just exaggerate and say this is like 10 gold or something, or I guess 1,000,000 gold if you're trying to go for the TFT streamer lingo. But those decisions compound. So it could end up turning into Fast 9 slop. You're right. I would like PB rank. Oh man, they should. I think they should make PB rank last a while because I feel like it's so hard to gauge how good things are, and if you like disable. If you force people to play in normal, I guess there is MMR normals, but if you have ranked, you should theoretically be able to like get better understanding of how things are performing at certain ranks. However, I know why they don't want it, because the problem with the month-long PBE is that then the set launches after a month, and then everyone feels like they already played the set. They don't want PBE to basically exhaust all the content. And for a lot of TFT players, ranked is a big part of the experience of like why they play. So if you hit Masters on PBE, you probably won't. A lot of people will lose motivation to hit Masters on live. And so that's sort of the risk that they run. Honestly, if I could be like very candid about it, I think a 1 month PB is like not going to do good things for the set. But I think that they need to do that for like technical and like the state stability reasons. Like I think a 1 month PB long is actually not very good. For the enjoyment of the set. For us, for the hyper engaged, terminally online average TFT player like me, it's not good. For people who just like play their 20 games, play their 50 games of the set and dip, I think it's fine. But because they're not going to do very much. They're going to play a couple games of PB and then go do something else. But I feel like for a lot of other people who like, I don't really do much besides TFT, 1 month is too long. However, I am picking up more projects. I'm going to be doing a lot more Riftbound content moving forward. Not like it's probably like right now my content's like 99% TFT and like 1% everything else. I'd probably say it's more like 80, 20, something like that. 85. I'll be doing because I have nothing to do for like 1 month. So I'm gonna do some Riftbound content. Friends leaving the 6,000. No, it's just you gotta do something. You gotta do something during the off season. You know what streamers are doing the off season? They're just not streaming. They're just taking time off. Look at Robin. Do you see Robin? Dude, he's looking buff as hell, man. TFT off-season side questing. Dude, this guy is ripped. He's going rock climbing. He's meeting friends, hanging out with hot dudes, eating good food. Dude, look at this bicep, man. Getting cool tattoos, living life, DJing. Right? Look at, he's got the mix going. DJ Robin songs. This is a video of Robin rock climbing, doing some bouldering. What is this, like a V90? Probably. Robin's actually reasonably tall, so he's also got long arms, so it's probably good. Do it, Robin. Do it. Do it. It's a V1? Come on. This is more than a V1. This is probably like a V3. Yeah, someone said V3, V2, V3. That makes sense. Rock climbing is fun. Rock climbing is really, really fun. Yo, look at that, man.
Okay.
Climb the Challenger versus climbing a V3. What's harder? Actually, these look kind of easy. It might be a V2. You're not wrong. You're right. This is looking like kind of easy. Look at these holes, man. It's pretty easy. Anyways, that's what people are doing to the off season, man. Anyways. New encounters, completed item anvil start. Oh, no, sorry, before that. Miss loot from stage 4, 7, or lady PV rounds can now overflow to the next PV round. Miss loot? Why would we meet? If you lose to 4, 7 PVE, what's the miss loot mean? Can you die to dragon? Like what? How would you miss your loot otherwise? That part I don't understand. If you loot, well, how else do you miss your loot? What time does it come out? That's a great question. When people ask me now, I think I'm just gonna make it a little bit bigger, and then when it gets full screen, I end stream. Sounds good. That's a good deal. It's a good deal. New encounters. Completed item anvil start. All players start with a completed item anvil. Okay. Reroll subscription. Gain rerolls at the start of your stage. That's not new. We actually had that before. Item forge. On 3-3, all players can 2 random completed items and 3 reforgers. On 3-3, all players can 2 random. I'm guessing all players get 2 random complete items and 3 reforgers. That seems kind of crazy. Because I guess that's like a lot of variance, man. That's a lot of variance because you might get items that are just like really bad and then other, yeah, but that does sound crazy. The crazy part is you get 3 Reforgers. So I guess you could just like take some artifacts, take some emblems, and you get 3 Reforgers. You get Trade Tree on this? Oh my God. You get Trade Tree on Item Forge. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Removed encounters, loot sub, Sag. Artifact Anvil, Sag. Okay, Artifact Anvil makes sense though because they're trying to make artifacts sharper. So they don't want to make it so that you just win the game by popping the random artifact. So I'm okay with this. I'm okay taking away Artifact Anvil if they make anvils better and sharper, but more rare. I think that's good. More dog tweet. Is this the Squidward one? PB is up for real. I can confirm, brother. This is from March 31st, 2026. Mort Dog doesn't even work at Riot. This is an image of set 17. This is Thresh and Echo. Nice bait, mate. Nice try. Reroll start. Okay, so I mean, they don't want reroll description and reroll start, too similar. Thanks, Mort. You know the thing is, Robin used to tweet the PB's up from Mort Dog. Me waiting for set 17. Dude, that's him waiting for set 18 Space Gods. Robin used to quote tweet that, like, this used to be the bit. Robin's bit every PBE is that he says PB's up, getting before Q's up, and he would quote tweet Mort Dog from like a different year, from 2021. What is he gonna do now? I think he did it. Twice. Yeah, PB is up. Oh my God, does it every single year. PB up right on the dot. PB's up early. Keeps quote tweeting Mort Dog. Mort Dog, I'm 34 years old. I'm done with that stupid PB prank. And then Mort Dog left. PB should be up in the next 6 or 7 hours, which means it's time for my list of things you should know if you plan on participating. Here we go. Don't fall for Robin songs or anyone's retweeting old tweet PBs. Wait for an official Space God PB's post. Don't let him get away with it. Oh, man. Sag. Where were we on the Tim thing? All right. I love Robin. He's so funny. All right. Items. Returning artifacts. Forbidden Idol. Forbidden Idol? This thing used to generate infinite HP with Tom Kench back in, what, set 11? It was like a spam cat because he wasn't mana locked. So you would just have... Oh, no. It was with that and another one. There's another item that combo with Forbidden Idol that would give you like infinite. I forgot what it was called. It was like Forbidden Idol plus something else. Yes, Innervating Locket, yes. And then you would like, it would just generate infinite max HP, and Tom Kench would have something stupid like 35,000 HP, which, as you know, is like more than you can do in an entire like a lot of times overtime rounds. You do like 20k damage, so you would just literally go infinite on them. So Forbidden Idol is back, and it has mana regen as a stat, since mana regen wasn't a thing back then. Mana Zane is back. Oh man, if you guys don't know, Mana Zane is when you cast, you get like, I don't even know, like 100 and something mana recharging instantly. So when you cast once, you'll cast like 2 to 3, maybe even 4 times fast. Mana Mazane. Oh man, it's back as well. That's crazy. It's actually crazy. Adjusted artifact. So they're going to make Blighting Jewel better again. Blighting Jewel, 60 to 35 AP, 4 mana regen, 4 MR shred. So they're making Blighting Jewel a heavy shred to 0. Wow. That's really powerful on damage over time units. Like, I guess like Cogmaw is like a damage over time unit, but Who else is a dot? I think Zyra. This actually sounds really good on Zyra because Zyra hits for 10 times, right? BJ Zyra. Dawn Core, mana reduction per cast, 7%. That just sounds like a straight up nerf. Are you gonna make some PB comps? Yeah, maybe eventually. Fish Bones now grants +2 range. Wait, was Fish Bones not? Oh, because I remember it was like Fish Bones plus RFC did some crazy combos. Right? Fishbone, like with the like Fishbone's Gangplank plus RFC. But they reduced the number of stats. So just less stats, no stat stick stuff. Hellfire's Hatchet. 400 HP, base 80 remove. Attack speed gained from missing health. This one I don't know who goes on. Maybe like, I don't know. Base HP. So it's like so it's like a melee fighter item. Maybe like Brambleback. Nidalee. Yeah, actually maybe Nidalee could make sense. I don't know. I'm just throwing out random names. I have no clue. Warwick. Yeah, maybe. Silvermere Dawn now grants 20% Omnivamp. 30 resistances only. Oh, wow. What the heck? 80 resistances to 30 is crazy. Holy cow. So it's not even like... So before you used to be able to put on a tank, but now 80... That is just ridiculous. And then they reduced the number of AD. That makes me feel like this item is just bad now. But maybe the Omnivamp is like good enough to compensate for it. But who knows? Static Shiv. 6 lightning bounces. 28 base damage now. And 40% attack speed. So they're making it more like zappy. I mean, Xayah is like a zappy champion, right? Let me see. I ain't look at the team builder, but I think Xayah could probably hold it. Gain X% attack speed for next X attacks. Yeah, so maybe you can maybe have the return of Pikachu Xayah. Talisman Ascension. When ascended, gain 8 mana regen. What? That is a lot of mana regen. So, but you have 8 seconds remaining. So you're going to regenerate an extra 64 mana? I mean, it just sounds funny, though. Because Talisman Ascension is 8 seconds left, right? Wits End, bonus healing reduced, bonus magic damage increase, remove sniper's focus. Okay. Is that it? Okay, so they changed it. This guy replied A. B. My son learned a second song. The first song that he learned was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. So like he randomly breaks out in song. He could be doing his yard work, he could be eating food, and he could be, you know, playing in his kitchen. He has like a play kitchen. And he'll just randomly start singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star from any point in the song. Like he could just be moving, he could just be walking around the steps and like picking up some leaves, and then just starts belting out the top of the song, like a diamond in the sky, out of nowhere. The other song he learned is the ABC song. And the thing about ABCs is the ABC song, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, is that it's the same exact melody of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. So now he's mashing up both songs. And I had the ABC song stuck in my head very often. It's the same song. Yes, it's the same song. Please kill even more artifacts to help them feel more unique. Oh my god. Or dog touching grass. All right, guys. Download PBE. 6 hours. Should I log in? Maybe PBE is up and they just didn't tell anyone. Should I just log in anyways? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. How I Wonder. Elemental P. No, that's exactly it. Wait, that's exactly how he goes the songs. He just literally fuses the songs back and forth. Except here's the kicker: the song never ends. because he technically keeps looping it back and forth between the two verses and the choruses. So the song never, it's just like a 5-minute long banger. And then he just loses energy. Oh, is this League of Legends Classic? T1, the world's 2025 skin trailer. Enchanted Wilds. The game is not available yet. Unless, maybe if I click it. 2 status updates. At 11:30 p.m. or sorry, 11:30 a.m., the platform will be unavailable for planned maintenance. The game will be unavailable for approximately 6 hours. Guys, I can't last that long. I can't last that long. That's crazy, man. Did you account for the delay? No. My last and serious post about 4v4 TFT, Setsuko discredited the role of coach in my TFT career. I'm not discrediting his third place achievement, EWC 24. Oh, no, we need the context. We need the context. So, as you guys know, EWC, NA sucked. We got cooked. R the Flame, thank you for the 18 months. Lord Meowsies, thank you for the 23. Oh, sorry, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you guys. You guys see this drama? So, CN went 1, 2, 3. APAC went 4. And NA didn't even get into the top 8. Unless you count Dehua. And it started an entire discourse about 4v4. About if, you know, China is just better for a multitude of reasons. Is it because they're ahead in the meta? Some people were speculating that the Chinese language is more dense and therefore people could calm better. I mean, I'll pull up Ash's POV because Ash actually said this. Let me see here. I regularly watch TFT from all 4 regions, and here are my thoughts. And she goes into Ash works on data TFT. NA is weaker individually in skill is clearly the wrong conclusion. Actually, you guys can't read it, but individual words or results cannot be used in direct evidence of strength, right? People are saying English is less efficient than Chinese for information transfer. It has not been proven, but it cannot be dismissed. Teams, someone actually went crazy. This is actually really funny. Someone on Reddit said the reason why they did bad is because they didn't stream their scrims, which is an insane take. Weibo, the previous TFT 44 EWC champion, streamed all their scrims, they won. This included their post-scrim reviews and even the arguments that happened during the events, but by contrast, this year's champion, Vision, kept their entire screen process off-stream. Completely ridiculous claim, right? And they talk about, is it format, or maybe Americas didn't send their best roster? So HoroX chimes in. Everyone has their opinion. Those are the 5 main points, right? NA sucks. English worse than Chinese. Should have streamed your scrims. There's just the format sucks, and then America sent bad players. Right, those are the 5 main discussion points. Then HoroX comes in and says, IMO, Western teams are not playing 4v4 TFT at the same level compared to the top 4 CN teams, which is undoubted fact. Dissoap or Camberley doesn't understand that because they never played 4v4 at that level. Calls out Dissoap and Camberley. Weibo Gaming loses to Aurora because bad luck, but Western teams throw winnable games. Damn. This guy just straight up cooks Dissoap and Camberley. Yikes. Now I kind of see why Dissoap might want to run back 4v4. Everyone just out here flaming him. And Wage Iverson and Academy. Feels bad, man. Is it possible that CN teams won because they played better? Oh, most certainly. But that's, I mean, we'll get to that point. HoroX says, when I say a different level, I mean if the players make moves to try and stack for teammates when they should. CN teams, 90%. Western teams, maybe 60%. For instance, a low cap Akali player should lose to teammates attempting Fast 9 and sacrificing his stage 3 tempo. So HoroX is saying, when I watch Chinese teams, 90% of the times, they get it right. When I watch Western teams, maybe 60%. Whether or not those numbers are correct, it does not matter. HoroX is asserting that China does it 50% more often than Western teams in terms of like coordinating, right? This because this right here is the difference of 4v4 is when you try to like play and coordinate with your team. Saying their teamwork is better. He follows up and says, when I say different level, I also mean lose streak players should call teammates to position their units and preserve HP. Academy loses full 400 cash out bunny in their qualifiers. But have you seen any Chinese team allowing 400 cash? 2 players just sell board last second. Did he not watch the game where Academy literally opened the entire game but just didn't matchmake into it? Nemesis gets the perfect matchmaking and they cash out anyways. And because we opened so hard, we actually just lost instead of playing a real board. Dude, and the thing is, Horowitz actually called out Academy multiple times, man. If you actually look at his tweet. 16 Chinese-speaking players, time to learn Chinese, communicate in Chinese. America's weakest region, 4v4, no rage bait, no cap. Still had no idea how Academy can't even make open qualifiers. Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy. Dude, he is just firing nonstop, man. This guy's got infinite bullets. You could swear this guy's from America, man. Where did he get all that ammo from? Holy cow. What is going on here? Also, shout out to Min Diem Vu and their VP team. Their double call strategy is inspiring, but they might fail to realize mech Acel hard counters it, even without Yasuo Hex, so you should make sure you can grief mech. TLDR, my point is this year, Western teams are generally worse. It is not about sample size. Case studies also tell truth. It is about not able to make the right calls and move in games. Also, first time EWCs end the set, making comms and cooperation more important. Case studies. He's basically saying that case studies is like small sample size. So if you have we have 3 years of EWC, 3 years of China winning, and 3 years of outside of Vitality in year 1, NA and EU generally underperforming. So he's saying like, yeah, like it's not big sample size, but you can take this as 3 case studies. They also tell the truth. Nobody cares what you have to say, and truthfully, nobody cares about 4v4. It's not a real game mode. Taco Cat. So yeah, HoroX kind of just going in, tweeting, and not even about Setsuko, but Setsuko just kind of snaps. Setsuko hasn't tweeted in months. In fact, this might be his like 4th tweet of the year. This guy hasn't tweeted since April. Hashtag Autism Awareness Month. All right, man. Dude, he was so good at like in terms of gapping everybody here. The stats were just outrageous. So Setsuko snaps. I think he just can't take this level of like pump in the chest, like whatever. Setsuko replied, quote tweets, "You would think this guy was an actual player based on how many times he tweets about how the West should bow down to our CN44 overlords. But he's just a, quote, coach, end quote, that made semis. In parentheses, his greatest achievement in his entire life, end quote." Horax made Worlds for the first time this set. Plays in EMEA, worked with Data TFT, right? Horax, buddy, most memorable moment entire life, lose to Safo 20 with Giga terrible item and position and ended Milk's career. Oh. Dude, what the hell, man? Now Horax is flaming Safo. Dude, Safo is awesome, man. And then Horax replays after this, but he just cooks Safo from MKOI. Yeah, I love Safo. Safo is honestly, didn't Safo play really well for MKOI? I think he okay, yeah, he didn't play perfect, but he's actually kind of carrying MKOI like a lot, especially in clutch situations. Setsuko replies, "Your dog shit ass has made Worlds 1, in parentheses 1, as if he doesn't understand what 1 means. One time in trash ass EMEA. And you tied my placement as a player in EWC As a coach, good job, my man. You almost successfully rage baited me. Almost. Keep bitching about quitting TFT the next time something unfortunate happens to you in tournament, please. Wow. Oh, good thing Setsuko almost got rage baited. And you would think that's the last time that they replied to each other, but no, they kept going. Buddy prefers showing his pants / getting banned twice as his Modi significant career. I think he meant most because DY is next to ST. Getting banned twice as his most significant career. Sorry, I misunderstood that. I love that horror because English is not his first language, so it's like broken English. We all know exactly what he's talking about. 3, 8, 16. Out from qualifiers next year? He's talking about EWC because Setsuko got they got did they get third or did they get top 4? 8, 16. Out from qualifiers next year. Setsuko, you sat there for 15 minutes and proceed to type whatever this is out. I genuinely feel bad, bro. And then, oh, wait, no, he deleted his tweets. Oh, there was more back and forth. HoroX basically said, like, get a life or something like that. And then Setsuko says, that's weird. I think you have 10x more tweets about this, like... He said something about like sitting online and like tweeting, and then Setsuko said, that's weird. I think you have 10x more tweets in a week about the same exact topics than I have my entire lifetime on Twitter. And then HoroX replied again afterwards. Oh yeah, this post was about that. Oh man, does anyone have a screenshot? Does anyone have a screenshot, man? I kind of wanted to go. It was like, damn, I can't believe this was like on my timeline. We all saw how EWC went. Vitality went hush mode. He said something like, unless you, I got a life. Unlike you, I got a life and not on Twitter all day. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Deleting tweets is insane. Or a lot. Yeah. I gotta say, if you delete the tweets, I feel like you held the L here. Listen, I don't agree the way Setsuko went about this, obviously, because you know, I feel like he didn't have to be. He had to use so much ad hominem, as people are saying. But I gotta give Setsuko the W in this mud fight. They both got in the trenches. HoroX and Setsuko going at it. I gotta say Setsuko W. I declare Setsuko the winner by concession. If you delete your tweets, you're not standing on business. You conceded. W Setsuko. I mean, they're both being petty about it, but I mean, I love petty. It makes it more fun. And now I can't wait for Setsuko and HoroX to play against each other in TPC because they're both in TPC, man. Losing to MKOI after yapping entire season, no W's for everyone. It's okay, man. I feel like, listen, MKOI there's no shame in losing. Those guys have made worlds before, and they're not even anywhere close to the least accomplished 4v4 team individually. You two are really making a fuss. You can't compare to the hair of TFT 44 GOAT Mo GG contestant in all your arguments. Oh man. So this is like another episode. This happened yesterday or maybe this morning. Why did Milk not prepare for EWC? He did. It's just that the problem is I don't think Milk has played a lot of this beginning of the set. And then also Milk. The thing is, I just don't think. Yima, thanks so much for the 17 months. Arigato. Or I should be learning Chinese. Xie ni. The thing is, apparently I'm learning how to common Chinese. I personally think taking sets off and coming back is not as simple as like you're gonna immediately achieve your peak form. I think TFT is harder than that. Like a lot of TFTs is foundational knowledge being built set after set, and you just kind of like accrue a lot of heuristics over time. And so Milk not playing the beginning of this set. He kind of missed the set knowledge gained over time, right? There's a lot of like, oh, we played this at the beginning of the set, but now here's like the things that are different. Air's out for the 4 months as well. And then there's things that we learned the previous set in set 16. If he didn't play set 16, there's things about that previous set that he just didn't learn that carried over, and then that continues to compound. And Milk hadn't really played 16, and he also didn't really play 14. I mean, yeah, he was in TPC, but he was like not really practicing. So just a lot of like, I think those things build up over time, just making you a lot weaker on a foundational level, on fundamental level. But that doesn't necessarily mean, I want to clarify, this doesn't necessarily mean that it was wrong for Vitality to have Milk as the 4th. I think maybe this might be like a weird take, but my conclusion is that I think Vitality was like completely fine to play with Milk as a 4th. They just needed more out of him. Like the responsibility for it does fall a lot on like some of the decisions Milk made. But I don't think like Vitality should have kicked him for somebody else, because I think teamwork and synergy and communication matters a lot. Milk told me that this was like the most they've ever gotten along as a team during boot camp, which is pretty rare because last year and the year before, I'm pretty sure some of these players were ready to kill each other. There was a moment where Presiv and Milk were fighting and like at each other's throats. There's a time where Setsuko and Milk were fighting. There's even a time when Soju actually lost his cool and like blew up at the team. So there was times where in 4v4, all of them have gotten mad at each other, but like, cause it's just like teammates arguing. But this year, apparently things went really well at boot camp and they got along really well. And I think that's really important. Synergy wise and chemistry wise, it might have been their best. They might have actually had the best chemistry that they've ever executed on, because 3 years of playing and experience with each other, you can calm efficiently and you get to know each other. But I just think Milk needed to be in better form. So I think it's like one of those things where they just needed to be on his ass to get up to speed earlier. And that's a mistake that it's easy to say now, but they probably thought it was fine. Best chemistry, worst performance? Yeah, but I mean, it's you take that's what I'm saying though. Like a lot of people said like, oh, should have kicked Milk, should have like replaced Milk, whatever. And I'm like, I don't think that's actually true. I think maybe the reality was like everything would be good. They just needed to like they just needed to lock in as a team a little earlier. That's it. Need to yell at each other. Maybe that's true too. Maybe they need to yell at each other more. Who knows? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's even it. 5 hours. It's actually going to be even longer than that. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I can last for 5 hours, guys. I thought usually PB goes live in like 1 hour from now, 2 hours from now. I don't know. I think I can last that long. I might just stream earlier tomorrow because I've been waking up at like 3 a.m. I might actually just, because I'm jet lagged from EWC, I might actually just sleep really early tonight. Wake up hella early and then just stream, because tomorrow I have a meeting with Riot about some TFT stuff for end of the year things, and so I have to end stream earlier. Basically tomorrow I have to end stream like 25 hours from now, so it's good. If I'm going to be ending earlier, I might as well start really early and do like a solid 8 to 10 hour stream. So maybe what I'll do is end stream soon and then go to sleep early, wake up really early, and just do like a overnight. So basically I'll be streaming like EU time zone. Can you not bring us to the meeting? I don't think so. I don't think I'm allowed to bring you guys to the meeting. Because this is what was going to happen. I thought, I was looking at my plan today was to play set 17 and have chat pick augments or like troll and like do other stuff. But now that I sat through 3 hours of set 18, I don't think I want to play set 17 anymore. I think I'm over it, man. But like I am on my decay games. Am I still a challenger? Let me look real quick. Yeah, I'm still a challenger. I think I'm just gonna decay though. I feel like I would just rather play set 18. Shoot 24 hours. Yeah, I might stream earlier. We'll see. Good riddance. No, I mean in the end, set 17 landed a pretty decent spot, I think. I mean, maybe I can watch. Maybe if this patch, maybe we watch this. If the patch looks interesting, maybe I'll play. Maybe it can change my mind. But right now, it looks like they're just getting more traits and more units. Morgana is also a conduit.
That I did, going over all the champions and traits. There's a lot of cool stuff in that set. Definitely go check it out. But for those of you who are still in love with space, there's still a lot to do for the actual set.
Maybe we can watch a little bit of it.
The top of the meta, it's been kind of stale for a while. Some of that is due to like a 3-week patch. Some of that's due to the last patch being
they're just going to nerf Akali, right?
But mainly the top tiers haven't really changed, which kind of constricts what we can do on the bottom, right? We can buff the bottom champions up a lot, but if the top of the meta is still Anima Squad and 2 tanky Samira, then there's not really room for them to go. So we're going to be nerfing those. Then we're still going to be focusing on buffing those solo characters.
Think Manamazane will make it alive. Honestly, shouldn't they just put Manamazane
again? We've kind of
to set 17. Just make the artifacts interesting.
A few patches, right? There's going to be another patch after this, so expect those trickling in for this patch and last patch. And then for the last patch, we get to do kind of whatever we want the closer we get to Enchanted Wilds launch. But on to the traits. 2 nerfs for Anima. First one is the Anima Squad items.
Anima Squad items.
Is a little bit too consistent, which is kind of just a factor of how the trait's been designed. I
Dude,
think that's something we're going to be looking at going forward.
How did they think the 5 Anima thing was going to be a good... I mean, they want people to finish their Star Atlas. Like, that's why they made Anima 5 views. But I was blown away that ended up happening. But it's because they know that people want to play and finish their Star Atlas.
Anima Squad is kind of the ultimate lost streak trait.
This is a huge nerf to it.
Due to that,
gold instead of an emblem.
Consistent, and it's like cool that you don't have to have the trade in all the time on exactly 2-1 to do well, but you do want to like build the like lost streak.
I wonder if they're gonna do a
like
a lore finder for 18.
Pattern. And that play pattern is really consistent, and I've always harped on
your face is a Star Atlas. No, you board.
So like, hey. It's had its
Sniffles.
time for a while. It's been fun. It's been really exciting. Let's nerf it and see what happens. So these are the 3 biggest performing Anima items we'll be knocking down.
More, are we gonna play any Riftbound this set?
Just Anima in general.
I heard you're free. You're more free than usual.
Obviously, we went really hard. We kind of expected it was going to be really strong, but I think it was better to err on this side than do all this work for Anima 5 and people still don't think it's very good. Again, some common rules here that
Scooby Sacks, 6 months. Thank you, buddy.
We're very loose with them. Is that hey, on stage 2 and early stage 3, you probably shouldn't have easy access to legendaries, but with any emblem or just high rolling emblems, you could get 5 Anima on stage 2, which would give you a bunch of 5 costs, which like was very exciting, very unique, but probably
always
too
down.
easy.
Maybe we should do a Magic draft. I haven't done one in a really long time.
We moved a few of the options, so it's kind of going down about like 30-40% of gold.
You can kick my ass at Magic, because usually at Riftbound I'm like teaching more a couple things, but in Magic he can school me.
Much more reasonable to play against.
Oh my god,
options, right?
There's so many more
cost
Anima
goes down to
changes.
1/5 cost on the challenge.
Holy cow.
We've taken out the Voyager emblem. And then
what is going on? They're nerfing Conduit. Oh, because they're making more Conduit.
This looks like a nerf. That's but it's not labeled as a nerf. But the team-wide mana regen at the 5-piece is going to go from 3 to 2. This seems like a whatever.
Yeah, they're just nerfing
that's because
it.
We added a conduit champion into the game, which I'll talk about.
Anima is taking over everything.
And Psionic. This is one of the verticals that has never been good. I think later in
for
the set,
Psionic, okay.
Wait,
I think for Psionic's one of the only things I haven't done.
Like the first couple patches. And we thought,
oh wait, I'm on PBE.
Got better than Psionic would be more of a thing to flex into. Never really hit there. So these are big buffs to the 4 Psionic items. Remember, you only get these
no, this is set 17
on a Psionic champion.
Oh, I'm playing. I can play Conduit Morgana.
I mean, you could.
Yay!
Wanted a 3rd item for
Conduit Morgana.
Big buffs there. Join on Blink, more damage. Malware Matrix, more damage. Target lock optics, all more damage. So hopefully,
time to queue it up.
Something you consider on stage, early stage 5. All right, on the champions. Briar, she had that early patch of dominance with.
Yeah, Briar's really good.
Kind of fallen off there, and it's kind of just the extra unit for Anima. I think
PB open. Yes, PB's up, guys.
At this point in the set,
guess what? PB is up.
So here's your 5 AD buff back. Remember, if we can,
you guys can play PB
patches.
PB.
This is the AD she was at when she was dominant. So interesting to see where she'll be. TF, a pretty large buff here. I think we have a lot of.
Sorry, I said no hype baiting.
Spell for the final patch, with the actual
reroll TF.
High rolls and low
reroll
rolls
Briar.
But for now, just a big buff to him. He's kind of fallen off as a Fate Weaver carry.
Is there any other unit that hasn't been very good this set that they should buff?
Or not playing TF, which is pretty sad. For 2 costs, the new Founder Collie, right? I think people made a cool note that like, hey, this champion's been unchanged for about
Diana, yeah.
5 weeks-ish now.
Nar
She did
is
get
a
bunch of buffs, and I
brawler
think the last
now.
buff we were like
What
already
the?
nervous about. But TFT's a deep game. There's a lot to discover.
Fizz,
People
yeah, they need
really
to buff
optimize their
Fizz,
builds, how to
for
play
sure.
her.
For sure.
And even over the course of this one patch, it went from, wow, a Kali 3 is really, really insanely OP to, wait a minute, I can just do the same thing with a Kali 2 and then do whatever
Isn't
I
it
want.
kind of weird that Nar's a
Which is usually
carry,
sign
like a
that
range
champion is
carry?
way too overpowered. The
Brawler?
nerf here is going to be on that Nova strike damage, right? People have optimized how to use this. A pretty big nerf at the 2-star, right? We don't want 2-star Kali 5 Nova to be
Oh,
a
set
stable
18
option
Nar?
on
Okay, yeah,
stage
it's a
4.
reference.
Like, definitely not. And you really need to go to 3-star to get that power. But this is a cool note on how people discover and keep solving TFT, even, what is this, 7 patches into the set. Nar, some of you know how Enchanted Wilds is going, right? The traits in it, the champions in it. But for those who don't, here's a little teaser. He's a brawler. What could that mean going into set 18? Who knows?
What
But
could that mean?
we didn't actually adjust him at all after adding the tag because I think brawler's a little bit of a weird comp. to fit
What
him
could
into.
that mean?
And he could use a little bit of a non-damage buff, so new comps to build around for Nar. 3 cost, Diana. We've had problems with
Wait, that's a pretty
this
big
type of
buff.
fighter. I think the role system did a lot of good things.
Yo.
But there's just one edge
Oh my
case
god, big Samir
of
nerf.
these like really bulky melee fighters that have to go through one target at a time that we haven't really found how to scale well into like late game. Right? I think the Darius type units get through it by just doing a ton of single target damage. But Diana's this weird mix of like single target but not single target, so she ends up just being too slow late
Sniper
game.
Brawl is a
So we're
combination. Yeah, you
trying
can play Brawler
pretty
Snipers.
big buff here. Again, 10 mana on a fighter just means 1 less auto attack, right? They don't get mana from taking damage. And then we've compensated for the shield because the last thing we want is her to be this stall
Yeah,
tank.
she
We
can
want her
go
to actually kill
infinite.
stuff and progress the fight. So interesting to see where this one goes. Then Misfortune, just the 2 other forms besides Challenger.
Dude, they've buffed
That just
Misfortune a
kinda not been
lot.
seen. I think these 2 also can be like the crux of a lot of new comps when they're adequately powerful. We didn't focus on this beforehand because Challenger was a pretty good linchpin and had a bunch of
Dude.
comps around it. And so it kind of fell below. And I don't think
Did
these
anyone
are
else
this
feel
far
like
off.
Misfortune
These are
shirt
small
is a
buffs for
little
these
too
2.
low cut?
Cool things to play around. Again, there is one more conduit in the game.
Like it's just
So
spilling
conduit
out,
MF
man.
actually
I
has a
can't.
comp
It's
now,
like it's
and a tank,
disruptive.
Spoiler. And then Samira, again, not touching too tanky at this point
I'm
because I think
distracted.
we've definitely proven that the interaction with the identical space grooves is causing a lot of the
It's
power.
part of the
And it's
character
honestly
identity.
nerf too tanky would be like
Gun
half the
goddess.
augments power, in which points we should take it out. But we don't want to remove comps, definitely like on the 8th patch of the set when people have been playing it for a while. We just don't need it to be S tier for the 2nd or 3rd patch in a row. So we're taking a Samira nerf. This Samira nerf is directly to the
15 was
passive and
worse?
the knockup. So this is going to be like multiplied when you're playing too tanky. That board uses a lot of chain
Misfortune
CC and
set
bursting
15
your tank,
TFT.
to be successful, and so this is going to be hitting that. We'll hit normal Samira,
Really?
which is a bit sad, but I think this is a healthier direction for the comp. All right, 4 cost. Riven. If you look at Riven, her data
Nah,
is
that's much
great.
more
If you actually
tasteful.
look into Riven and watch her in fights, she doesn't really do much, right? For most of the set, she's been a very, very good
Goon
secondary
baiting.
carry for Corki, but you didn't really care about what she did, what items she had, which is cool as a flex unit. But it was kind of sad that she never had that solo carry fantasy, especially if you're like a Riven fan. Right, I think we even saw moments in
Oh,
the
they're trying to make
comp
Riven
where people were
primary
talking
good.
about Melio being better than Riven, which is
Also
never
a
good.
conduit. Holy
Obviously,
cow.
Timebreaker, very, very strong trait. Rogue, very strong trait. But just doesn't carry the damage to be worth investing in over your main carry. So buffing over damage, she's still really good. So couldn't go too far here, but expect her Riven comps to be a little bit better. And maybe you can itemize Riven before those other 4 costs.
I like Riven a lot this set. I'm glad that they're leaning into Adapter as a trait. I think overall, Riven's been a success. The thing about set 17 is that there are success cases. I actually also think that Morgana moving from 5 to 4 cost was pretty successful overall. There were definitely some other things about it that was a little bit rough at first because Morgana was kind of a bad thing, but like it made the set feel better. So I think like overall we should set 17 was not that good of a set, but it also had some successes, and I feel like it's worth celebrating those. So that way Riot knows to take the good. If you just say this set was the worst set of all time, this shit stinks, whatever, blah, 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 then there's going to be like, well, then we're not going to take anything from it. But there's some legitimately good things that happened this set that they should carry over. And, you know, I just want to be able to say, like, some things were good. And let's take the good and leave the boring / bad out.
Morgana, again, kind of a hint to Enchanted Wilds and what's happening next. But she becomes a conduit now.
Best set for K3 Soldier fans, true.
She was very, very strong for the past few patches as well. So I think this is going to be neutral to a small nerf to her. But conduit, which means that you can get 2 conduit on a lot more boards.
Set wasn't even that bad.
Definitely
Yeah.
Into a conduit line, which is why we nerfed 5 conduit aura. But play with her. She's in some more.
This looks like a crazy buff.
With 5 costs, kind of leaving it the same. I think they all landed pretty well.
They're buffing Zed again.
Still isn't really worth the risk.
Dude,
pretty hard on this buff, especially
Zed.
at 1 star, so that you can actually like live longer.
I'm playing Zed in Riftbound right now,
like,
and he is also some hot
Feature
ass. But it's probably because we don't have the right deck.
And all the augments, so buff to Zed. And that leaves us to one last change, which is just gonna be 1 augment. Again,
Cosmic
we are pretty
Restart.
stable
What?
in the augment field after all the changes.
No,
This
what?
Augment has always been a pretty like recombobulator-esque augment that is just
15
right now.
free rerolls.
So there's no problem with making it a little bit more clickable.
No, this is epic roll down. Epic roll down is 20 rerolls. This gives you 15 and sells your board and 2 emblems. What the heck?
Off the rerolls a lot. Click this, see what emblems
Oh
you get.
my
and play a new comp you
god.
get. So that's it for 17.8. As always,
Holy
thanks for
god.
playing, and I'll see you guys in Space Gods and in Enchanted Wilds really soon. See ya.
All right, see it, Tim. No, you know what it is? It's because the stats on Cosmic Restart is probably horrendous. So they just like buff it, and it's a fun augment. They're like, it's the end of the set. Let people click fun augments and do crazy stuff. So it's yeah. Unbelievable, man. Imagine getting Spay Roots and Epic Roll Down at 3-2. I only know how to play Akali. Oh, man. Make it prismatic. Why they just buff Morgana? Moving her from 5 to 4 felt weird. It's because they want more tanks. They want more tanks to be available. So, what's that countdown timer? It's who knows, man. It's just it's just a number on screen, so that way your brain can have some sense of finality. You know, it's like you guys ever take a walk? Whenever you're walking from like, let's say you're traveling to a new place and you get to your hotel and you're walking to the restaurant and you don't know how far it is. The walk to there feels like forever, but then the walk back to the hotel feels like it's way shorter, right? It's because you know how long it takes. Having a sense of time, knowing how long it's going to take, changes it everything, right? I'm going to put this countdown timer right here. Boom. So, like, even if this timer is not entirely accurate, because it's like a general estimate, it's like knowing that it's around 5 to 6 hours makes it a lot easier than just like, well, when could it be? It could be now. It could be 5 minutes from now. It could be 5 hours from now. It could be 5 weeks from now. The second watch goes way fast. Yes, exactly. Because you have an expectation set. So maybe that's why we got to have timers out. But yeah, so the way I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow. So PB comes out in like 6 hours. And the thing is, Alex, Blue Velvet, Riot, Blue Velvet. Alex was saying that it actually might take even longer, likely late afternoon, right? And it's a massive deployment. There'll probably be delays. Just expect it. It could be tonight. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wake up really early, probably like 2 to 3 a.m., start stream for about 8 hours. Then I have to take off my stream around noon, which is about 24 hours from now, for like some Riot stuff that I have to do. And then Thursday, we'll do a full day of PBE. And then starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to start doing some Riftbound coaching content. After TFT, I'll probably play 8 hours of TFT and then do some Riftbound coaching where I have pros come on. The first pro that's going to come on, I think, will either be Alan ZQ, the former TFT guy, to walk me through Mel. I'm gonna try to do one of each legend for the new set. And then I have I have Rossum lined up for Kennen. And I have a couple of other cool guys. I think they said maybe, but they're like trying to lock in details. And I'm gonna do that like every other day and then turn them into YouTube videos. So it'll be fun. We'll be covering some of the new Riftbound stuff at the end. Oh, and some streamers said they want to play with me. So I'm gonna play like some matches with Robin and just do some fun stuff like that. So it'll be fun. Do you see the set 18 puzzles at TFT Dojo? They have puzzles already for TFT Dojo on set 18. Ripbound sounds fun. Yeah, and you know what? I'll do some pack openings. Maybe I'll do some giveaways as well. Can I log into here? Alpha login for TFT Dojo. I'll do some pack giveaways and things like that. Some other ways for bribe you to stay around, stick around. What? How can we have puzzles already for set 18? I have no clue. Planning. Okay, wait. It's like we're playing set 18, guys. I'll buy Vega. I have Pyro Akali, so I'll buy Varus, and she's also Infernal Ravager. So I'll buy Camille because she's a Ravager. Boom. Next. Orb drop. I got Teemo and Scuttle Crab. Jungle Juggernaut Rift Beast. Okay, I'll buy another Rift Beast. Invoker Sprykin. Sprykin's like the thing that you can like ride, right? So I have a Kale, which means Kale's Rapid Fire Solar, so I guess I sell her and I'll buy the Rift Beasts. Boom. Next. Wait, they're just literally making this up. And I have Varus Pair. And I have another Rift Beast. Oh man. Maybe I'll just Rift Beast, Rift Beast, Rift Beast. I'll just play Rift Beasts. Yeah, screw it. I'll just play Rift Beasts. I mean, that sounds fun. And then I have this. And then is there what traits are these? Juggernaut, Hunter. Oh, it's Hunter. And Invoker. So Invoker Sprykin. This is a Rift Beast. I feel like I should hold Rek'Sai, but I'm not sure I don't have anyone that can do anything from that. So I guess I will hold this and hold Eldritch plus this. This is my Eldritch pairs. This is my Rift Beast. And this is my Inferno. Boom. He's a pro. Another orb drop. I have bow, glove, and belt. And then I got another Eldritch. Okay, cool. It's another Ravager. Do I need this Camille? Nah. And then it shows what the other person would have done. 33% of people made gold. How can you even make gold, man? I don't even know what I'm going to play. Units kept. So it looks like 3 people did this puzzle. 70% alignment. Damn. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is what makes TFT really interesting, is that many people would play stage 1 completely different. So, like, you see what they do, and you see what you do and what you would have done. Was that a 4 gold drop? I have no clue, man. Yeah, looks like they have some puzzles that are pretty fun. Okay. That's it. That's it. I'm out. GG's. What's his website? The website is called TFT Dojo. It's like they do this. This is like made by a study group to like review VOD review spots. And what ends up happening is they have like a VOD of a player, and then you just like simulate it, and then you see if you would have done the same thing that they would have done, which is like a really good way to improve. It's like you look at this board state and you say, oh, I would have clicked this augment, I would have bought these units, and you line up to the decision making of the other players and see how close you are to them. So it's like a training tool. It's a lot of work. I do think something like this would be really neat for TFT Academy, but it's like a ton of work, and I don't think we have the tech to do it, but it'd be something that's interesting to think about. Did you guys see, by the way, we do have something we announced for on my profile, besides, of course, my Riftbound cards. Dude, these Riftbound cards are sick. They're so cool. I kind of splurged for it. I went ham on the Riftbound cards, guys. I got a best of MF. I got a Black Label Kaisa. Oh, it just feels so nice to hold in my hands. And I got this Ari as well. So I can't get the English ones. They're too expensive, but I bought the Chinese ones. They're way cheaper. They just look really cool. The Kaisa looks insane. Yeah, it's insane. It's a black label. It's I think pop 2 right now. So I'm very happy. And also the other stuff, this stuff is like pretty cheap. Like these are just cheap sleeves and cheap deck boxes, but it's like a CN exclusive Riftbound box that only Chinese players get, and it's really nice. I can show you guys. You see this? These are like deck boxes that you can only get in China for Riftbound. It's like it shows like Ari and Yone. It's very cool. Why does China get all the cool stuff, and then we're stuck with like? There's also like good art and stuff on the side of the boxes, if you guys can see. China gets all the cool stuff. And we're just chuds here, just picking up the whatever else they have left. Anyways, the reason why I brought up my profile, I wasn't here just to flex. The TFT Academy overlay. We're going to be coming out with report cards. So when you play a game, it's going to show you your execution score, your economy score, your scouting score. This is something starting next set. The overlay is going to give you ranking based or performance based on your rank with a little bit of like information and post-game stuff. So some people love this because it feels like it gives them a good sense of like how they played the game. There's also one other category not shown here that's currently in our beta, which is luck. That's right. You're going to have an RNG score. I think we're calibrating where exactly the luck score is going to be, because that's going to be really funny to like look at your luck score after the game to see exactly if you low rolled or not. But yeah, that's coming. Poached match report card that's coming in for set 18. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. It's that was the big feature that we were working towards that has taken a lot of our resources, because I think a lot of people like this kind of stuff. Where are these stored in the app? Are they temporary or most recent game or saved as images? That part we haven't. I actually don't know that. I don't know how I feel about this. Is there going to be a grade where Soju pops out and say, "You trash"? Frodan S tier luck? No, man. I'm going to be rolling straight D's and F's. Although I don't know if we're going to actually have an F score. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. All right. I guess that's it. Are we out of content for today? Did Bebe post anything to Reddit real quick? Enchanted Wilds PB expectations. I guess we can go through the comments. I think he posted the exact same thing here. TY other Riot Blue. Nah, I think that's about it. I think we're out. No more drama. We got nothing else left. PB discussion thread, nothing. We did the set 17.8 rundown. We literally would have to watch a video from 10 days ago about Soju's decision-making process. But yeah, that's about it then. PB just went down for the patch. Okay. So the true 6-hour countdown actually starts now, if you really think about it. Play some set 17. Well, I was thinking that like maybe I will just call it here and then start tomorrow and then stream like early in the morning, like basically stream starting from like 13 to 14 hours from now, something like that. Maybe a little bit later, 15 hours from now, and then stream all the way through. And then and I think that makes more sense. That way I can like rest with it, which means I have to sleep in like a few hours tomorrow. PB goes live in like 5 to 6 hours. I think I'm gonna sleep in like a few hours, and then because I'm jet lagged, I'm kind of tired. So I've been up for like a long time already. So I'll probably just do PB. I'll do the second shift of PB. The first shift is gonna be like Robin, Kurum, and Greg. Those are the people who stream at night. And then I'll probably do like EU shift. So yeah, you're not allowed to rest. I mean, I'm trying to rest, man. I'm trying to rest. Otherwise, I just sit here for 5 to 6 hours playing set 17. I mean, people are playing Guild Run. People say Guild Run's pretty good.
What do I need to do now?
But I have no clue how this game works. So
and finish charging this shit.
if you guys want to watch Guild Run, you guys can watch Cutie Pie play Guild Run. That sound good?
Is actually charging his.
Or do you guys want to go hang out with Brosif?
Also, isn't
If you play Guild Run, you will wake up after set 18 is over. I mean, I heard it's pretty fun, but I'm going to go ahead. Oh, wait. I think Chrome is crashing. I'm going to go ahead and raid Cutie Pie. You guys can go watch Guild Run. I'll see you guys mañana for set 18 PB. I hope you guys enjoyed the PB rundown. I think it was fun. I feel like I know everything. I'm ready to go, so it should be good.
In the duelist class? That's kind of shit.
All right. Toodles. Same to you, Meow Chow. All right, one last time.
Now what?
Set 18, 5 hours from now. Peace.
I mean, is 10 attack speed better than 0 attack speed? Mathematically speaking, no, it's not. So I'm not buying that shit. Peach's pair that reduces stats. Gets stunned.